Mick Whitehouse. I've got it bad. Crazy bad. So bad not even a gorgeous redhead with legs for miles and a dress so low-cut it's offering a handwritten invitation to stare at her cleavage can keep my thoughts from the girl who walked away. Ran away is more like it. After we kissed at the fireman's ball, I'm pretty sure Faith broke a short-distance sprint record in her hurry to get away from me. And the next morning, while I was still in bed, dreaming about her addictive lips, Bliss River's only female firefighter was splitting town. She took 2 weeks vacation, an unprecedented occurrence, according to her boss and my sister's fiancé, Jake, and vanished. I have no idea where she went. I only know I can't stop thinking about her, or those stolen moments beneath the mistletoe. She'd felt so perfect in my arms, and the way she kissed. Hell, I don't have the words to describe how hot that kiss was. I only know that for the first time since moving home, I wasn't thinking about my ex. For a few bliss-filled minutes, Bridget was the furthest thing from my mind. I craved that almost as much as I craved the way Faith makes my blood rush. Bottom line, I want Faith, and no other girl will do. I've tried to forget her. I really have. First with Betsy, then Therese, and now Nina, whose chest has to be in danger of frostbite in that tiny blue dress with only a light sweater around her shoulders. Why isn't she wearing more clothes? At the very least, she should have on a winter coat. Wishing a hot girl in a revealing dress was more covered up. What is wrong with you? Thanks for coming out. I smile at Nina, ignoring the inner voice. There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing some quality time with Faith can't cure, anyway. I don't want a long-term relationship or any of the associated angst. I just want to make Faith come a few dozen times before we go our separate ways. She isn't interested in anything serious either. She made that abundantly clear. So we'd be perfect for each other. She said she didn't date, after all. Not that she didn't like men in general, or me in particular. There's still a window open there. A tiny window, maybe, but... Yeah, thanks for dinner, Nina says as we stop in front of Icing, the bakery my sister's just opened on Main Street. I had so much fun tonight. Me too. I fish for my keys in my pocket, making a mental note to touch up the paint around the door tomorrow. After I finish the kitchen remodel I'm working on south of town. The bakery's only been open a week, but it's already a Bliss River hotspot and has the chipped paint to prove it. Almost every morning there's a line out the door and down the street as people queue up to get their favorite cookies, pastries, bread, and cakes before Icing sells out for the day. Last Saturday was rough, and I don't expect tomorrow will be any different. By tomorrow morning at 7, people will be milling around outside, gossiping and laughing as they wait for the shop to open, making far too much noise for me to sleep in, which is as good a reason as any to end this date early. I yawn as I pull Nina in for a quick, platonic hug. See you at the New Year's Eve party. Drive safe. I figure that's the end of my latest failed date, but Nina doesn't seem to get the message. I could come up for a while, if you want, she says, angling herself between me and the door. I'd love to see your new apartment. It sounds like so much fun, living above a bakery. I silently curse myself for moving out of my parents' house, where I was living with my sisters while Mom and Dad are in Florida for the winter. True, my sisters were driving me crazy, especially once they started planning Naomi's wedding and the entire living room looked like a marriage bomb exploded in there. But I have to admit, at times, their date-repelling qualities came in handy. Naomi and Maddie would intentionally scare Nina away. They aren't like that, but there's something about the presence of a man's sisters, especially when one of the sisters is a famous celebrity chef, that tends to intimidate girls. Thanks to the sisters scare-off factor, I haven't slept with anyone since the pair of them moved back to Bliss River. In my more rational moments, I tell myself that going without sex for 2 months is the reason I can't get Faith out of my head, though I've certainly gone much longer before. In my less rational moments, I suspect I have a crush. A bad one. The kind that won't be banished by time, distance or dates with otherwise perfectly great women. I don't know, I say with a laugh, stepping away from the door. It's pretty messy up there. I don't mind. I know how guys are, she says with a flirty wink. A few weeks ago, I would have been eating that flirt up with a spoon and asking for seconds. Now, it only makes my stomach churn. Seriously, I just moved in. Half my stuff is still in boxes. I glance at the firehouse across the street, wishing Faith were working so I'd have a chance of spotting her silhouette through the window. Maybe some other time? Sure, no worries, she says. Walk me to my car then? I get nervous walking by myself. Totally, I say, though I don't see why she'd be nervous. I can see her car from here. She's parked on Main Street, less than 10 feet from the bakery's front door, under a streetlight, across from the fire station where 5 of Bliss River's biggest and burliest are keeping watch over the firehouse. She couldn't be much safer, and I can't help thinking about what Faith would do in a situation like this. She's as fearless as she is irresistible. Even when we were kids, Faith was the kind of person who could take care of herself and anyone else who had the poor judgment to mess with her. She'd probably tell me to scram and jog home alone down Bliss River's darkest streets, spooking bad guys as she went. The thought makes me smile as I stop beside Nina's car. I know some men aren't into strong women, but I love that Faith doesn't take shit from anyone or anything. I can't imagine anything sexier, actually, than knowing the woman I'm with can totally take care of herself, but is choosing to let me take care of her instead. Take care of her in bed, specifically. For the last 12 days, I've been fantasizing about Faith's strong legs wrapped around my waist and the sound she'll make when I make her lose her well-maintained control. 12 days, which means only 2 more days until she's back in town. 2 more endless, impossible days. So, do you have a date for Melody's party? Nina asks, fidgeting with her purse instead of unlocking her car. If not, maybe we could go together. I cringe inwardly. I really hate this part. Hate letting girls down easy. Once upon a time, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. Nina and I have only been out once, and we didn't make each other any promises. But Bridget taught me that breaking up isn't always easy. It can, in fact, be absolutely fucking miserable. The first time I tried to end it, Bridget got so drunk she ended up in the hospital having her stomach pumped. The second time, she cried in front of my apartment building for 4 hours straight, making such a scene I finally gave in and went downstairs to carry my tragically fragile ex-girlfriend up to my room and tuck her into bed for a nap while I slept on the couch. The third time, she threatened to kill herself. I tried to get her help, but she refused to talk to the college counselors. She simply promised to slit her wrists if I didn't agree to be her boyfriend again, and knowing her the way I did, I believed her. Trapped, I agreed to get back together, and we dated the last 2 months of our senior year. But the entire time I felt like a prisoner. By graduation day, I was so miserable and exhausted and sick of being held hostage that I left the ceremony early, loaded my stuff into my truck, and hit the road with my gown still on over my jeans and t-shirt. 10 hours later, I pulled into Bliss River with a new cell phone number and a new lease on life. Determined never to look back and never to be sucked into a destructive relationship like that again. So even though it would be easier to tell Nina, sure, I'll be her date and pick her up on the way to the party, keeping my emotional distance until she gets the hint. I shake my head. I think I'll go solo, I say gently. You're gorgeous and fun, Nina, but I think we're better off as friends, if that's okay with you. Oh, yeah, totally. Nina laughs and rolls her eyes, scrambling in her purse for her keys, clearly a little embarrassed. So I'll see you New Year's Eve. She tosses the words over her shoulder as she slides into her car, already fitting the key in the ignition before I can close the door behind her. See you then. I slam the door and step back up onto the sidewalk. When she peels out into the street without bothering to check her rearview mirror, nearly colliding with a beat-up white pickup truck cruising down Main, I wince and congratulate myself on following my instincts with her. Poor driving is fairly low on my list of deal breakers, but it's on there, along with girls who talk in baby voices, girls who talk trash about other girls, and girls who communicate solely in emojis. Bet Faith's never used an emoji in her life. I think with a wistful sigh as I turn back toward the bakery to see the white truck pulling up in front of the fire station. A moment later, a blonde in a camouflage jacket and bright orange hunting pants hops out of the passenger side. It's Faith, and damn, she's even prettier than I remember. From her turned-up nose to her big brown eyes to the silky hair that falls in long, soft waves to the center of her back. But she's got an edge to her, too. That edge is what made that dormant, really interested part of me sit up and take notice. That night under the mistletoe, I felt a spark of something more than attraction. I'm curious about Faith, in a way I used to be curious about girls I liked before Bridget. I want to know her secret thoughts, her goals, her dreams, and if she loves making out on hiking trails and late-night horror movie binges as much as I do. Considering that I want a serious relationship like I want a chronic case of foot fungus, those feelings should make me turn tail and head up to my apartment without another glance her way. Instead, I grin and start down the sidewalk toward her. "Bye, buddy. Love you. Thanks for everything," Faith says in her husky drawl, the one that makes me think of venison stew, old whiskey, and other things I like to savor. Now, it also transforms my smile to a scowl as I size up the man driving the truck, a guy with hair the same shade as Faith's and a scraggly goatee. Is this the competition? The reason she doesn't date guys from around here? "Anytime, girl." Buddy reaches out the window to squeeze her shoulder. "You're always welcome. Hope we get to see more of you this year." "Count on it," she says, snagging a backpack from the truck bed. "Are you sure you can't stay a day or two? I know Jake and Jameson would love to see you." "Nah, I've got to get back. I've missed too much work this week already," he says, easing off the brake. "But tell Aunt Prissy and the boys hi for me." "Will do." Faith waves goodbye to her cousin. He seems like a cousin, or maybe like a good old friend. Either way, he's going, and I'm right here. A fact that makes me smile as I call out, "Welcome home! How was your trip?" She turns, her grin falling away. "You?" She shakes her head, her tone inferring that seeing me crossing the street is only slightly less annoying than stepping in bubble gum, or possibly something grosser. "What are you doing here?" "I live above the bakery now." I keep smiling, refusing to take her scowl at face value. She acted irritated with me at the ball too, but she also kissed me like my mouth held the last gasp of air in a burning building. Things aren't always what they seem with Faith, which is part of the reason she's so damn interesting. "Great," she sighs and swings her backpack over one shoulder. "When did that happen?" "Last week, right after the store opened." I step onto the sidewalk beside her. Not long after Jake and Naomi got engaged. A lot of things have changed while you've been gone. She snorts in a way I find inexplicably sexy. No surprise there. I knew that was going to happen. My tail tingles when people are about to get hitched, and it was tingling big time for those two. I arch a teasing brow. "Your tail?" "Yes, I have a tail," she deadpans. "A thick, stubby, vestigial tail, like that blonde singer with the money sign in her name, but I kept mine instead of having it amputated." "Interesting." I furrow my brow. "By any chance, would you and your tail be interested in a drink later this week?" "Don't," she says in a softer voice. "We talked about this." "We did not," I say, playing dumb. "I don't remember any talk about your tail. If I had, I would have asked Maddie to knit you a tail warmer instead of the horrible vest she made me for Christmas." Her lips quirk. It's just a hint of a smile, but enough to give me hope. Come on, I say. Give me a chance. Let me take you and your tail out to dinner. I don't have a tail, she says with a sigh. I hum low in my throat. Disappointing, but the offer still stands. I told you I don't date, she says, then adds in a mumble. Especially guys like you. What does that mean? My brows pinch together. I don't know what kind of guy you think I am, Faith, but I'm not the bad kind. I don't want anything nefarious. I just want to take you out, get to know you, and have some fun together. And hopefully get you out of my system before I get any more obsessed. She wrinkles her nose, but she doesn't immediately shut me down. Seriously, I press. I'm a decent human. I love my family and would do anything for a friend. I don't lie, cheat, steal, or pick my nose when I'm driving. At least not very often, anyway. She huffs and rolls her eyes, but the sound is close enough to a laugh for me to keep going. And I understand that you don't want anything serious, I say, shifting closer, further encouraged when she doesn't step away. But that kiss was really nice, and I think you thought it was nice too. She studies me out of the corners of her eyes. Maybe I did. Well, maybe you'll enjoy going out with me too. But if we give it a shot and you don't, that's fine. I'll back off with no hard feelings and wish you well. So really, what do you have to lose? Do you really believe that? She asks. That there's nothing to lose? I hesitate, thrown by how serious she suddenly seems. She smiles, but it isn't a happy smile. It's the jaded grin of someone who realizes just how hard love can be. I know that smile. There are still mornings when it's the first thing I see in the mirror. Exactly, she says, apparently reading the recognition in my face. And that's why I don't date. I've seen how much there is to lose. My mom made sure I had a front row seat for that life lesson. Right, I say with a sigh. I don't know a whole lot about her family, but I know she was raised by a single mom, and there was never a dad in the picture, at least not one who stuck around for long. I'm sorry. She laughs, the too bright sound echoing down the quiet street. Don't be. It's fine. I'm perfectly happy the way I am. No drama suits me just fine. I'm tempted to call her on that. She wouldn't have kissed me the way she did if a part of her didn't want something more than her status quo. But that isn't my place. She established her boundaries, and now it's my job to respect them. All right, I say. Guess I'll see you around then? Sure, she says, backing away. Take care of yourself, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year, I echo, watching her turn to go, filled with a strange mix of longing, empathy, and curiosity that doesn't bode well for getting over this crush anytime soon. As a last-ditch effort, I call out, maybe we could be friends. If you could use another friend, I know I could. She turns back, studying me for a beat before her lips curve in a warmer grin than I've seen from her before, at least when she's looking at me. Sure, I can always use another friend. You can come and play pool with Jameson and me some night after work if you want. He always wins, but it's still a good time. Yeah, thanks, I say. I'd like that. Faith nods. Cool. I'll have him text you next time we go. He has your number, right? He does, I assure her. Or I could give you my number. Friends do that, right? Give each other their numbers. She shakes her head with a soft laugh. What? I ask, my lips curving. I can't decide if this persistence thing you've got going on is cute or irritating. I grin wider. Well, I know which one I'd choose, but seriously, I just want to be friends. No secret agenda. I shrug. Well, aside from getting to know you better so I can catalog all your annoying personal habits and realize having a crush on you is stupid. She laughs again, rewarding my honesty in a way that makes me think I should try more of it. Fine, I'll get your number from Jameson and text you next week, if I don't decide that's stupid before then. Sounds good. See you later, friend. Later, she says with a flutter of her fingers. I lift a hand and head across the street as she starts up the path to the firehouse. It doesn't really sound good, but it sounds better than being shut out of Faith's orbit completely. Fuck me, I've got it bad. Really bad. I'd be ashamed of myself if it weren't for the cute thing there at the end. She thinks I'm cute. It isn't smoking hot guy I'd like to ride all night, but it isn't loser I never want to see again either. Once she realizes I'm a fun pool buddy, she might decide I'm more than cute. And if I get to kiss her again, well, a reminder that I'm good at making her moan can't hurt my chances at becoming something more than friends. Can't hurt them at all.
Chapter 2. Faith Miller. A party. I'm going to a party. Willingly, without anyone bashing me over the head and dragging me from my house. Without threats or bribes or the lure of birthday cake to get me out the door. Even more extraordinary, I'm wearing a skimpy, silver-sequined camisole under my winter coat, tight black jeans, and boots with stiletto heels that zip all the way up to my knee. I look like a girl. A real girl. The kind who drinks too much pink champagne and giggles with guys in dark corners and makes out with a stranger at midnight on New Year's Eve. I look the part. And if I have anything to say about it, come midnight, I'll be locking lips with someone I barely know. The thought is way out of my comfort zone, and vaguely repulsive, to be honest. But I'm committed to this plan. I need to banish the memory of Mick Whitehouse's kiss from my thoughts. And if making out with other guys is the only way to make that happen, I'm ready to pucker up and say, smooch me. Still, I'm so anxious I haven't been able to sit still all day, and I'm starting to get dizzy from all the deep breaths I've huffed in and out in the past 10 minutes. Don't be nervous. My friend Kitty gives me an encouraging thump on the back as we hurry down Main Street, past restaurants filled with people lingering over their New Year's Eve dinners. You're going to have so much fun. You swear Melody doesn't mind that you're bringing me along? Not at all, she says, dismissing my concern with a wave of her arm. She's excited to catch up with you. She's great, I promise. Girlier than my average friend, but fun and sweet. And once you're her people, she'll always have your back. You two will get along like peas and carrots, I promise. Cool. I exhale with a smile, trusting Kitty to give it to me straight. We reconnected last year when Kitty, the only female mechanic in town, miraculously brought my one-foot-in-the-junkyard truck back to life. We started talking as I settled the bill, discovered a mutual love of 5Ks and old cars, and gradually became good friends. It helps that Kitty knows what it's like to be a woman in a male-dominated profession, and that she isn't the sort of girl who neglects her friends when she hooks up with a guy. She and her boyfriend John moved in together a few months ago, but Kitty and I still run together every week. And she enlisted John, a fellow cat lover and total sweetheart, to feed my cat when I'm working a 72-hour shift, and when I was on vacation last week, too. Kitty is the kind of girl I can really talk to, and I wish we'd been close sooner. But back in school, she and Melody were joined at the hip, and I wasn't all that interested in girlfriends. I spent my afternoons running wild with my 3 cousins, Buddy, Billy, and Buck, on their 40 acres. We rode 4-wheelers, hunted squirrel, and built forts out of the various construction gig odds and ends my uncle hoarded in his barn. By the time my aunt and uncle moved to Alabama, taking my cousins and partners in crime with them, I was too busy proving myself in my new job to worry about forming new bonds. Gradually, my coworkers became my friends, and later on, my family, and I stopped trying to have a social life outside of the Bliss River Fire Department. And I was perfectly content that way. Still, I'm glad Kitty and I reconnected. It's good to have a girlfriend my age, especially when it comes to tracking down New Year's Eve parties and eligible, kissable guys. All right, brace yourself, Kitty says, as we round the corner near the bowling alley and start toward an apartment above a shuttered bodega, where the New Year's Eve party is clearly already in full swing. Melody invited 50 people, so it's going to be crowded. And hot. I guarantee you'll be glad you wore a sleeveless shirt. Right, I say, my mouth suddenly feeling dry yet sticky at the same time. The apartment is still a block away, but I can already hear the pulse of club music. People are dancing in there. Dancing. The only thing more stress-inducing than kissing. I'm not a bump and grind kind of girl. I'm a stand in the corner and roll my eyes at the people dry humping on the dance floor kind of girl. Hopefully, I'll be able to find a guy who feels the same way and avoid any embarrassing wiggling in public. A guy. A strange guy I'll have to make some kind of conversation with before the kissing starts. I swallow hard. I can do this, right? You can totally do this. And I'm so glad you're here. She gives my arm a squeeze as we head up the stairs toward the second-floor apartment. With John out of town at that stupid convention, I was dreading making an entrance alone. And don't worry, I'll stick close. I nod and try to smile, but fail. Now that I'm seconds away from being surrounded by other 20-somethings, 20-somethings who have social lives and party on a regular basis, instead of hanging out at dive bars with firefighters a decade older than they are, or snuggling on the couch with their cat every Saturday night, I'm starting to wonder what the hell I was thinking. This isn't me. This is the opposite of me, and it's probably going to be about as enjoyable as being electrocuted. Repeatedly. I'm seconds away from telling Kitty adios and making a run for it, when the door at the top of the stairs opens and Melody March appears on the landing. The curvy blonde's hair is teased into a huge bouffant. Combined with her cat-eye eyeliner and black chiffon baby doll dress, she looks like a 1950s movie star, making me feel seriously underdressed in my jeans and boots. Kitty and Faith! Melody holds out her arms, wiggling her fingers for us to hurry. I've been watching for y'all from the window for an hour. Get up here and let me get you both a drink. Kitty laughs and falls into Melody's hug. The moment they part, Melody reaches out, dragging me down for a tight squeeze. I suddenly feel very tall and also very welcome. I'm so glad you could come, she says, smiling up at me. Kitty's told me so much about you. I know we're all going to be great friends. Well, as long as you two don't try to make me go running, she amends with a laugh, because the only way I'm going running is if I'm being chased by zombies. And zombies would probably be slow, I say. So even if they were chasing you, you still wouldn't have to run. She grins. See there? I already like the way you think. Come on in. Let me take your coats. She ushers us inside, raising her voice to be heard above the music. What can I get you? Beer, champagne, or some deceptively sweet punch that will knock you on your ass if you have more than 2 glasses? Beer, Kitty says, but none of the light stuff. It tastes like pee. My gaze flicks from one side of the party to the other, relieved to see several clutches of people avoiding the dance floor. But there are a sufficient number of partygoers bumping and grinding to make me feel anxious. Something that will knock me on the ass a little might not be a bad idea. I'll have some of that punch, please, I say. Great, be right back. Melody turns, threading her way through the crowd toward the makeshift bar set up on the kitchen counter. There are punch bowls and cups, and every kind of drink container imaginable, from martini glasses to shot glasses, to those giant red wine glasses I tend to break. The food spread on the other side of the room is fancy, too, giving the gathering a more elegant vibe than the average college kegger. But then, Melody is a professional caterer, and obviously has a leg up on other hostesses. And the space itself is very party-friendly. The apartment is the most spacious I've seen in a long time. A large open-concept layout that gives people plenty of room to meet and mingle. It's packed, but it doesn't feel claustrophobic. And by the time I suck down my first cup of punch and go looking for my second, I'm feeling much more relaxed. You need anything? I shout to Kitty, who shakes her head and holds up her still half-full beer, before turning back to the guy she's been talking moonshine cars with for the past 20 minutes. I make my way to the punch bowl with a bounce in my step, surprised to find I'm having a good time. I'm not dancing, of course, and have no plans to commit that kind of party foul. But the music and the vibe are fun, and I've enjoyed chatting with Kitty's gearhead friends. Unfortunately, however, none of the guys I've met so far are kiss-worthy prospects. They all seem genuinely nice, not the sort who'd be up for a no-strings-attached make-out session. I need someone else, someone with the same cocky swagger Mick has. The kind of guy who will think nothing of kissing me senseless and then walking away. Mick wasn't the one who walked away, and you know it. I ignore the thought and ladle out another glass of punch before turning to retrace my steps. The only reason Mick didn't walk away was because I walked away first. He's only interested in me because I'm hard to get. If I were to make the mistake of indulging my curiosity about him, of finding out if his kisses are as intoxicating as I remember, and if there's more to him than a nice sense of humor and a handsome face, I have no doubt he'd walk. Once they realize you're vulnerable to their spell, guys like Mick can't bail fast enough. I've seen it happen to my mom way too many times. Getting involved with a guy who makes your head swim is a bad idea. Speaking of swimming, Melody wasn't kidding about the punch. I glanced down at my cup, surprised to find it already half empty. If I don't want to be unconscious on the chaise lounge before midnight, I need to slow down. In fact, it might be a good idea to grab a few chips and pretzels, something to soak up the alcohol before any more of it goes to my head. And if I slip outside onto the deck, I can cut around to the other side of the apartment to the snack table without setting foot on the dance floor. I'm having fun, but no way am I ready to get any closer to that unholy territory. Kitty's still deep in conversation, so I ease around a group of guys discussing the last Falcons game and head for the glass door leading out onto the deck. The apartment isn't huge, and Kitty will be able to find me if she needs me. I step outside and pause, pulling in a deep breath of cold, head-clearing air before turning and plowing face first into a brick wall. No, not a brick wall, I realize as I stumble backward. A guy built like a brick wall. A guy with a pretty nice face to match all those muscles, too. Things might be looking up on the New Year's kissing front. Chapter 3. Faith. The man's heavily muscled chest completely fills my vision, blocking my view of the people behind him. Sorry, I tilt my head back to get a better look at the wall's head. It's a decent head, with blue eyes, a strong jaw, and several eyebrow piercings. Or is that several eyebrows? I squint, relieved to find the man possesses the normal number of eyebrows, 2, and a mere 3 piercings. Good. I'm not that tipsy. No worries. I'm Trent. He extends a hand. I let my eyes roam a little more as we shake. His arms are covered in tattoos that wind around and around his forearms before disappearing beneath the pushed-up sleeves of his black sweater. He's definitely a gym rat. You don't get muscles that defined without a lot of work. And somehow manages to exude swagger, even while standing still. In other words, he's exactly the type of guy I'm looking for. Our chance meeting should make me happy. Instead, my stomach sinks and my throat clutches, which is ridiculous. Trent is perfectly good-looking. He has a great smile, seems polite, and even smells nice. But upon closer inspection, something about him turns me off. Probably the fact that he's not Mick Whitehouse. I'm Faith. I tighten my grip on his hand and force a smile, determined not to think about names that start with M. I've done enough of that the past 2 weeks. The whole point in coming to this party was to move on and quit obsessing, for God's sake. Faith, that sounds familiar. Have we met before? He holds my hand a few seconds too long before releasing my fingers, signaling he might think I have a nice smile and smell good, too. Maybe at the gym? I don't think so. I try to be pleased about this mutual interest, but still feel primarily queasy. I work out at my job. Maybe touchdowns? I meet my brother there Sunday afternoons sometimes when I'm in town. I shake my head and wrinkle my nose. No, sorry. I've never been there. I don't get out much. Way to sound interesting, lame ass. Trent grins. Me either. I spend most of my life at the gym or work. I run a bike shop just outside Atlanta. Cool. I take another sip of my drink, stalling as I try to think of something else to say. Bikes with spokes or bikes with motors? Spokes, he says. But I own a chopper. You ride? I'd like to, but I've seen too many motorcycle accidents. I'm with the Bliss River Fire Department, and we assist on a lot of those calls. The ones where the person in the car doesn't see the person on the bike, and bad things ensue. He bares his teeth as he sucks in a breath. Yeah, that's a problem. I ride mostly in the country, though, and try to be careful. So, you're an EMT? I'm certified, but primarily I'm a firefighter, I say, bristling the way I always do when people automatically assume I'm something other than a firewoman. I carry heavy equipment, hack things apart with axes, throw people over my shoulders when I have to, that sort of thing. Nice, Trent says, shifting closer. And hot. Yep, it does get hot sometimes, I say, masking my nerves with another drink. He laughs. No, I mean it's hot that you do that kind of work. That's brave. And bravery is pretty sexy, don't you think? Yeah, I do, I say, wishing I was into this guy because he actually seems cool. Why, oh why can't my stupid brain stop thinking about stupid Mick? Trent advances another step. Are you here with someone? No? The words emerge as a question, and I wince a little, but Trent doesn't seem to notice. Me either. He reaches out, bracing his arm on the wall above my head, the same way Mick did before he kissed me in the gazebo. But that night, I was tingling all over, dying to know what it would feel like for Mick's lips to touch mine. Now I feel nothing but uncomfortable and sorry for starting this, and pretty sure I'm never going to be able to pull off Mission New Year's Eve kiss, no matter how many glasses of punch I drink. We should hang out next time I'm in town, he says, leaning closer. Do you like to dance? Not even a little bit. My tongue slips out to dampen my lips. This guy is practically delivering a forget about Mick kiss on a silver platter. All I have to do is woman up and pucker up. Come on, Miller. Go for it. But we can hang out, I continue, pulse speeding, as I down the last of my punch in one gulp and reach out, grabbing a handful of Trent's sweater. Or we can just make out. His eyes widen, and he laughs again. Sounds good to me. Then kiss me already. I brace myself for the worst, but when Trent's lips meet mine, there's nothing to complain about. His lips are a little too firm, and he's aggressive with the tongue. But overall, it's a perfectly good kiss that makes me feel nothing. Absolutely nothing. No tingles, no sparkles, nothing but vague relief that Trent is big enough to block the cold wind and warm enough to ease the chill bumps from my arms. But when his hands grip my hips, I know I have to put an end to this. I don't want to give him the wrong idea. Trent and I aren't going to be leaving this party together, and I'm not going to let him maul me in public. A kiss is one thing. I've seen several couples making out in the corners of the room, but groping is another. I need a second. I pull my lips from his, blinking as the sky behind his head pulses, the stars spinning no matter how hard I try to focus. Okay, he says, his hands returning to my waist. You want to get out of here? Maybe get a cup of coffee somewhere? That punch is no joke. I shake my head and immediately regret it. The stars spin harder, and Trent suddenly sprouts a third eye in the center of his forehead. Oh no, I mumble, as my stomach churns more violently. No, no, no. Suddenly, a familiar voice pipes up from behind Trent's massive back. Get away from her. Even before Trent turns, revealing the angry blue eyes and delicious black curls of the man behind him, I recognize the speaker. It's Mick Whitehouse. Again. The man's like a bad rash. I tried to tell Mick to stay out of my business, but the words come out all jumbled and wrong. My tongue is too thick and my stomach too sour, and the damn world won't stop spinning. Back off, man, Trent says, glaring at Mick. Everything's fine. No one's in danger here. I'm not that kind of guy, so no need to play hero. I heard her say no, Mick says, not backing down. Before I go anywhere, I'm making sure she's okay. He shifts his attention my way. Are you all right? I suck in an unsteady breath. Even with the world spinning, having Mick this close makes some primal part of me send up a cheer of approval. There's something about his eyes, about the way he looks at me like he wants to devour me and protect me at the same time, that's completely captivating. And completely frustrating. I lift a finger, closing one eye to make sure I'm aiming it at only one of Mick. I do not need protection. I clear my throat and will my dumb lips to cooperate. I do not need you to protect me, Mick Whitehouse. He nods. I know. You're tough, but you also sound pretty drunk. I am snot. I snort laugh as I realize what I've said, then pull myself together again. I mean, I am not. That is what I meant. I hiccup unexpectedly and then cover my mouth and mumble, "Excuse me." "You're excused," Mick says with a serious nod before turning to Trent and adding in a softer voice, "Sorry about the misunderstanding, but she's obviously wasted. I need to take her home. Why don't you give her your number? If she's interested, she can call you when she's sober." "Why don't I take her home?" Trent says, sliding an arm around my waist and drawing me closer, making my stomach snarl angrily as our torsos connect. "I don't know you from a hole in the ground, man. And Faith doesn't seem very happy to see you. I think she's better off with me. And I think you'd better let her go." Mick steps closer, glaring up at the slightly taller Trent, a menacing expression on his face. "Because there's no way in hell I'm letting her leave here with you when she's so drunk she can barely stand." "Now just wait a second." I gulp and press my lips together, fighting a wave of nausea. I want to pull away from Trent. I want to tell both of these bossy boys to leave me alone and that the only person taking me home will be Kitty. But I'm too dizzy, and my stomach is a volcano full of lava. A volcano that I realize, too late, is about to erupt. Seconds later, I bend over and am spectacularly sick, all over Trent's shiny black shoes. Chapter 4. Faith. When I wake up the next morning, I remember 4 things from the end of the night before. Number 1. Mick Whitehouse, holding back my hair as I vomited into a mostly clean, but still gross, toilet. 2. Mick Whitehouse brushing my teeth. 3. Mick Whitehouse assuring me that Trent's shiny black shoes needed to be thrown out anyway, and that's what Trent deserved for wearing nice shoes to a New Year's Eve party with people 10 years his junior. 4. Mick Whitehouse tucking me into a futon at Melody's and smoothing my hair from my clammy forehead in a way that was surprisingly soothing, making me feel safer and more relaxed than my mother's lullabies ever did. When I opened my eyes on the first day of the new year to find Mick asleep in a recliner in the corner of the room, his sock feet sticking out beneath a fleece blanket, I don't know quite how to feel about it. On the one hand, he was an amazing friend to me last night, and I know the only reason I don't currently feel like a hungover corpse wrenched from its grave is because he forced me to drink a glass of water and take 2 aspirin before I passed out. On the other hand, well, there is no other hand. Mick was amazing last night. End of story. The realization makes me feel off balance and unsure how to respond when he opens his eyes and greets me with a sleepy smile. "Mornin'," he says, his voice rough. "How are you feeling?" "Pretty good, actually." I run a nervous hand through my hair as I push into a seated position against the pillows. "Thanks to you." "No thanks necessary," he says, stretching his arms over his head with a groan that's weirdly sexy. Ugh. Clearly, even being hungover isn't an antidote to the Mick effect. "We've all been there," he adds. "I haven't," I say, picking at the pieces of yarn sticking up from the quilt that covers my legs. I usually know my limits. I don't know what happened. I've never gotten drunk so fast like that. I'm so embarrassed. "Don't be embarrassed. That punch was killer," he says. 4 other people threw up. By the end of the night, we were calling it the most barf-tastic New Year's Eve ever. Oh God, let's not talk about it. I cover my face with both hands. It's too soon. He laughs. "I get it. But it was still a great party. Everyone had fun, And by tomorrow, no one will remember who puked and who didn't. I'll remember. I drop my hands to my lap. I feel so stupid. This is the first time I've seen Melody in years. I must have made a horrible impression, and I sigh and stare at the wall above the door, finding it hard to meet Mick's gaze. And I could have done without you seeing me like that, too. Kissing a douche canoe? He asks, his voice a little cooler than before. I meant the puking empathetic part, I say, still avoiding eye contact. Well, if you were into the douche canoe, I'm sorry, he says. I didn't end up getting his number for you. After you vomited on his shoes and I convinced him I was an old friend who had your best interests at heart, he headed for the door pretty quick. But, yeah, he actually seemed fine, I guess. If you like tall, tattooed, actually nicer than I thought kind of guys. My lips curve, and I force myself to look back at Mick. Am I crazy, or does he sound jealous? Just in case, I decide to put his mind at ease. It's fine, there's no number. I wasn't into him. He grunts. Then why did you kiss him? Or was he lying about that part? He wasn't lying, I say, picking at the yarn again, not sure what to say next. The longer I look at Mick, the less I understand why I kissed Trevor, or Trey, or whatever his name was. Sparks are leaping between us the way they always do, warming the room far more than the weak winter sunlight shining through the window. Even now, with my makeup, no doubt, smeared all over my face and my hair a wild tangle, he looks like he wants to touch me. Kiss me. And making out with other guy did absolutely nada to lessen my attraction to Mick. Meeting his gaze is still enough to make me fizzy inside. But maybe it's okay to fizz a little. Maybe I can fizz and still keep my head on my shoulders. Maybe I've misjudged my capacity to handle off-the-charts chemistry. And misjudged Mick while I was at it. Any guy willing to hold my hair while I'm sick in the toilet and help me brush my teeth when I'm too drunk to hold a toothbrush isn't the kind to run at the first sign of trouble. Or to treat a woman like shit. The thought makes sense. Enough sense that I muster the guts to say, I kissed him because I was hoping it would help me stop thinking about kissing you. Did it work? He asks softly, his gaze shifting from my eyes to my mouth and back again in a way that makes my lips tingle. Not even a little, I say. He nods, but he doesn't smile or break the mesmerizing eye contact that's suddenly making it hard to breathe. So, maybe you're more interested in me than you let on? Maybe. My heart skips a beat as he stands, tossing his fleece blanket onto the chair behind him. Does that mean you'll go out with me? He crosses to sit on the futon beside me, summoning a groan from the frame and a flutter from my chest. I can't help but be very aware that he's less than a foot away and looking pretty damned adorable with a little morning stubble. Why is stubble so sexy? I have no idea, but I have to fight the urge to run my fingertips over it. I don't know, I say with a breathy laugh. Are you sure you still want to go out after seeing me at my grossest? You weren't gross, he says, shrugging when I arch a skeptical brow. Okay, maybe a little gross, but cute too. I wrinkle my nose. Nope. I call bullshit. I'm not a cute kind of girl, especially when I'm puking. Yes, you are, he says, laughing when I roll my eyes. I find being asked if I think you're the mayor of Loserville 10 times in a row pretty fucking cute. Yeah, well, I'm not usually cute. Or drunk, I insist, wanting Mick to know exactly what he's signing up for. I'm direct. So direct, sometimes I end up being rude without meaning to be. I think acting like a lady is overrated. I cuss like a sailor when I'm pissed off. I only wear sparkly shit like this on rare occasions. And I haven't been out on a date in so long, I probably won't remember how to do it. Oh, you'll remember. His head drifts closer to mine, sending a rush of adrenaline dumping into my bloodstream. I hear it's like falling off a bike. Like riding a bike, you mean? I murmur, my heart pounding in my ears. Yeah, like that, he says. Sorry. I get distracted when I'm this close to your lips. Yeah, me. My words end in a soft moan as his lips brush across mine. His fingers thread into my hair and his tongue slips into my mouth, tasting of mint and salt and a hint of something sweeter. And my skin ignites. It feels like I'm blushing all over, from the roots of my hair to the tips of my toes. It's such a wild, delicious sensation. I'm still trying to name it as I wrap my arms around Mick and draw him back onto the pillows. Apparently, my body doesn't care what my brain decides to call this feeling. It just wants more of it. Incredible, he murmurs as he lengthens himself on top of me, his chest pressed to mine and our legs tangling as our tongues dance and spar. And he's right. It is incredible. So incredible, I don't even think about pumping the brakes as his hand trails up the side of my ribs, and he parts my legs with a gentle nudge of his knee. And then he settles between my thighs, dragging a moan from low in my throat as I feel the way I affect him. He's thick and hard. So hard, I can feel him through our jeans. And it is electric, and dizzying, and terrifying, all at the same time. Wait, I whisper, as I force my lips from his. I'm blushing all over, and dying to get even closer to this man. But I have to put a stop to this before it goes way too far, way too fast. Chapter 5. Faith. Mick sucks in a breath as he pulls back, propping up on his elbows. He looks as lust-dazed as I feel, which is simultaneously flattering and a little scary. One of us needs to take the wheel before we're both swept out to sea. Sure, yeah. He blinks, smiles, dazzles me a little as usual. You okay? Very okay, but I think we should stop. I bite my lip and swallow, gaze darting to the movie posters on the walls, suddenly shy again. I don't usually jump right in like this, at least not on the first date. Or on the 5th, or the 10th, I silently add. But there's no need for Mick to know what a prude I really am. I don't either. He pushes my hair from my forehead, but makes no move to roll off of me, ensuring this conversation feels very intimate. Sorry. You just do something to me. You don't have to be sorry. You do something to me, too. And just for the record, I don't consider this our first date, he adds. Our first date is going to be a lot more fun. Just you and me, a nice restaurant, maybe some bowling, and a lot less puking. My cheeks flame even hotter. I can't believe you still want a first date after all that. Oh, I definitely do. So what do you think? Maybe I'm not so bad after all. Maybe not, I admit. He grins. I'll take that begrudging endorsement. Those are my favorite kinds of endorsements, by the way, the begrudging ones, so don't think you're going to scare me off that easily. I exhale a soft laugh. Okay, one date, I say, holding up a finger between us. That's all I'm offering. One date, and we'll see. Amazing. He drops a kiss to my cheek. That's the best news I've heard all year. The year's only a few hours old, I say wryly, giving his shoulder a nudge. So I'll take that for what it's worth. Making out is one thing. Having a conversation while Mick is still between my legs, and still hard, is another. I'm not nearly chill enough about this kind of stuff to pull this off for much longer. Smart. Mick rolls over, stretching out on his back beside me on the futon, with his hands behind his head. As I sit up, crossing my arms over my chest and willing all the tingling parts of me to calm the hell down, he adds with a grin, So, dinner? Tonight? I think I need a day to recover first, I say, though a part of me is just as eager for our tryout date. I want to see if we keep getting along this well, if he keeps surprising me in such pleasant ways. Tomorrow's my first day back at work since vacation. I don't want to be worn out by the end of my shift. Mick grins wickedly. And why would you be worn out, Miller? Were you planning to keep me up all night? No. I smack his thigh. That well-muscled thigh that I do not want to see out of those jeans, thank you very much. At least, not yet. Sometimes I work 3-day shifts. This week I go in at noon tomorrow and don't get off until noon on Thursday. And my bunk is in an old utility closet where the pipes clang the entire time I'm trying to sleep. His brows pinch together. They make you sleep in a utility closet? I shrug. I don't mind. At least I have some privacy, and don't have to listen to Kevin snore in the guys' bunk room all night. And it won't be for much longer. The new firehouse is going to have 6 individual rooms, so everyone on shift will have their own space. Nice, he says. And maybe when you guys move to the new place, my sister will spend less time making googly eyes at the other side of the street. I laugh. Jake's the same way. We've started singing Moon River every time we catch him staring out the window. That's awesome, he says with a grin. I usually throw rolls at Naomi, but Moon River is way better. More embarrassing. And less needless destruction of innocent bread. We have to do something to reinforce the message that drooling over your boo in public is gross at their age. I snort. At any age. Agreed. He nudges my knee with his fist. But if you can't help yourself, it's okay. I won't judge. I can even stand in my window at a certain time each day to make it easier for you, if you want. In your dreams, White House. I roll my eyes. But I can't deny I enjoy chatting with him nearly as much as I enjoy making out with him. Nearly. Seriously, though, I'm excited about our date, he says, the teasing note gone from his voice. But I'd love for us to have more time than the hour or whatever you get for dinner while you're on duty. So maybe Thursday night when you get off would be better? Or will you need to head home to crash? Thursday would be fine, I say, assuming we don't have any middle-of-the-night calls on Wednesday. Cool. Then I'll pick you up Thursday night at 7. He tucks a lock of hair behind my ear. We can get dinner and see what sounds like fun from there. Maybe a beer or bowling. Beer and bowling. 7 is good, but I'm terrible at bowling, I say, resisting the urge to shiver as his fingertips linger on my neck. We could go to the shooting range instead, and I could kick your ass at target practice. He grins. You're on. But I wouldn't be so sure about kicking my ass. I know my way around a weapon, Miller. I haven't missed a deer season since I was in diapers. Nice. I return his grin. That'll make beating you so much more fun. For a girl who couldn't brush her own teeth last night, you talk a big game. For a guy who struck out every time I watched him play softball, you have a high opinion of your own hand-eye coordination. That's it. This is war. He tackles me, summoning an unusually girly giggle from my chest as he traps me between his powerful legs and rubs his knuckles against the top of my head. Stop it, I say, batting at his arm. You'll give me split ends. Oh no, not split ends. His fingers shift to my ribs, where he proceeds to tickle me until I'm gasping with laughter and so out of breath that when Melody opens the bedroom door, spatula in hand, and demands to know, what's going on in here, Mick? Do I need to defend this woman's honor? I can't say a word. Sorry, Mel. He grins as he releases me from his thigh prison. Just messing around. Did we wake you? No, of course not. She waves her spatula through the air. I've been up for an hour and almost have hangover breakfast ready. You two hungry? Starving, Mick says, springing up from the futon. Me too, I say, my cheeks heating. If you'll trust me to eat in your house. I'm so sorry I got sick last night. I am 10 different shades of embarrassed. Seriously, don't worry about it, she says with a smile that seems sincere. We used the garden hose to blast the deck clean. Yours was the easiest cleanup of the night. You hear that? Mick glances over his shoulder as he shoves his feet into a pair of enormous black shoes by the chair he slept in last night. You won the best Barfer Award. He presses a hand to his chest and wipes an imaginary tear. So proud. You did, Melody says, playing along. We'll expect an acceptance speech after breakfast. I laugh, finally trusting that it's okay to put my shame behind me. Well, thanks. Next time I'll win the Best Designated Driver Award. How about that? Those are always our favorite people. Mel points her spatula my way with a nod of approval. Breakfast is almost ready. Come get yourself some coffee and water and grab a chair. Sliding my sock feet to the floor, I stand. brushing my hair from my face as Melody bustles back into the main part of the apartment. "See," Mick says softly. "I told you, no one would think you were the mayor of Loserville." I shrug and tug my glittery shirt down over my hips. Melody's really nice. "She is," he agrees. "And so are you." "I am not. I'm tough as nails, and don't you forget it." "Cute as a button is more like it." He takes my hand, sending a sizzle of awareness dancing up my arm as I glance down, surprised to see that his palm completely engulfs mine. "I'm not sure I'll ever get used to you being so large," I say, curling my fingers tentatively around his. I haven't held hands with anyone since Eli and I split, and I didn't hold hands with him until we'd been dating for months. Public displays of affection aren't usually for me, or all that enjoyable. But holding hands with Mick is nice, natural and warm and good. "Nostalgic for the days when you could crush me beneath your little pink sneaker?" he asks, drawing me closer. "I never wore pink sneakers," I murmur, tilting my head back to hold his gaze. "Take that back, or I won't ever kiss you again." "Retracted," he says so quickly it makes me laugh. "Good. Now let's go get some grits," I say, starting for the door. "Only if they have cheese on them. Grits without cheese are an abomination." Mick follows me into the kitchen, where Melody, her fiancé Nick, Kitty, and a handful of other people are already gathered around the large table. The others welcome us with easy smiles and warm "Happy New Year's," as if it isn't strange to see the two of us holding hands and acting like a couple. And maybe it isn't, I think, as I pull up a chair next to Mick's and spend the next hour and a half inhaling the best breakfast I've had in years. Melody is a professional chef, so the food is, of course, amazing. But it's more than that. I feel free to be myself in a way I usually don't. I'm sitting next to a guy who, despite the fact that I vomited in his presence mere hours ago, thinks I'm cute. A guy who laughs at my jokes, passes me the salt and pepper before I ask, and seems to really listen when I talk. He truly seems to like me for me. No modifications required. And hasn't that always been the #1 item on my list of things I want in a partner? Growing up, I swore I'd never be like my mom, that I wouldn't change to please a man who didn't think I was good enough, or do anything else to risk becoming a serial victim like Prissy Miller. My mom has been used up and tossed out so many times, her skin looks thin, like a dress, washed so often the flesh shows through underneath. But what shows through on Mama is pain, hopelessness, and the growing certainty that she's going to live the rest of her life alone. And alone is her nightmare. Mama's been waiting her whole life for a man to come along and make her dreams come true. But her 50th birthday's come and gone, and still, not one loser in her long line of frogs has turned into Prince Charming. Before I was even old enough to read fairy tales on my own, I decided I had no interest in Prince Charming. I don't need anyone to save me, and I refuse to put the power to decide when, or if, I'm happy in anyone else's hands. But that doesn't mean I don't get lonely sometimes. I could use a special friend, especially one who kisses the way Mick does, and whose hand feels so easy in mine. "I don't like the idea of not seeing you for 3 days," he says later, after we've thanked Melody and are wandering through the cool winter air toward the fire station. "You'll see me," I tease. "I'll be right across the street. You can shoot googly eyes my way whenever you want." He shrugs, a hint of shyness in the gesture that's undeniably cute. Yeah, but you know what I mean." "Well, there's no reason we can't hang out," I offer after a moment. "I'm allowed to have visitors. A lot of the guys have their families come for dinner when they're on duty." "Are you asking me to family dinner?" he asks, clearly pleased. I bite my lip, examining the anxiety shivering across my skin. Family dinner isn't just firefighter lingo to me. The guys at the station and their wives and significant others are as good as family. Better, really. None of them ever make me feel like I'm a burden or a disappointment, or only useful when they need bailing out of a bad situation. I'm open to dating Mick. But am I ready to introduce him to my family? How about we have lunch, I say, hating to walk back an invitation, but needing to honor the knot forming in my stomach. Or you could come work out with me one afternoon. If we don't have training or maintenance that needs to be done, I usually start around 2. He nods. Cool. That sounds like fun. I've been lifting in the garage at my parents' house, but it's freezing in there. I stop next to him on the sidewalk, across the street from where my truck is parked. Great. I'll text you tomorrow as soon as it's safe. I have to make sure Jameson isn't around, or he'll tease the shit out of me for having a boy over. Mick grins. Am I the first boy you've had over? Yes, but don't start feeling special, I say, as I back away. Wouldn't dream of it, he says, still grinning. I don't date, remember? I add with a laugh. You do now, he says, with a wink so disarming, I can't think of a snappy comeback. So I simply roll my eyes and say, whatever, White House. Smell you later. Not if I smell you first, he calls after me, making my lips quirk up in a goofy grin that feels weird on my face. Weird, but in a good way. So far, the new year isn't shaping up as expected. But I can't deny I've had more fun this morning than in the last month of mornings combined. And the reason for that is watching me unlock my truck and swing up into the driver's seat with a smile on his handsome face.
Chapter 6. Mick. I like working out, I do, but it's not something I get excited about anymore the way I did when I was first bulking up and putting on muscle. It's something I do to stay in shape, but today I can't fucking wait to hit the gym or to see my workout buddy. I jogged down the stairs leading from my apartment the next afternoon with a spring in my step and a smile on my face. A smile that vanishes as my older sister, Naomi, dashes across the bakery to block my path to the front door. You're not going anywhere. She throws out her arms in a dramatic none shall pass gesture with her honey-streaked brown curls pulled into a ponytail and a bright pink show me some sugar apron on over her clothes. Naomi looks sweet enough to be hosting a children's baking show, but the expression on her face is all business. What? Why? I ask, wondering what I've done this time. I'm glad Naomi and Maddie are coming out of their respective funks, but as their spirits have improved, my sisters have reverted to picking on me like they did when we were kids. I'm trying to be a good sport about it, but I'm nearly 24 years old, for God's sake. I'm not a child, and I can be trusted to live by myself and cook my own meals without setting the apartment above the bakery on fire. You're staying right here. Naomi points a threatening finger at my chest, and that's final. Lifting my hands in the universal sign of surrender, I back away, my workout towel hanging from my fist like a white flag. Evidently, it's going to take longer to get across the street to the fire station than the 5 minutes I just texted Faith. What? I ask again. I swear I didn't touch anything in the bakery kitchen, not even when I really needed milk for my cereal. Liar! Maddie, my middle sister, pops up from behind the glass display case, her cheeks flushed and her brown ponytail frizzy from spending the morning in the kitchen. I caught you on the nanny cam I hid in between the flour sacks. You are a milk thief, Mick Whitehouse. I shoot her an incredulous look. You were spying on me? I was checking up on you, she says in a tone that makes it clear she feels zero remorse for setting up video surveillance on a family member. And my checking reveals that you are a big, hairy liar. It was 3 tablespoons, I mumble, rolling my eyes. Seriously, I was careful not to take enough to cause any recipe fallout. My cereal was barely damp. I don't know why you two are so stingy with the milk anyway. You have 8 to a dozen gallons in there at any given time. We also have health codes to think about, Naomi says with a judgmental sniff. Well, I didn't rub my hands in feces first, I say with exaggerated patience. I just went in with clean hands, poured a tiny bit of milk into my clean cereal bowl, and walked back out, keeping all my nasty man germs to myself. Speaking of nasty man germs, Naomi crosses her arms at her chest. This is about more than milk. and you know it. No, I don't. I have no idea what's going on. I link my hands behind my neck and lift a tortured gaze to the ceiling, praying for strength. Why couldn't I have been born first, God? Why? This could have been all avoided if I were the oldest. I just know it. Maddie told me all about your plans. Naomi pokes me in the stomach, hard enough to make me grunt. And it's not happening. You are not going to make Faith another name on your hit list. I don't have a hit list. I hop back when she tries to poke me again. Yes, you do, she says, lunging forward to jab me in the ribs before I can escape. Ow! I cross my hands over my midsection, doing my best to look pitiful the way I would when Naomi was 17 and I was 7 and in trouble for sneaking into her room to play hobbits trapped in the dragon's cave under her bed. Unfortunately, my pitiful face doesn't work nearly as well now that I'm a good 6 inches taller than my sister. Since you moved back home, you've dated half the single women in Bliss River. Naomi stalks me across the tile as I back away. You're making a name for yourself as a man-whore, Mick, which is fine if that's what you want to do. Lord knows I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to make sure you stay away from Faith. Yeah, I really like Faith. Maddie pops up from behind the display case again like a meddling whack-a-mole determined to ruin my chances with the one girl who's made me feel truly excited about a date in what feels like years. I like her too, I say, glancing over Naomi's head at the front door, willing someone to walk into the bakery and save me from the 3rd degree. Liking someone and wanting to get into their pants isn't the same thing, Naomi says in a condescending voice that makes my teeth itch. And I'm not going to let you— Okay, now hold on a hot second, I say, irritation trumping my desire to keep the peace. I love y'all, and I respect your opinions, but you are not my keepers or my parents. You don't decide what I do or who I date, and you don't get to comment on my sex life, ever. Oh, come on, Maddie says, her tone softening. Don't get your feathers ruffled, baby brother. You're only sticking your noses where they don't belong. I pin Maddie with a hard look, then shift my gaze to Naomi. Then back to Maddie, for good measure, hoping they'll get the message that I won't be rolling over and letting my bossy older sisters tell me what to do. Not this time. I really like Faith. We're working out together today, and I'm taking her out on Thursday, and that's all I have to say on this subject. Naomi's lips part, but I cut her off before she can speak. This isn't up for debate, I say. I have nothing but good intentions with Faith, but even if I didn't, this intervention would be insulting to me and to Faith, who would be pissed if she knew you two were talking about her like she's some kind of helpless idiot who can't make up her own mind about whether I'm an asshat or not. Naomi and Maddie exchange a look, then duck their heads. There now, aren't you sorry? I ask after a moment. Don't you feel ashamed? Maddie nods, and after a moment, so does Naomi. You're right. Sorry for meddling, she mumbles. Have fun, and say hi to Jake for me. I will. I move toward the door. You two be good while I'm gone, and in the future try to remember that not only am I a grown man and a decent human being, I'm also your tenant, and probably the only person in town who will pay to live above a place where people start banging pans at 4 a.m. All right, we get it, Maddie says. I'll take the nanny cam home today. Good. I back out the door, having won the fight, but my victory's a hollow one. I talked a good game in there, but deep down a part of me wonders if Naomi and Maddie might have a point. I'm not ready to start something serious right now, with anyone, no matter how awesome she is. But you wouldn't know it from the way I acted on New Year's. I threw myself into looking after Faith, kissing Faith, teasing Faith, holding Faith's hand as we walked down the street with the enthusiasm of a guy who's been trolling Cobb County Cupid looking for a girlfriend. And not the casual kind of girlfriend, the kind you take care of when she's sick, visit at work, text multiple times a day, and make plans with a week in advance. It's very possible I'm giving Faith the wrong idea, but I couldn't hold her at a distance if I tried. I just feel so relaxed with her, free to be myself in a way I haven't been in. Well, in a way I might never have been, I realize with this start. The thought stops me in my tracks on the sidewalk outside the fire station. Until Bridget, I was awkward around girls who I liked as more than friends. For better or worse, I was a runt in high school and got a late start in the dating game. I had a lot of catching up to do during my first year of college, struggling to learn the rules everyone else seemed to have down pat. And even in the beginning with Bridget, when things were good and I was happy, I never felt comfortable completely letting down my guard. It seemed like she was always in the midst of some crisis and needed me to be the strongest, most serious, most responsible version of myself. Even before she became dangerously fragile, my ex was the kind of person who seemed to be in perpetual need of saving. Whether it was needing strong arms to build a bed frame she'd given up on, or a last-minute study partner to finish the homework she'd neglected all semester. Bridget didn't hold up her end of anything. Not even a serious conversation. Every time I tried to talk to her about something I'd like to see change in our relationship, she fell completely fucking apart. But I had a role in that too, I guess. At first, being her hero made me feel important, special. I confess I have a touch of knight in shining armor syndrome. I like to help people. I like being needed. But in the end, I just wanted Bridget to be strong enough to survive without me. But then I'd realized it was impossible to rescue someone who had no interest in saving themselves, and Bridget didn't even want to try. Now, I have no interest in playing hero. I've had enough rescuing damsels in distress to last a lifetime, and I'm not ready to fall in love again, even with someone great. I heave a ragged sigh and drag a hand through my hair, willing myself to make a fucking call. I can't stand here on the sidewalk forever, torn between heading into the fire station and making a run for it. I have to make a decision and get moving. But before I can flip that mental coin, Faith steps out of a heavy gray door on the left side of the station and hisses, "Clear, we're clear." And my feet start jogging her way without my conscious permission. She has that effect on me, this woman, which is probably all the evidence I need that our first workout session should be our last, no matter how good she looks in tight black spandex pants and a tiny red t-shirt, or how damned happy I am to see her. Chapter 7. Mick. Faith watches me jog across the grass toward her with a grin, setting my heart to pounding even before she grabs my hand and pulls me through the door. She presses a finger to my lips and whispers, "Quiet now, ninja style." "Got it," I whisper back, just barely resisting the urge to kiss her fingertip. I'm calling this off today, right? Maybe? Fuck if I know. 2 seconds in her presence and my resolve is already faltering. We jog down the long hallway, our sneakers squeaking lightly on the tile as we pass the men's locker room and slip into the firehouse's weight room. Inside the gym, the space smells of feet, decades of dried sweat, and the metallic scent of weights beginning to rust. But I'm so happy to be spending time with Faith, I don't mind the funk. "Okay, what do you want to do first?" She turns to me, her hands propped on her hips. "I usually start with jumping jacks and a few stretches, then do legs or arms, depending on the day, and finish up with a run. We can run outside as long as we stay close enough to the station for me to be back in less than a minute if my pager goes off. I usually circle the impound lot behind the station a few dozen times." "Sounds good," I say with a clap of my hands. "You lead, I'll follow, and work in. I haven't lifted in a few days, so either legs or arms are good for me." She crosses to an open space on the carpet by the wall and starts her warm-up. I fall in beside her, silently approving of the pace she sets with the jumping jacks. Within the first few minutes, it's clear she isn't here to play, a fact that becomes even more obvious as we move into a grueling circuit targeting calves, inner and outer thighs, and quadriceps. We shift between the machines crowded into the small space with companionable ease, our conversation limited to discussion of reps, constructive feedback on form, and the occasional words of encouragement. But when silence falls, it isn't uncomfortable. In fact, I find working out with Faith pretty damn relaxing, except for the moments when I can't keep my eyes from wandering where they shouldn't. Faith's body is a thing of beauty at all times, But Faith in action, with her strength, flexibility, and raw determination on display, is so damned sexy, it's a minor miracle I'm able to keep my own body under control. But a hard-on in these flimsy track pants wouldn't be easy to conceal. "Okay, what do you think?" she asks, her breath coming faster as we finish our last set of weighted squats and set our dumbbells back on the stand. "Want to do some sit-ups and then head out?" "Yeah." I dry my sweat-slick hands on my towel. I think another 10 minutes in here or so is all I can take before my nose falls off. She laughs as she swipes an arm across her forehead. "Oh God, I know, it's horrible, isn't it? It's the carpet. Too many years of sweat soaked into it. Even cleaning it doesn't help." "I've smelled better things," I agree. "But you know, a part of me kind of likes it." She lies down on the large mat by the mirror on one wall and brings her hands behind her head, making it hard to keep my eyes off her stomach as her t-shirt rides up. "Is that weird?" "No, I don't think so." I drop to the mat next to her. "There's something primally satisfying about a healthy sweat stink." "Yeah, and it reminds me of good times growing up," she says. "My cousins and I used to come here and work out with Uncle Tip after school. It was a family thing." "That's cool," I say, exhaling as I bring my elbows to my knees. "My family was never into exercise. They're more into cooking and eating and talking about cooking and eating." I lie back, but Faith remains at the top of her sit-up, staring over her shoulder as my shirt rides up. "Are you checking out my abs?" I tease. "No," she says, her breath rushing out as her gaze flicks back to the mirror. "It's okay," I say, drawing the hem of my tee up a little higher. "I don't mind, you can ogle me all you want." "I don't want." "Come on," I wheedle. "One more peek, you know you want to." She pops to her feet and turns to stare down at me, letting her gaze drag up and down my stomach before she sighs. "You're a mess, you know that?" "Takes one to know one." I stand, too, and slip my arm around her waist. Even with both of us sweaty and sticky, it feels so good to touch her, to have her lean into me. "I'm not a mess." She tips her head back, bringing her lips inches from mine. "And I don't kiss while I'm on duty, so don't even think about it." "Too late," I confess. "Well, stop thinking, and let's get going." She giggles as she spins out of my arms and jogs toward the door at the back of the room. "This workout isn't over. Only slackers skip the run, White House. There are other ways to get your heart rate up, Miller." I shoot back, following her out into the sunny winter afternoon. "Things a lot more fun than running." It's cool outside, probably no more than 45 degrees, but after our time in the weight room, the air feels good against my skin. I'm already smiling, looking forward to the run when Faith turns to me. All the teasing and laughter vanished from her expression. "Yeah, well, I don't do those sorts of things casually," she says, seeming uncomfortable for the first time since we met up today. "So if that's what you're looking for, we should probably stop this right now." I blink, but don't grant myself the luxury of a hasty apology. I don't like seeing Faith uncomfortable, but I'm also not sure what I'm looking for. As much as I really don't want to ruin our nice afternoon, I guess now is as good a time as any to have the "how serious do we want to be and are we on the same page" talk. I did promise her I'd be honest after all, and I make it a point to keep my word. "I'm not sure what I'm looking for," I say, holding her gaze. "At first I just wanted to date you long enough to get you out of my system, but—" "Well, that's great," she says, rolling her eyes. She starts to back away, but I reach out and catch her hand with mine, stopping her. "But it's not like that now, I promise. I really like you, so much, but I spent the last year of college in a really difficult relationship." She frowns. "Is that code for shitty and traumatizing?" I huff out a short laugh. "Oh, yeah, that for sure. And because of that, I'm not ready to jump into something serious again right now. Not even with someone I like as much as I like you." Faith cocks her head, studying me for a moment before she says, "So, you just want to be friends with benefits or something like that?" I shake my head. "No, it's not like that. Well, not really. I shrug uncomfortably, cursing myself for heading down this road before I had my shit sorted. I ought to know better than to start a defining the relationship talk without advanced preparation. I honestly don't know, Faith. I just like spending time with you. You're funny and interesting, and I feel like I can be myself when we're together. I like making you laugh and working out with you and kissing you, and I kind of just want to relax and see where that goes. Her forehead furrows, as long as it doesn't go to a serious place. Yeah, sort of. I brace myself to be told to go to hell and rot there, but she surprises me by saying, all right. All right? My brows lift. She crosses her arms and nods. Yeah, totally. This was honestly moving too fast for me anyway. I like the idea of taking a step back. Oh, well, good, I say, wondering why her words sting a little. This is exactly what I wanted, the best case scenario, isn't it? As long as we lay down some ground rules, she continues. First, no hand-holding in public. That will give everyone in town the wrong idea, and you know how they love to gossip. Second, no sleeping together. Her cheeks flush a little pinker as she glances up at the building behind me. Because, like I said, I don't do that casually. I respect that, I say. And I do. I can't say I'm thrilled about being barred from her bed, but she knows what she wants, and I respect that about her. A lot. And third, no hard feelings when it ends. Her eyes meet mine again, an edge in those brown depths that makes me wish we'd never started this conversation. I'm all for having fun together, but when it's over, for whatever reason, there's no drama from either side. I nod. All right. Good. Then, let's stop talking and start running, she says, jogging toward the impound lot. I only have 30 minutes before I have to be back upstairs. Want to do 4 warm-up laps, 4 sprints, and then 4 somewhere in the middle? Sounds perfect, I say, falling in beside her. It does sound perfect. Both the course for the run and the course she's set for our future. It's exactly what I was hoping for. A fun, no-strings-attached relationship, custom designed to make sure no one gets in too deep and no one gets hurt. So why do I feel like I struck out? Big time.
Chapter 8. Faith. I'm torn, confused, and worst of all, wishy-washy. By Thursday afternoon, I've almost canceled my date with Mick 10 times. But every time I start to text him, I hesitate. And then hesitation turns to indecision, and sooner or later I end up calling myself a wimp for even thinking about chickening out, and shove the entire Mick situation to the back of my mind, and eat another donut hole from the stash by the coffee station. He's just a guy, and I don't get stressed out about guys, especially guys who aren't boyfriend material. It doesn't matter that Mick's touch makes my insides melt, and I want to sleep with him more than I've ever wanted to sleep with anyone. I laid down the ground rules, and we're both going to abide by them. We'll hang out, have fun until something or someone better comes along, and part ways without either of us needing to step out of our comfort zone. It's the perfect plan to keep loneliness at bay while remaining open to finding Mr. Long-Term, should he happen to come along. It's going to be fine. Just fine. Still, by the time 7 o'clock Thursday night rolls around, I'm pacing the floor in front of my apartment door, wondering what the hell I'm getting myself into. It's not a big deal, I mutter to my cat, Captain Snugglepants. I mean, I'm all about self-control. Just because a guy gets under my skin doesn't mean I'm turning into mama. And even if I were, I would check myself into rehab before I'd hand over my life to some loser. I have nothing to worry about. At all. Captain Snugglepants watches me from his perch atop the couch, a judgmental look in his green eyes that seems to accuse me of protesting too much. Whatever. I wrinkle my nose in the cat's direction. It isn't a big deal. I'll go out with Mick, enjoy myself the way I do with him, do a little harmless making out in his truck, and then head for home. Alone. The way I like it. I wasn't lying when I told him things were moving too fast for me. I should be grateful he wants a casual relationship and is willing to be honest with me about it. Most guys would have tried to get in my pants first and made it clear they didn't want to get emotionally involved after they'd rounded as many bases as I was up for. But with most of the guys I dated, that wouldn't have been many. I've never had any trouble pumping the brakes in the bedroom. Like, seriously, 0 issues. I'd sort of assumed I just had more self-control than most women, or wasn't as into sex or something. But ever since Mick kissed me under the mistletoe at the fireman's ball, I've started to suspect I just haven't been kissing the right kind of guy. The kind who makes my body hunger for his touch, who inspires nightly dreams of his hands sliding over my skin, and his mouth trailing hot kisses down my neck while his... The ding-dong of the doorbell makes me jump, jarring me from my heated thoughts, and sending Captain Snugglepants leaping from the back of the couch in a flurry of white fur. It's going to be fine. Fine, 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 I chant softly. I take a deep breath, blow it out, and reach for the doorknob, determined not to let Mick see how off-kilter I am. I open the door to reveal his stupidly handsome face. Damn it. He's even better looking than I remembered. Hey, he says, grinning. Hey, I say, taking in his black jeans and blue sweater with what I hope is a neutral expression. He looks amazing. Good enough to go back for seconds and dip the crust in gravy. But he probably already knows that. Knows that sweater makes his blue eyes pop, and that the black curls falling messily over his forehead are sexy as hell. Wow. He shoves his hands into his pockets. You look... Ready for target practice? I roll my shoulders back, glad I decided not to get dressed up. Jeans, my black shit-kicker boots, and a long-sleeved black thermal are perfectly appropriate for a low-key dinner and some quality time with a gun. And my outfit should make it clear I intend to keep things casual. I was going to say hot, Mick says. I shrug, playing it cool, ignoring the warmth the compliment sends rushing through my blood. Thanks. You look nice too. Thanks, he says. So, you ready to go? Yeah, just let me put out some food and fresh water for the cat. I motion him inside. I'll only be a second. He closes the door behind him and casts a curious glance around my place, a smile spreading across his lips. Those tempting lips that the weak, girly part of me would like to kiss until neither of us remember the dumb bargains we've made. What's the smile for? I ask, my frustration with my wayward thoughts finding its way into my voice. Nothing, he says. I just didn't think you'd have so much white, fluffy stuff in your apartment. What's wrong with white, fluffy stuff? I prop a hand on my hip, ignoring Captain Snugglepants, who is now twining in and out between my legs, yowling for his supper. I always feed him around 7, and he knows to expect his food dish to be filled before I make any moves toward the door. Mick shakes his head. Nothing. I like it. It's cute. I've told you several times, White House, I am not cute in any way. I know. He crouches down and extends a hand for the cat to sniff. So, what's this pretty boy's name? Captain Snowfur, I mumble, spinning on my heel to stomp through the dining area and into the kitchen. What? He calls after me. Captain Snugglepants, I say over my shoulder as I fill the cat's bowl, not surprised to hear Mick start laughing again. I brace myself for more cute accusations. But when I step back into the living room, his shoulders are still shaking. What? I cross my arms at my chest. He likes to snuggle, okay? He's the captain of snuggling. It's a perfectly reasonable name. He continues to laugh, until I'm torn between the urge to punch him in the gut and start laughing with him. I go for the punch, deciding it's the more pride-protecting option, but he catches my wrist and pulls me into him, locking his arms around my chest from behind. What's with women wanting to abuse me lately? He asks, his breath warm on my neck and his strong front pressed to my back in a way that makes my cheeks burn hotter. First Naomi, and now you. Must be your natural charm and charisma, I shoot back, not caring for the quiver in my voice, or the tingles skittering across my skin. Must be. His arms tighten around me for a moment, before he releases me with a suddenness that makes my head spin a little. Are we good to go? He clears his throat. We have reservations at David's for 7:30. I figured we could walk there, and then come back to pick up my truck to head out to the firing range. My forehead knits. David's? That's awfully fancy. I finished a big remodeling job yesterday, he says with a shrug. I'm feeling flush, and I want to take you somewhere nice. My treat. You can't deny they have the best steaks in town. I wouldn't know, I say. I've never been. Well, then we have to go, he announces, with an intensity that leaves no doubt how seriously this man takes his steak. I need to see the look on your face when you have your first bite of the ribeye. It's going to blow your mind. Should I change? I motion down to my decidedly casual outfit, still uncomfortable with the idea of Mick spending so much money on me. That doesn't seem low-key, but maybe I'm reading something into this that I shouldn't. Mick isn't wealthy, but his parents are well off, and his older sister Naomi is a gajillionaire. He probably eats out at fancy restaurants all the time, and doesn't think a thing of it. Unlike yours truly, who hadn't eaten anywhere without a 99-cent menu until my first fire station holiday party. Mick shrugs again. Nah, I don't think so. Some people dress up, but you don't have to. I've seen families there in t-shirts and jeans. Okay. I force a smile, determined to stop reading too much into things and stressing out. The whole point of a casual relationship, after all, is to avoid stress. And I intend to have a good time or die trying. It's time to prove to myself that I can do things like this. Like date a guy without worrying about where it's going from the first kiss and freaking out about becoming my mother. Then let's hit it, I say. I'm starving. I ran today and I think my stomach is about to start digesting my pancreas. Mick laughs, holding the door open for me as we step out into the cool night and head down the stairs to the street. Yeah, we wouldn't want that, he says, as we emerge onto the sidewalk and head toward Maine. I hear you need your pancreas for reasons I can't remember. Digestion? I nudge him in the side with my elbow. I thought you said you had a college degree. I do, he says, but it's in computer programming. I could hack into your medical records, but my understanding of human anatomy is pretty remedial. I glance up at him, my brow furrowing. So, how do you go from getting a degree in computer programming to working as a carpenter and handyman? I don't know, he says, his gaze falling to the cracked sidewalk beneath our feet. By the time I finished school, I was feeling pretty burned out on code, and sitting in a chair all day. I needed some time to relax, work with my hands, get back to basics, you know? I nod. Yeah, I get it. I think I'd stab myself in the eye if I had to stare at a computer all day. He laughs. Exactly. I wish I'd figured that out in time to change my major, but... He exhales. Whatever. A degree is a degree, and something to fall back on if I need it down the road. But honestly, I've been thinking about doing an EMT course or something. I'd like to be more helpful. I'm sure people who need new kitchen cabinets appreciate your help. He grins. Yeah, but you know what I mean. I'd like to really help people. Like you do. I admire you guys a lot. Thanks, I say, warmed by the words. I mean, I hear things like that a lot, but I can tell he really means it. So, do you think you're going to stay in Bliss River long term? I ask, telling myself I don't care one way or the other. I think so. It's home, and my family is here. That started to seem more important lately. When Maddie and Naomi were going through their hard times this year, I was glad I could be there for them. It's good to be there when people need you, I agree. Though sometimes I wish my family was a little less needy, but it could be worse. I could still have to live under the same roof with them. He winces sympathetically. Relatives. A blessing and a curse. It's mostly my mom, I say, slowing as we reach the restaurant. She's been mid-crisis since I was 2 years old. But she's been in New Orleans with her latest loser since the week before Christmas. So, I don't know. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually starting to miss her. Nothing wrong with missing your mama. He opens the door for me and slips his arm around my waist as we move toward the hostess station. I'm missing mine too. She and Dad have been in Florida since November. He turns to give his name to the hostess, and I allow myself a brief moment to relish how nice it feels to have his arm around me. We agreed on no hand-holding in public, but we didn't say anything about arms around waists. This is probably acceptable, right? Or at the very least, not a violation of our agreement. Even if it were, you wouldn't say a word. You're weak, Miller. At this rate, you'll be stripping that sweater off of him with your teeth by 10 o'clock tonight. I bite my lip and will myself to step away from temptation. But then the hostess motions for us to follow her through the restaurant, and it's just easier to let Mick's arm stay where it is until we sit down. Once we're seated, at a candlelit table in a cozy corner of the darkened restaurant, that I must admit is unacceptably romantic, the easy conversation resumes without a hitch. We talk about his parents, my mom, his latest remodeling job, and my rather odd work schedule. So you don't go back to work until Monday? He asks. Monday at noon, I say, moaning with appreciation as I set my fork down and gaze sadly at my empty plate. Oh my God, that really was the best ribeye I've ever had. I hate to see it end. I think I'm going to tear up a little. Mick laughs. Don't tear up. We'll come back again before too long. I glance up, meeting his gaze across the table. Confusion and contentment warring inside of me. On one hand, I'm so pleasantly full and enjoying myself so much, it seems a shame to go poking at things. But on the other hand, it isn't low-key to hint that we'll be dining out at fancy restaurants together for the foreseeable future. In the end, confusion wins out. I'm about to ask Mick what's up with him, and if this is really what he considers a casual date, when my phone blares like a foghorn inside my clutch. Sorry, I should check this. I fumble to grab the phone before the other diners band together and toss me out for destroying the mood. It's an unfamiliar number, but I answer anyway, thinking it might be one of my cousins. They have a habit of getting bored, hitting the road, then calling me in the middle of the night from Memphis, Biloxi, or some bar down in Panama City to make sure I'm aware of all the fun I'm missing. Hello? I move my napkin from my lap to the table, in case this lasts longer than a second or two, and I need to step outside. Faith? The second the voice on the end of the line sobs my name, I know the night is ruined. That's what I get, I guess, for saying I missed the architect of chaos. Chapter 9. Faith. Wincing, I lift a finger to Mick's curious face. Hold on, Mama. I'm at a restaurant. Give me a second to step outside, I whisper, before covering the bottom of the phone with my hand. I'm so sorry, but I have to take this. I scoot my chair back and stand, and I'll probably have to leave when I'm done. It's my mom, and from the sound of it, she's in trouble again. I'll pay the check and meet you outside, he says, not missing a beat. No worries. Go take your call. I nod, relieved it doesn't seem like he's going to make a big deal out of me needing to bail. My first and only long-term boyfriend, Eli, was laid back most of the time, which I appreciated after my drama-filled childhood. But he hated sudden changes in plans. Every time I had to back out of something at the last minute, whether it was because of my mom, or because somebody at the firehouse needed help, or simply because I was exhausted from a long night at work, Eli would sink into a sulk that lasted for days. His final sulk, which started at a Halloween party when I wanted to go home early because I'd been awake for almost 24 hours and was afraid I was about to fall asleep in the punch bowl, was the last straw. I dumped him that night and have only occasionally thought of him since. Sure, there are nights when I get so lonely, I curl up in a ball on the couch with Captain Snugglepants and cuddle the hell out of him like a pathetic old cat lady. But most of the time, I'm just fine. Eli and I ended up together because it was easy, not because we had hot and heavy feelings for each other. The last 6 months of our relationship were pretty annoying, and it's far better to be alone than stuck with someone who annoys you. My mama, of course, is of a different opinion, She'll take an awful boyfriend over no boyfriend any day. What's up, Mama? I step out into the darkened street, wandering away from David's front door to stand in the warm glow of a streetlight. Oh, honey, Mama chokes out, her voice thick with tears. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, I sigh, barely resisting the urge to roll my eyes. Mama always starts off with a good 5 minutes of apologies. But as far as I'm concerned, they're a waste of time and breath. If she was really sorry for inconveniencing me, and occasionally, when I've been called in to help kick men twice my size out of her house, for example, putting me in danger, then she would have changed her behavior by now. But she hasn't changed. Not one bit since I was a little girl. The only difference now is that I'm old enough to help bail her out of trouble instead of clinging to her leg, feeling powerless to make her stop crying. It's bad this time, baby, she says with a sniff. So bad. Gary left me. I'm sorry. I stop fighting the eye roll. Gary, my mom's latest, is a creep who works on an oil rig 6 months out of the year. He rolled into Bliss River a few months ago, looking like a mountain man with 6 types of critters living in his beard. He was, to put it bluntly, gross. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole for a dozen oil money-funded vacations and a pony. He took my money, and he left me. She sucks in a breath, her voice going high and thin. And I've only got 1 more night paid up at the hotel. Come tomorrow morning, I'm going to be kicked out onto the street. I'm going to be homeless in New Orleans, Faith. You're not going to be homeless in New Orleans, Mama, I say with a sigh. I'll wire you some money and you can... But there's nothing close to the hotel, and I don't have my car. It's still in the garage at home, she cuts in, sounding increasingly hysterical. And it's already dark out. And this isn't a good part of town, Faith. There are drug dealers out there, and all these sad little girls selling themselves on the street. Gary said we should stay here because we'd get more vacation for our money, but I was scared, even with him here. Now, I'm all alone, and I don't have a dime for a cab or even any supper, and I don't know how I'm going to... All right, Mama, all right. I curse beneath my breath, lowering my voice as Mick emerges from the restaurant. Text me the address of your hotel and your room number. I'll call you in pizza delivery tonight and be there to pick you up by tomorrow morning. Oh, thank you, baby, she sobs, sounding significantly more relaxed now that she's gotten the answer she obviously wanted. Thank you so much. You're welcome, I mumble. See you soon. I hang up with a weary sigh. Looks like I'm going to be making an all-night drive to New Orleans. Just what the doctor ordered after working 72 hours straight with only a few 5-hour naps thrown in. What's up? Mick asks, holding out my clutch, which I apparently abandoned on the table in my haste to get some privacy for my call. It's my mom. I take the clutch, shoving my phone back inside just as the text with the address to the hotel pops through. I've got to be in New Orleans to pick her up by tomorrow morning. His eyebrows shoot up. Faith, that's like a 9-hour drive. I know, but she's afraid to leave the hotel, so I can't wire her money for the bus, so... I shrug, trying not to let my embarrassment show. Sorry I ruined the night. You didn't ruin anything. He sets a hand on my back, rubbing the spot in between my shoulders in a way that's unexpectedly soothing. But I don't think you should drive all that way by yourself, especially after working 3 days straight. Why don't I come with you? Help you drive? I blink up at him in surprise. You don't have to do that. I know. He smiles, but I don't have work until Monday. And I don't like the idea of you driving all that way alone in the dark. Really, I'm fine, Mick, I say, as I start down the sidewalk, heading back toward home. I'm used to driving alone. Oh, come on, he says, falling in beside me. It'll be fun. We'll stop at the Quick Stop on the way out of town, stock up on candy, and ride the sugar high south. I peek at him out of the corner of my eyes, torn. Leaning on Mick probably isn't a good idea. But I am a little worn down. And Jameson and Jake will probably appreciate a break from being my go-to guys for mama-related problems. On occasions when I feel compelled to call in reinforcements, the Hanson brothers never make me feel guilty. but Jake is probably enjoying a night off with Naomi, and Jameson is at work, so... All right, I say, feeling lighter as soon as the words are out of my mouth. Good. He wraps an arm around my shoulders as we cross the street. I'm glad. I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet. Me either. The words are out of my mouth before I can think better of them. But Mick doesn't seem weirded out. He just smiles down at me and hugs me a little closer to his side. So far, we're both doing a crappy job of keeping this casual, but it's hard to care about that right now, when his arm feels so good around my shoulders.
Chapter 10. Mick. I can't decide if I'm having the best or just the strangest date of my life, but I'm having a blast, and somehow I know this is a night I'll never forget. By the time Faith and I reach the Alabama state line, we've eaten all our candy stash and moved on to nursing extra-large coffees to stay awake. By the time we spot the sign announcing we're 50 miles from Mobile, we're so exhausted we have to pull over and chase each other around the truck in the cold night air to catch our second wind. And by the time we cross into Mississippi, we're blasting 80s power ballads and singing along at the top of our lungs, having decided the only way not to fall asleep at the wheel is to never stop singing. Wow, Miller, I say, reaching over to turn down the volume after a rousing rendition of Don't Stop Believin'. You couldn't carry a tune in a bucket with two hands and a wheelbarrow. What a jerk you are, she says with an outraged laugh. And to think I was just going to tell you what a nice voice you had, too. I do have a nice voice, I say, laughing, when her fist shoots across the bench seat to punch my shoulder. But not hard. She's going soft on me, I think. What can I say? I'm a classic Irish tenor. You're an arrogant son of a gun is what you are. She shakes her head in mock disgust. Is there anything you aren't good at, Mr. Fabulous? I take a moment, humming beneath my breath as I consider the question. I can't cook to save my life. Sometimes I steal milk from my sister's fridge and lie about it. And I'm not great at tennis. I've never played, she says. I know things are changing now, but growing up, all the girls who played tennis wore those short skirts, and I'm not into sports with short skirts. That's a shame, I say, meeting her glare with a grin. What? I can't help it. I think you'd look great in a tennis skirt. And you'd look great in a kilt, but that doesn't mean you're going to wear one while you play soccer. I bob a shoulder. Why not? Seriously? She arches a brow. You'd really wear a kilt on a soccer field? If I knew you had a thing for guys in skirts and were watching from the stands, I would. I wouldn't even wear boxers underneath. She laughs, and my smile stretches wider. I love her laugh. It makes my chest feel as warm as the first sip of Maddie's salted caramel hot chocolate. I honestly think you're serious, she says. I am, I confirm. She shakes her head. You're a strange one, Whitehouse. Probably. But I like strange, she says, her voice a little wistful, a little sweet. I like you too, I say, reaching out to give her thigh a light squeeze. At first, she stiffens, but then she sighs, and her thighs ease apart the slightest bit, enough to make my heart stutter and things low in my body ache, and memories of how nice it was to kiss her on that futon on New Year's Day dance in my head. God, I'm dying to touch her, to pull over to the side of the abandoned highway and kiss her until she moans, to slip my hand up her shirt and down the front of her jeans and wake us both up with something a lot more fun than singing along with the radio. Mick, she says after a moment, a hitch in her voice that makes me think she feels it too. The potential energy building between us, filling the truck cab with enough electricity to set off sparks. Yeah. I curl my fingers, pressing them into her skin. She's cut off by a frantic honking sound as my thigh begins to vibrate. Shit. Sorry, I say, digging into my front pocket. Is that your phone? She laughs. What is that, a goose? Yeah, it's Maddie's ringtone, I say, pulling out my cell. It's an old family joke. Tell you in a sec. I answer the call. Hey, Maddie, where are you? She demands, her anxiety clear in her pinched tone. I got to the bakery 5 minutes ago and the door to your apartment was wide open and your truck was out front, but I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you'd been kidnapped. I haven't been kidnapped, I say, rolling my eyes. Sorry, I probably forgot to lock the door when I ran up to grab my toothbrush and stuff. It won't stay closed unless you lock it with the key. Then you should fix it, she says, her voice still thin and half an octave higher than usual. You're a handyman, for God's sake, and you almost gave me a heart attack thinking something horrible had happened to you. I was imagining murder most foul. You watch too many true crime shows. I absolutely do, she agrees, but that's no excuse to give me a heart attack. You're right, I'm sorry. Thanks for calling to make sure I'm not buried in a shallow grave somewhere, I say, and I'll fix the door as soon as I get home. And when will that be? Maddie asks, her worried voice giving way to her in search of gossip voice. And why do you sound so wide awake at 4 a.m? Knowing better than to even try to keep my personal life to myself, I fill her in on the situation. As Faith takes the exit to stay on the I-10 West down toward New Orleans. What's the plan after you get there? Maddie asks, the clanking of pots and pans in the background signaling that she's starting a batch of something while we talk. Maddie opens the bakery 4 out of 6 days a week, arriving at 4 a.m. and staying until Naomi relieves her sometime between 10 and noon. In 4 hours, she somehow manages to make enough bread, cookies, and cakes to replenish icing's shelves for an entire day. Maddie says it's simply a matter of being organized, but I suspect there's some sort of magic involved. I can't make a single batch of edible cookies in 4 hours, let alone a few dozen. We're going to pick up Faith's mom and then head back home, I guess, I say, meeting Faith's eyes and mirroring her shrug. We haven't discussed the plan in depth, but it seems like we're both on the same page. Oh, no, you're not, Maddie says. You can't drive that many hours all in a row. You have to get some sleep first. Maddie, it's fine, I say with a sigh. We'll figure it out. Maybe her mom can help drive while we sleep, or... No way. She cuts in as Faith gives an exaggerated shake of her head that makes it clear having her mom drive would mean taking our lives into our own hands. I'm going to book you a hotel room. I sigh. Maddie, please, we don't want to spend a day sleeping off a road trip in New Orleans. Especially not with my mom in the same room, Faith whispers with a shudder. She'll drive us both insane by 10 a.m., maybe 9. And Faith isn't up for quality time with her mom right now, I add, hurrying on when Maddie tries to argue. Faith and I are both responsible adults. Remember, we had this discussion. Trust me. We'll pull over and rest if we need to. It's going to be fine, my sister sighs. I'm calling Naomi. Don't call Naomi, I order. She's still asleep and call you right back, she says, ignoring me as usual. A beat later, the line goes dead. Great, I mutter, tossing the phone into the cup holder. So she's calling Naomi? Faith hums beneath her breath. That means Jake will find out too, and he's a huge, hairy stickler for safe driving. I mean, for obvious reasons after what happened with his first wife, but still, he's going to give me shit if we don't stop to rest. I nod. Back in high school, Maddie and Naomi had a friend fall asleep at the wheel after a study date. She flipped her car, ended up in a gully filled with water, and almost died. They both take the driving while tired thing pretty seriously too. She sighs. What do you think? Should we get a room? We could get 2 rooms, I suggest. Your mom could have one, and you and I could share the other. Platonically, of course, I hurried to add. Just so you can rest, you know? If you don't think you'll be able to sleep with your mom around. I sure as hell won't be able to rest with Faith lying in a bed next to me, but at least she and her mom might be able to get refreshed for the ride home. I could get 3 rooms, I suppose, but it seems ridiculous to spend that much money on beds we won't even be using overnight. Faith runs a hand through her hair. Oh man, I don't know. That's going to be so expensive, and I'm already feeling broke after Christmas. Then let me cover it, I say. Like I said, I just finished a big kitchen remodeling job, and No. She shakes her head. A fancy steak dinner was too much for a casual date, let alone 2 hotel rooms. It's very nice of you to offer, but I can't accept that. If we get bullied into booking a room, I'll pay for it. I curse myself for opening my dumb mouth the other day. All that stupid talk about not wanting a relationship accomplished was to make things awkward between us, while doing nothing to weaken the urge to spend as much time with her as possible. Listen, I seriously don't mind, I say again. I've got the money to spare, and what did you mean on the phone just now? She cuts in, scowling at the darkened highway stretching out in front of the truck. About you and Maddie having had a talk about us both being adults? I exhale, sinking lower in the seat. You don't miss a thing, do you? Nope. She glances my way. A vulnerable look in her eyes that makes me want to rewind to our first kiss and start over. So what did that mean? Maddie and Naomi were worried, I say, wishing I were a better liar and could come up with some feasible cover story on the spot, but I'm not, and Faith deserves the truth. They didn't want me to hurt you. Huh. The frown returns to her face. Well, that's nice of them, but I don't need anyone to protect me. Not from you, or anything else. I know that, I say, hating the hint of hurt in her voice. It's just a hint, but that's still too much. That's what I told them. She sniffs. But at the same time, I think they have a point, because this is dumb. I never should have gone out with you tonight. I knew better. What do you mean? I ask. I thought we were having a good time. We are having a good time. A great time. But one minute you're putting your arm around me, and the next you're saying we're friends. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I do know this isn't anywhere on my list of things I want in a dating relationship, even a casual one. And She sighs. But it's not your fault, it's mine. Like I said, I knew better. So, as much as I enjoy you and appreciate how great you've been tonight, I think it's best if we end this before it gets started. Wait a second, I say, a sinking feeling in my stomach. I'm not into head games either, I swear. I was just... My phone honks again, and I break off with a soft curse. Sorry, 1 second. I answer the phone with a terse, hello again, Maddie. Okay, problem solved. Maddie chirps happily, oblivious to the fact that I'm in the middle of getting dumped. Jake had Faith's mom's information, so he jumped online and booked her a flight back to Atlanta. It leaves at 9 a.m., so you two can drop her at the airport and then head to your hotel. The rooms are already booked and paid for. I'll text you the address and confirmation number as soon as we hang up. And Jake is going to pick Faith's mom up in Atlanta this afternoon and bring her home, so you don't have to worry about that either. Everything's sorted. I barely suppress a groan. You shouldn't have done all that. Just say thank you and promise you'll drive safe, Maddie says. Thank you, I say, figuring what's done is done. And it's hard to get mad at them for managing me when they're all so generous and willing to pitch in to help. Tell Naomi and Jake thank you too. I will, Maddie says. Say hi to Faith for me. Will do. I end the call and turn to Faith, unsure how to pick up where we left off, and honestly, not really wanting to. Finally, I say, Maddie says hi. I heard that. She sucks in a breath and blows out a long stream of air between her pursed lips. I heard the rest of it too. I don't know how in the world I'm going to pay Jake and Naomi back for all that. A last-minute flight must have cost an arm and a leg. You don't have to worry about paying Naomi back, I say, cutting in when she starts to argue. She has more than enough money, and she likes to use it to help people. If you fight her about it, you'll only hurt her feelings. I get that, but... She sighs. It doesn't feel right. Nothing about this feels right. Apparently. Cursing myself again for fucking this up, I glance down at the phone as it buzzes, and Maddie's text with the hotel name and address comes through. I stare at the screen for much longer than it takes to read the info, hating the awkward silence in the truck, hating even more that it's my fault. I've been acting like a fucking idiot. This isn't what I want. I don't want to hold someone as cool as Faith at a distance, and I'm not usually the kind of guy who wants to get a woman out of my system, like she's some kind of virus that needs to be wiped out with a mega dose of vitamin C. I can't blame Faith for not liking the way things are going. I don't like the way things are going. And I'm not thrilled who I've become in the aftermath of Hurricane Bridget. I don't know if I'll ever be the same optimistic, trusting person I was before everything went down with my ex, but I don't want to be this guy. This guy sucks, and he's about to fuck up his chance with a really amazing person. I got out of a really bad relationship last year, I say, sensing radical honesty is my best and maybe only option. It messed me up pretty bad. Yeah, you mentioned that the other day. Her eyes remained firmly on the road. And I'm sorry about that, but... But? I prompt. Well, not to be a jerk, but that's not my problem. I still am who I am, and I know what I want, and what I don't want. You're absolutely right, I say. It's not your problem, it's my problem, because I'm letting all that emotional hangover bullshit ruin this, and make you feel like shit. She rolls her eyes. I don't feel like shit. I shoot her a hard look across the darkened cab, and she adds, okay, maybe a little like shit. I'm so sorry for that. That's the last thing I want to do. I mean, what I said that night at the ball, kissing you is something special. You're special. And I should have been making you feel that way, not acting like a fucking coward. It's okay to be gun-shy after you've been hurt, Faith says softly, still not taking her eyes from the road. I get that, but I really like you. I cut in, wishing we could pull over to have this talk so I can look her in the eye, but knowing we don't have time to waste if we're going to get her mom to the airport on time. We have fun together, I continue when she doesn't respond. And I don't want to lose the chance to see where this could go because I was afraid I'd end up in a bad situation again. I'm not your ex. No, you're not, I agree. You're pretty much the exact opposite of my ex, and I can't tell you how grateful I am for that. I'm really sorry I got us off to such a bad start. But if you'll give me another chance, I promise I won't screw up again. She's quiet for a long moment before she says, I used to hear that all the time. Hear what? Promises that things were going to be different. A sad smile twists her lips. My mom was always telling me, this time it'll all work out, pumpkin, I swear. She mimics in a sugary accent much thicker than her own. This time the guy was going to be perfect. He was going to be like a dad to me, and Mama's Prince Charming, and we were all going to live happily ever after together, like a real family. She sighs. But that never happened. I'm not your mom either, Faith, I say gently. When I say I'm going to change, I do it. I know you're not my mom. She glances my way. That wasn't what I meant. I guess I just... You guess what? She takes a bracing breath and turns her attention back to the road. What I'm saying is that I know what it's like to be messed up by bad things in your past. I'm not exactly peachy keen with mine, if you know what I'm saying. I do, I say. She shrugs. So maybe between the two of us, there's just too much baggage. I roll that over in my head for a moment. Maybe, but that feels an awful lot like letting the dark stuff win. Her brow furrows. How so? I chew the inside of my cheek. It isn't easy to talk about things like this, like how fucked up and scared I was last year. But at least Faith is willing to talk and to listen. Unlike Bridget, who vacated at the first sign things might get heavy. My relationship with my ex was seriously fucked up, worse than I've probably let on. I thought she was going to break me, honestly. I wet my lips. But if I turn my back on what I feel for you because my last girlfriend made me feel like I was losing my mind, then the darkness wins, and I stay the person I am now, and I sigh. I don't like this person very much. Why not? Faith whispers. I mean, our misunderstanding, or whatever it is, aside, you're a good guy, Mick. You were a good friend to me on New Year's Eve, and you really didn't have to be. There was nothing in it for you. Well, thanks. My lips quirk up at the edges. I know I'm not all bad, but I hate that I've let myself stay broken. My throat tightens as I realize how true the words are and how much I regret it. I've held on to the hurt and copped out on doing the work to get over the bad shit and move on. And because of that, I wasn't ready when a 1 in a million person came along. She shoots me a look out of the corners of her eyes. Are you for real? I'm for real, I say, my pulse picking up. But we barely know each other, she says. But there's doubt in her tone, and I'm not sure she's buying her own argument. I know I have fun with you. I feel comfortable with you. I trust you to give it to me straight. I risk a smile. Maybe even a little too straight. It's a problem, she says. It's not, I like it. I also like how loyal you are to your friends, how committed you are to your job, how smart you are, how good you are at kissing. Her lips quirk. Yeah, you're pretty alright at kissing too. And not to brag, but I take direction really well. I reach over, threading my fingers gently through the hair at the nape of her neck. With a little guidance, I'm sure I can up my kissing game. You don't need any guidance, I'm about to ask her what I am, when she brakes and pulls to the side of the road, shoving the truck into park before turning to me with wide eyes. Yeah? I swallow hard, not sure if she's going to kiss me or tell me to get out and walk. I'm about to say something to you, she says, and I am dead serious about it. I cannot overemphasize the seriousness. Do you get me? You're serious, I nod. Me too, completely serious. You scare me, she whispers. I am scared of how easy it is to be with you and how often I think about that morning on Melody's futon. I think about that a lot too. And that's scary, she says, her pitch rising. I'm scared of getting so into you and how good all that tingly, sparkly stuff feels that I lose track of the person I want to be. I don't want you to lose anything. I rush to assure her. I like you just the way you are, and I wouldn't— Please, let me finish. She lifts a hand between us, her fingers trembling a little. But I'm more scared of what you said before, of staying stuck in the past, in the dark. I nod, honored that she's trusting me with this. Because no matter how much I try to deny it, she says, pulling in a shaky breath, things have been feeling a little dark lately. I keep telling myself I'm not lonely and that I don't date because none of the guys I meet live up to my standards, but that's not really true. I've been letting all the old dark stuff keep me from giving anyone a real shot. Her gaze locks with mine. The look in her eyes so vulnerable it makes me want to wrap her up in a big hug and never let go. But there's something about you. Something special. Like you said, I don't know if you're going to be good for me or bad, but I don't want to run away before I find out. I cup her face, brushing my thumb gently over her cheek. So, fresh start? Fresh start, she confirms, before adding in a lighter tone. But no more fuck-ups from you. I grin. No more fuck-ups. I promise. And I mean to deliver.
Chapter 11. Faith. We make it to the airport in plenty of time. We're almost out of the woods. But, knowing my mama the way I do, I know better than to relax my guard too soon. You're so welcome. It was no problem at all. Mick hefts Mama's suitcase from the back of the truck with an ease that belies the massive size of the thing. Mama beams from the airline's curbside check-in, and I do my best not to make eye contact. But even without it, I can feel the delight vibrating in her general vicinity. Priscilla Ann Miller is in ecstasy that I arrived in New Orleans with a handsome man who swept into her dingy hotel room like a knight in shining armor. She practically talked my ear off while Mick was off fetching coffee and breakfast for the three of us, going on and on about how gorgeous and gentlemanly and wonderful Mick is, and how proud she is of me for landing such a great guy. Landing. Like Mick is a fish I dragged out of the river and hit over the head with a rock so he couldn't go flopping back in. All the gushing and cooing and fish metaphors over a complete stranger would have been bad enough if it wasn't for that other part. The proud part. I was never a great student, more due to a lack of enthusiasm than intelligence, but I led my junior high volleyball team to a state championship, lettered in soccer, volleyball, and cross country in high school, and graduated top of my class at the Fireman's Training Academy. I also earned straight A's in my EMT certification courses, have helped save over a dozen lives, and am well on my way to my first big promotion within the department. But not once, after any of those things, did Prissy ever say she was proud of me. She congratulated me and saved up to buy me a Letterman's jacket and helped Jameson pick out a really nice cake for my academy graduation party. But never have I heard the P word pass her lips. The fact that the first time she uttered it wasn't because of anything I did, but because of a man I managed to land, stings. A lot. Enough that when she pulls me in for a goodbye hug, I can barely force my arms around her narrow body. "Goodbye, baby," she coos, the giddy note in her voice making my nose wrinkle. "Thank you so much for coming to help your mama." "You're welcome," I grumble. She pulls away, fluffing her short blonde bob as she glances over my shoulder to where Mick stands by the truck. "And thank you, Mick. You two have a nice nap today, and take good care of my baby girl on the way home." "I will, ma'am," he says, with a warm smile. I want to run over and wipe off his face. Or kiss off his face. After our talk in the truck, I was totally looking forward to more kissing. It really felt like we were on the same page, and that for once, things might actually work out. I drove into New Orleans, feeling high on life and exciting possibilities. Now I feel curdled. Like milk that's gone bad at the back of the fridge and is sitting there festering, waiting to ruin someone's cereal. As we wave goodbye to Mama and swing back into my truck, I slouch in the passenger seat, glaring out at the unreasonably sunny day, wishing I knew where my sunglasses had gotten off to. I'd like something to hide behind, a shield to protect me from Mick's curious glances until I can purge the sour from my system. "Want to talk about it?" He eases out into the airport traffic, heading back toward downtown and the hotel Naomi booked for us. "Talk about what?" I sniff and keep my focus out the window, watching people dragging luggage and children into the terminal on their way to destinations unknown. I've never been on a plane before, and can't imagine what it would have been like to go on an airplane trip when I was a kid. Back then, Mama and I barely had money for groceries, let alone planes or vacations. "The fact that you've been scowling since we left your mom's hotel, maybe?" Mick says gently. "Did you two get into a fight while I was grabbing breakfast?" "No." I don't intend to say anything else about it. Unfortunately, it seems my lips don't get the memo. "She just drives me crazy," I say in a rush. "She wouldn't stop talking about how amazing you were and what a good job I'd done forcing you to date me or whatever. She just went on and on, even when I told her I didn't want to talk about it." He grins. "Well, I am pretty amazing." "No, seriously," I say, not in the mood for jokes. To hear my mom talk this morning was my greatest accomplishment. Apparently, getting a good-looking guy to drive me to New Orleans is the most impressive thing I've achieved in 23 years of life. He's quiet for a moment, before he reaches out to rest a warm hand on my thigh. "Yeah, well, I think it's obvious your mom's priorities are a little out of order." I snort. "You think?" "Have I told you I like it when you snort?" he asks, making me snort again, this time with laughter. "Because I do," he continues. "I think it's sexy." "You're weird, Whitehouse." I smile his way, admiring how the morning sun lights up his strong profile. He grins back, his blue eyes sparkling. "You feel better?" "A little," I say, in a grudging tone that I'm not really feeling anymore. It's kind of crazy how fast he can cheer me up. "Then do you think you can help me find the hotel? I could use a navigator." "Sure." I pick up his phone. A few moments later, I have the info loaded into the GPS. You need to head right out of the airport and get back on the highway. But looks like we're only 20 or 30 minutes away. Thank God, he sighs. I'm so tired I'm starting to hallucinate. I swear, I thought I saw a clown waiting at that last crosswalk. I twist around to look through the truck's back glass, and my brows shoot up. You're not hallucinating. There's a guy in a clown suit, wearing a ball cap, and carrying a guitar case. I turn back around with a laugh. Looks like New Orleans is a pretty entertaining place. Too bad all we have time to do is sleep, Mick says with a yawn. But I'm too beat to even think about seeing the sights. Me too. A cold, dark room with some heavy blankets and a fan going. Sounds like heaven right now. He moans. Oh man, that does sound good. I love a cold room when I'm sleeping, and lots of blankets. I make a soft, considering sound, trying to play it cool. Guess we'll be compatible bed partners then. Was there ever any doubt? He asks, a husky note in his voice that makes me blush. I'm going to be too tired for that too, I warn, so don't get any ideas. I know. He pats my leg with an affection that makes my chest feel tight. Just teasing you, Miller. That all right? That's all right, I say, before turning my attention back to the directions, ignoring the flutters in my belly. I definitely want to explore our compatibility. But right now, things still feel new and a little raw. I've never been as honest with a guy, or maybe with anyone, as I was with Mick this morning. I don't know if it was the exhaustion that made me drop my walls, or the sincerity in his eyes, but that was a lot of sharing for me, and I'm feeling a little shell-shocked. I need time to adjust to the fact that we're officially a couple before taking the next step. A couple. We're a couple. And Mick Whitehouse is my boyfriend. It's surreal, but true. Now to figure out an easy way to tell him that he's only my second serious boyfriend, and that I'm probably a lot more inexperienced than the other women he's dated recently. Ugh, not yet. Sleep first. Then I'll start figuring. Take the next exit, I say, as the green line on the screen veers off the highway up ahead. Then turn right. The carriage house should be on our left. He follows my directions, and within a few minutes, my battered pickup is pulling up in front of a stately old mansion, complete with gigantic white pillars, antique lanterns burning on either side of the doors, and a gold plate on the bricks proclaiming the carriage house, a place of historical interest. 2 live oak trees twine their gnarled branches together in front of the home-turned hotel, blocking part of the second floor from view. But I've already seen enough to know Naomi must have dropped some serious cash on these rooms. I've never stayed in a hotel with pillars before, or with attendants who rush to open my truck door like I'm visiting royalty. Welcome to the carriage house. The man wearing an old-fashioned suit offers me a hand down to the ground. May I help with your bags, miss? Thanks. I slide out without touching his hand, mostly because I'm not sure how to do it the right way, and grab my camo backpack from the floorboards. The man reaches to take it, and I stammer, I meant no thanks. Sorry, I can carry it. It's small. No big deal. Of course, miss. The man, Thomas, according to his shiny gold name tag, smiles in a way that makes me feel slightly less stupid. Like he gets that this is all a bit much, but it's part of the job for him. Do you have any other luggage you'll need help with today? I shake my head, grateful when Mick appears beside me. He hands Thomas the keys to the truck and a $10 bill, thanking him before taking my hand and leading me up the wide brick steps to the door. I peek up at him as we walk. But if he feels self-conscious that we aren't even half as well dressed as the people who work here, let alone the other guests I see milling about, he doesn't show it. Are you sure this is the right place? I whisper as we step into the lobby, an elegant room filled with thick rugs, antique furniture, and lush potted plants and flowers. The check-in desk is made of wood so polished it glows in the dim light. Across the room, floor-to-ceiling windows reveal a courtyard with a pool and overstuffed outdoor cabana chairs that look fancier than my couch. My indoor couch. And I spent good money on that couch. determined to have one thing in my apartment that wasn't purchased at a garage sale. This is it. He squeezes my hand. Don't be nervous. Naomi always does this. Spends half my monthly salary on hotel rooms, I mutter, clinging to Mick's arm as we get in line behind an older couple who reek of money. The woman's wedding ring is as big as the acorns my Uncle Tip used to hire me to pick up in his backyard. He paid me 50 cents per bucket, a salary I considered more than fair at age 8, and the only way I was able to afford candy after school, or the occasional trip to the movies. Mama never had enough left over for stuff like that. Sometimes we didn't have enough for the gas bill, let alone candy. Naomi's been rich too long, Mick murmurs. She forgets that normal people don't need 1,000 thread count sheets to get a good night's sleep. I sigh, my ribs tightening. I'm not going to be able to pay her back, Mick. I mean, this is crazy. I can't. Don't worry about it. He steps forward as the older couple move to speak to the elegant blonde woman manning the desk. Like I said, she doesn't expect to be paid back. But she's a billionaire, Faith. Like, lots of billions, he says, making my jaw drop. She could buy Bliss River if she wanted. She's not going to miss a few $100s. You're kidding me. I blink, then blink again when he shakes his head. But that's crazy. She doesn't seem like a billionaire. I mean, she's so nice and normal. And she eats burritos from the food truck for lunch. He laughs. Yeah, she's grounded. But she's also loaded. So let's just relax and enjoy the nice rooms she booked for us. We'll send her a thank you note when we get home. And I'll get the marble countertop she ordered for Jake's kitchen installed next week ahead of schedule. And she'll be totally happy. Okay, I agree. But I'm still feeling anxious and out of place when the older couple step away from the desk and the blonde with the aggressively white teeth turns her smile our way. Welcome to the carriage house, she says in a voice like crushed velvet. I'm Clarice. How can I help you? We have reservations. The last name's Whitehouse. Mick pulls out his wallet and hands over his ID. It should be 2 rooms, both for 1 night each. Of course, Mr. Whitehouse. Let me pull up your reservation. Clarice drops her attention to her monitor and types, her nails clicking on the keys. After a moment, she pauses, her brows drawing together as she scans the screen. Well, I have a reservation for you, Mr. Whitehouse, but I'm showing that it's for 1 room for 2 nights. He leans closer. Are you sure? I was certain my sister said 2 rooms. Clarice shakes her head. I'm so sorry, but we just have the 1. And unfortunately, we don't have another room available at this time. Would you like me to call the Dixie down the street? They might have something free later in the day. Mick glances at me. I sigh. Let's take it. I'm so tired the thought of waiting 10 extra minutes to sleep makes me want to fall on the floor and cry like a 2-year-old. Clarice coos beneath her breath and clucks her tongue. You poor thing. Let's get you 2 settled so you can get some rest then. A moment later, she slides a small envelope with keycards inside across the desk. You're in room 17, end of the hall on the 2nd floor. You can take the staircase to the left of the lobby. Please, give me a call if there's anything you need, or if I can do anything to make your stay more comfortable. Thanks so much, I say, as Mick takes the keys and nods goodbye to Clarice. He leads the way around the desk, then reaches back, taking my hand as we walk toward the staircase, which is nothing short of grand with a capital G. Wow. I feel like I'm in an old movie, I say, as we start up the steps. I feel like I'm walking through quicksand. He stretches his neck to one side and then the other. I didn't realize how tired I was until we got out of the truck. I'm sorry about the mix-up, but I was going to join you on the floor for that toddler meltdown if we had to wait to book another room. I laugh. That wouldn't have been very manly of you. My manly takes a serious hit when I'm this beat. We reach the top of the stairs, and he swings his arm around my shoulders as we weave our way down a long, eggshell-colored hallway with lush oil paintings of the Louisiana Bayou hanging on the walls between the rooms. Is the carpet moving? Or is that just me? I blink at the paisley pattern beneath my feet. I swear the tails of the paisleys are wiggling like tadpoles. It's not just you. His breath rushes out. I see it too. Whoa, He hugs me closer. Hold on. Only a few more minutes, Angel, and we'll be snuggled under the covers. I giggle. Angel? Are you kidding me? You don't want to be my angel? He kisses my forehead before pulling away to pluck the keycard from its envelope. I'm nobody's angel, I say, in a voice that's surprisingly husky and sort of sexy, if I do say so myself. Behave, Miller, Mick says as he opens the door. Just because I'm so exhausted the carpet is crawling doesn't mean I'm immune to your hot voice. I giggle again. I didn't know I had a hot voice until just then. I'm delirious. I pat his cheek as I slip past him. Come on, let's pass out. Inside, the room is every bit as grand as the staircase, with a 4-poster bed covered in a white duvet so fluffy the mattress looks like a cloud hovering in the center of the space. I'm dimly aware of vaulted ceilings, a chandelier, impressive furnishings, and a sitting area with an antique clawfoot sofa. But it's the bed that makes me sigh with relief. Oh, man. Mick shudders beside me. Race you to see who can get ready to jump in that bad boy first. You're on. By the time I reach the bathroom door, I already have my toothbrush and toothpaste out of my backpack. The bathroom is swanky, too, with marble countertops, 2 sinks, a shower and a tub, mounds of thick, fluffy towels, toiletries in tiny glass bottles, and a toilet with a separate door of its own. But I'm too tired to properly appreciate the fancy. I feel like a zombie, fresh out of the grave. I brush my teeth and wash my face in record time, tag team Mick for the toilet, and am back beside the bed in 5 minutes flat. It's only then that I pause, realizing all I brought with me was a change of underwear and a spare t-shirt. What am I going to sleep in? I mumble, the problem baffling my exhausted brain. There are fluffy white robes in the closet, but they're too hot and bulky to sleep in. Underwear. Mick steps out of his jeans beside me and drags his sweater over his head. I won't look, I swear. He moves past me, wearing nothing but boxer briefs and a white undershirt, looking so good half-dressed that I almost hate to see him disappear beneath the covers. I hesitate for a second, a little nervous about stripping down in front of him for the first time. But he did promise not to look, and I want to be in that bed with my eyes closed so bad my bones ache with it. Shoving body insecurity aside, I wriggle out of my thermal shirt, peel off my jeans and socks, and circle around the bed to crawl in beside Mick, wearing nothing but my white tank top with a built-in bra and a sensible pair of pink bikini panties. I didn't think you wore pink, he mutters as I pull the covers up. You said you wouldn't look. I glare his way. He laughs. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Get in here, little spoon. He sighs happily as I roll onto my side and he scoots close. With his arm around my waist, he pulls my back against his front, snuggling me into position until I fit just right. I like you in nothing but underwear, he says, his breath warm and minty on my neck. You're not so bad yourself. I snuggle a little closer, relishing the tingles that spread over every inch of me as our bodies press closer. Electricity races from the top of my head to the tips of my toes and back again, filling me with a floaty, giddy feeling, even as sleep drags at my lids. Good night, beautiful, Mick whispers, his lips moving against the sensitive skin at the back of my neck. Before I can confess, I like beautiful a lot more than angel. Like it a little too much, probably. I'm out.
Chapter 12. Mick. I wake up hard. So hard the pressure in my balls makes me wince. But I make zero effort to get out of bed. I don't want to move, to do anything to disturb the woman asleep in my arms. We shifted position in our sleep, and now Faith's head is on my chest, her arm thrown across my stomach, and her leg hitched up around my thigh. She's warm and soft and feels so good snuggled against me, I don't even mind that she's drooled a little on my shoulder. In fact, I kind of like it. You like her snorts and think her drool is cute. Might as well propose right now and be done with it. I smile at the ceiling. I won't be proposing anytime soon, but I can't deny how natural it feels to wake up with Faith. Just easy and right. I feel lighter than I have in months, hopeful, and so happy I can't help dropping a grateful kiss to the top of her head. She moans sleepily and shifts, sliding her leg away from mine. What time is it? I glance at the clock on the bedside table. 3 o'clock. Oh my God, you're kidding me. She lifts her head, swiping a sleepy hand across her face. Ew. She glances down at my chest and makes an embarrassed sound. Shit, Mick. I think I drooled on you. You totally drooled on me, I say, my arms snaking around her waist. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, I say, rolling over and pushing her back onto the pillows. I like it. She arches a dubious brow. You like it? I do. I press my lips to her bare shoulder, dusting kisses along her clavicle until I reach the hollow of her throat. Again, you're a strange man. She sighs and arches her back, granting me easier access to her neck as she wraps her arms around my ribs. Good thing you like strange men, I remind her as I kiss her throat, her jaw, her cheek, before finally bringing my lips to hers, capturing her mouth for a long, deep kiss that summons a soft moan from her throat. I don't know about that, she says, her breath coming faster as she pulls away. But I like you. I like you too, I whisper, squeezing her hip before my hand drifts up to cup her breast through her tank top. She sucks in a swift breath, shifting beneath me as I drag my thumb across her nipple. Her flesh tightens through the thin fabric, and thoughts of kissing her there and everywhere else dance through my head, making my already aching body ache a little harder. God, that feels... She trails off and her eyes flutter closed as I circle her nipple with the pad of my thumb, once, twice, before curling my fingers over the top of her shirt and tugging the fabric down. My first glance at her bare skin takes my breath away. She's curvier than she looks in most of the clothes she wears, her breasts full and round, with nipples the palest shade of pink that flush to a dusty rose at their center. She's beautiful, so beautiful that my first kiss to her breast is more reverent than passionate. So pretty, I murmur against her soft, soft skin. Mick, She breaks off with a soft gasp as I swirl my tongue in a circle around her tight tip, teasing, flicking, worshipping, until she moans my name. I want you so much, I say, pressing her breasts together so I can more easily attend to both her nipples at once. I want you too, she says, threading trembling hands into my hair. But Shit, I can't think when you're doing that. Do you want me to stop? I suck one nipple into my mouth, increasing the suction as she arches closer to my mouth. No, God, no. She spreads her thighs, and I settle between her legs, rocking against her through our underwear, my head spinning as her heat penetrates through the thin cotton. And maybe, she adds, as she wraps her legs around my hips. Maybe what? I ask, having trouble thinking straight. It's hard to think when we're this close to naked and she's grinding against my cock and I'm dying to be buried inside her. I want to feel her slick heat gripping me, want to learn the sounds she makes when she comes, the positions she likes best, and everything that makes her breath catch in that hungry way that drives me crazy. Maybe this is dangerous, she says. Don't worry, I've been tested, and I'm good, and I have condoms. I kiss her again slow and deep, my tongue sliding against hers as I cup her over her panties, groaning as I feel how soaked the fabric is. Fuck, I love how turned on you are, how wet for me. My fingers slide under the elastic, over her soft curls, down to the hot, swollen folds between her legs.
I push a finger inside her, my heart jerking in my chest as she shudders beneath me. "Holy shit," she pants. "That's so good, Mick. So crazy good." "I want to make you feel good." I add a second finger, trying not to think too much about how amazingly tight she is, as I glide slowly in and out, dropping my mouth back to her breasts. I suck her nipples, pulling harder as her hips thrust more urgently into my hand. "Mick! God, Mick!" She clutches at my shoulders, her breath coming faster. I bring my thumb to the top of her pussy, rubbing her clit in firm but gentle circles, waiting for her to show me if she wants it harder, or faster, or just like this, slow and easy and unrelenting until she's gasping for air and squirming against me. "I'm so close." Her head presses deeper into the pillow as she arches her back. "So close. So close." "Good," I whisper against her breast as she vibrates beneath me. Feeling her about to lose control is so hot my cock is practically trembling too. "I can't wait to feel you come. Come for me, beautiful. Come all over my fingers." A beat later, she cries out, a husky, hot as hell sound that destroys me and stiffens. I cover her mouth with mine, stroking my tongue against hers as she rides the wave and finally settles again to catch her breath. "Wow," she finally says against my lips. "That was..." I pull back to study her flushed, clearly satisfied face. "Good. Amazing." She lets out a shaky breath that's not quite a laugh. "I mean, I have a vibrator, but I've never felt anything like that before." "Your ex didn't know what he was doing?" I slip my hand from between her legs and tangle one side of her panties with my fingers. I'm dying to strip them down her thighs and make her come again, this time with my mouth and then my long, suffering cock that's insisting being inside her is the only thing he wants on earth. I'm about to suggest I go grab the condoms when she says, "Eli was okay, but we never slept together." I freeze. "You never slept together?" I try to remember how long Jameson said Eli and Faith dated. I think he said a year, maybe more. Faith shakes her head and bites her lip. "I mean, we slept together. We slept over at each other's apartments and fooled around, but we never... And he never made me..." "He never made you come?" I ask, outraged on her behalf. "Why not? Was he selfish? Inept?" "Both." She shrugs and her gaze fixes on something over my shoulder. "No, he was just kind of shy, I think. And I was too, about telling him what I wanted in bed anyway, and... Well, we didn't talk about it much, and we never even got all the way naked together, so..." I blink, then blink again as what she's trying to tell me finally penetrates. "You're a virgin." She rolls her eyes. "Well, yeah, technically, I guess." "You've never had sex?" "No." "Not even oral sex?" She blushes and huffs. "Given it, not received." "Eli was an asshole then." "It's settled. He should have been begging to kiss your pussy," I say before adding gently, "and it's also settled that you're a virgin. Textbook definition, in fact." She exhales. "Yeah, okay, fine, I'm a virgin. But I really wasn't planning on having this conversation right now. I mean, we've only been dating for 2 days. This whole making out after waking up thing snuck up on me." "It's okay. Don't be embarrassed," I say, silently breaking the bad news to the guy downstairs. Faith clearly isn't ready to go any further right now. And honestly, I'm not either. This makes me want to wait, to be sure she's ready. And I can make it as perfect as possible if she decides she wants me to be her first. "I'm not embarrassed," she huffs again. "Then why won't you look at me?" I brush her hair gently from her forehead. "I don't know." She crosses her arms and glares. I laugh. She glares and continues to glare. You're cute when you pout. I'm not pouting. Or cute, she says, then adds with a sigh, I always thought something was wrong with me. I frown. Wrong with you? In what way? She shrugs again, smaller, shyer this time. I don't know. I was a late bloomer. I was never interested in guys until after high school, and then she nibbles at her bottom lip. I dated before Eli, and I liked messing around with those guys and with him, but I never lost control, you know? I never even felt tempted. I guess I'd started to think I wasn't the type of person who was super into sex. But now you might be changing your mind? Smug is not a good look on you, she says, but she smiles when I laugh. I mean, what clued you in? The moaning my name was nice, I say, my fingers brushing back and forth across the sliver of bare stomach between her underwear and tank top. And how wet you were when I touched you. She exhales a shaky breath. You are something else. Something good, I hope? She nods, but there's uncertainty in her eyes. What's wrong? I rest my palm lightly on her stomach. Nothing, she says. I just want to wait a while before we take this much further. Not because I don't want to, She pulls in a breath. I don't want to slow down, but I don't want to speed up either. Does that make sense? Absolutely. Just ignore me. I cast an embarrassed glance down to my boxers where my cock is still doing its best to burst through the fabric like Superman shedding his street clothes. I've been trying to talk myself down, but I trail off, my face going hot as her eyes drift lower. Ignore you? Now why would I want to do that? She smiles as she rolls onto her side, brushing gentle fingers across my cheek that make me shiver. I'm a virgin, yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't know how to return the favor. My brows shoot up, and my mouth goes dry. Yeah? I mean, you don't have to. Honestly, Oh, hush. She cuts in, grinning as she leans close. It's a gentle kiss, a connected kiss that makes the moment she rubs me through my boxers that much sweeter. I sigh her name, my chest clenching as she pushes me back onto the mattress, deepening the kiss as her fingers wrap around my cock, and she proves she knows exactly what to do with her hands. Perfect pressure, perfect speed. She takes me to the edge so fast I should be ashamed of myself. I guess, but it feels too good to care. God, Faith, fuck yes. I come with a groan, electricity rocketing down my spine, bliss dragging at my balls, shuddering as she strokes me through to the end. Sorry, I say, still breathing hard as I kiss her forehead. Why? Her brows furrow. I shrug, a little shy for some reason. It's not like I haven't done this before, lots and lots of times in fact, but I've never done it with her. Or with any girl who looks at me like Faith, like she sees through me but doesn't mind the parts I've always tried to hide, the uncertain parts, the scared parts. I don't know, I finally say. The mess, it's messy. She trails a playful, sexy finger through the cum on my stomach. It's okay. I kind of like the mess. Like my thing for drool? I ask, making her laugh. Exactly like that. She kisses me again, then pulls away and sits up, swinging her legs over the edge of the bed. But a shower does sound nice. She hops to the floor and heads for the bathroom while I drink her in, a little shocked by how sexy I'm finding this very modest pair of pink granny panties. We should probably get cleaned up before we hit the road, she continues, stepping into the bathroom. We've got another 9-hour drive ahead of us. Ugh, that sounds fucking awful. We shouldn't get back in the truck. We should stay right here. And just like that, inspiration strikes. What if we stay? I call out. What? She pokes her head back out of the bathroom. You mean stay the night? I mean stay tonight and tomorrow night, I say, sitting up. We have the room for Friday and Saturday. We could drive home Sunday morning and still get a good night's sleep before work on Monday. You think he can get someone to feed Captain Snugglepants? She shoots me a narrow look, clearly waiting to see if I'm going to tease her about her cat's name again. But I'm not. I think it's adorable that she named her cat Captain Snugglepants. It's one of the many things I find adorable about her, a list that grows longer with every minute we spend together. Makes me want another 48 hours alone with her to see what other adorableness I can uncover. I'm sure Kitty's boyfriend wouldn't mind swinging by, she says after a moment. He feeds the captain when I'm working anyway. John's got a thing for cats, but Kitty doesn't want to get one until they find a rental house with a yard, so... Perfect. I clasp my hands together. So John will feed the cat, and we'll have a vacation. She nibbles her lip uncertainly, but I can tell she's tempted. I don't know. You don't think Naomi would mind? Why would she mind? I ask. The room's paid for. She won't be able to get her money back at this point anyway. You have to cancel these rooms 48 hours in advance. Well, we would be able to walk around and see some things that way, she says, her mouth tipping up on one side. I've never been to New Orleans before. Me either. It would be fun to explore together. Yeah, it's been pretty fun so far, she says with a husky laugh that makes me want to tackle her and drag her back to bed for round 2. But it's best if she's in charge of tackling for now, I think. It has been, I say. But I meant what I said. I'm fine with waiting. We don't have to rush. I'm not in any hurry. You call the shots, okay? She cocks her head considering me. Thanks. I do want to wait for at least a little while, but... I arch a brow. But? I confess I'd like to see you all the way naked. Like, all the way. My lips curve in a slow smile. Yeah? All the way? That's what I said, White House, she says, nodding over her shoulder. So if you'd like to join me in the shower... A hot second later, I bolt off the bed, stripping my boxers off and tossing them over my shoulder, playing up the speed and enthusiasm to make her laugh. It works, and I chase a giggling Faith into the bathroom, deciding I love making her giggle almost as much as making her come. Almost.
Chapter 13. Faith. It isn't love if it happens this fast. This is lust, a crush, hormones. Whatever it isn't love. So wipe that goofy smile off your face, woman. My inner monologue does its best to pull me down off the cloud I've been floating on all afternoon. But its weak, pitiful whining is no match for the way Mick holds my hand as we walk around the French Quarter. Or the way he listens, really listens to my stories. Or the way he laughs and cleans my face with his napkin when I get powdered sugar all over the place eating my first beignet. That scared, anxious voice fades to the background where it belongs as Mick pulls me into the shade under a tree in Jackson Square and kisses me while the bells of the cathedral ring and the applause of people cheering for a nearby street performer rises all around us. The day is magical, as if the entire world is a big fan of falling in love. Love. I've never been in love before. The affection I felt for Eli never knocked me off my feet, and it's a pale shadow compared to the warm, wonderful, thrilling sensation that fills my chest every time Mick's fingers brush mine. Being with him is like swimming in a warm ocean, blissful and natural and good. I want to swim right down to the bottom of him and learn all his secrets, to know him in a way I've never known anyone else. And I don't just mean sex. In fact, I don't even mainly mean sex. And that's a little scary, yeah. But it's also pretty sweet. Penny for your thoughts, he says, running a hand through my hair as he pulls away from the kiss. Oh, just silly stuff. Silly thoughts, I say, my cheeks heating. Thankfully, it's warmer in New Orleans than in Georgia this time of year. I can probably blame the blush on the balmy temperature if he calls me out on it. But he doesn't. He just smiles and says, I like silly thoughts. You tell me yours. and I'll tell you mine. I laugh. You first. I really enjoy sneezing. I get excited when I feel one coming. I arch a brow. Really? He nods. Your turn. I wrinkle my nose, but push aside my nerves. I was thinking that kissing you feels like a conversation. Yeah, like telling secrets. A little nerve-wracking, but mostly nice. He hesitates before he adds, very nice. Don't be nerve-wracked. I press a finger to his chin. I won't tell any of your secrets. I promise. Thanks. Same here. His gentle smile threatens to burst the last dam standing inside of me. Emotion swells, pushing against the floodgates, but I remind myself that this is so new, and keep my feeling flood to myself. You're very sweet, he adds, his fingers tracing up and down my spine in a way that makes me shiver despite the heat. I'm not sure sweet is the word most people would use. He ponders that for a second. Yeah, you're right. You're better than sweet. You're honest, but kind. Not always. I have a temper. You do, he agrees, but it only comes out when you're defending the people you care about. I narrow my eyes. How do you know that? I've been watching you, Miller. Like a spy, I tease. Like a fan. And I've become a big one. You've also forever changed the way I think about granny panties. He sucks in a breath through his teeth. You are so damned sexy in yours. Hey, I say, propping a hand on my hip, they're not granny panties, they're briefs. Perfectly normal-sized briefs. Granny briefs, he says. But, like I said, big fan. I laugh. Well, I'll be sure to keep my other pairs clean so you can enjoy them all week long. He closes his eyes with a happy sigh. Thank you, God. So much to look forward to. I laugh again, then kiss him again. Then notice an older woman rolling her eyes at us as she walks by and whisper, are we going to be one of those couples who gross other people out? Oh, I hope so. I hope they get really, violently, jealously ill. His eyes flash in that way that makes my heart flip. Also, have I mentioned that I really like the word couple when it applies to you and me? Me too, I say. I'm cut off by the sound of my stomach growling loudly enough to be heard over the burst of applause from the crowd gathered around the jugglers a dozen feet away. Jeez, sorry. No worries. Are you going to make it to dinner, or do we need emergency snacks? He asks, threading his fingers through mine as we start across the square, taking in the elegant blue spires of St. Patrick's Church, reaching toward the blushing sky. The sun sets later now than it did earlier in the winter, but it's still going to be dark long before we arrive at the restaurant for our 7 o'clock reservation. After further investigation, it became clear that not only did Naomi intentionally book one hotel room for 2 nights to play Cupid, she also made reservations at her favorite New Orleans restaurant, the House of the Four Brothers. The concierge slipped an envelope under our door with details while we were asleep. Inside was the time and location of our dinner reservation, as well as a gift certificate to a nearby clothing store. Naomi thought of everything, even our clothing, or lack thereof. At first, I balked at the idea of accepting any more of his sister's generosity. But Mick insisted Naomi would be insulted if we rejected her gift. So, with reluctance, I allowed myself to be coaxed into a black sundress from the store's sales section, while he selected khakis and a blue button-down that makes his eyes look even more stunning than usual. Then we'd ask the shopkeeper to refund the rest of the money to Naomi's credit card. Honestly, I still feel weird about letting someone I barely know spend so much money on me. But Mick's comment about letting Naomi do what gives her joy makes sense. If I were rich, I'd rather spoil the people I love with my money than use it all up myself. I'd rather make sure people I know are struggling have groceries and nice Christmas presents for their kids than drive a fancy car or own a mansion. Besides, it sounds like Naomi can afford to do both, spoil us and herself. So who am I to tell her she can't treat her brother and his girlfriend after a brutal drive? His girlfriend. I'm Mick's girlfriend. It's still so weird and awesome that I kind of want to pinch myself every time he threads his fingers through mine. How about some peanuts? He pauses in front of the cathedral, where food vendors, fortune tellers, and people selling crafts fight for space to spread out on the paving stones. I shake my head. I'm fine. I can make it until dinner. I let my gaze drift over the colorful mix of people, my eyes lingering on an old woman with bronzed skin and a purple scarf knotted in her brown and gray streaked hair. A deck of tarot cards rests on a battered trunk in front of her, beside a sign that proclaims, "Tarot readings here." I've never seen a fortune teller in real life before, but that isn't a surprise. I haven't seen much of anything, really. I went to Pensacola, Florida once with my mom when I was little, long enough to fall head over heels in love with the ocean, and camping near Hilton Head half a dozen times with my cousins, but that's the extent of my world travels. You want to? Mick nods toward the fortune teller. I wave a hand. Nah, I don't believe in that stuff. Me either. He grins. But it can still be fun. Let's do it. I don't know, I say. But when Mick starts toward the woman, I don't put up a fight. I'm curious. And when I'm with Mick, that feels okay. Like, it's safe to wonder about things. Try things I haven't before. Good evening, lovers, the fortune teller says in a thick drawl, more honeyed than the Georgia accents I'm used to. She smiles widely, revealing rows of very white teeth. You two babes interested in a reading? It depends on how much it costs, I say, before Mick can reply. I'm all for trying something silly, but only if it isn't going to cut into our dessert budget. Do an 11-card reading for $30, the woman says. Or a single question 3-card spread for 10. I cast an uncertain look Mick's way. $10 is a little steep in my opinion. That's several cans of food for Captain Snugglepants. I'm about to tell him I think we should pass, when the fortune teller speaks again. How about a quitting time special? I'll do a single question for $5, and you'll be my last read of the day. Sounds great. Thank you, ma'am. Mick reaches into his wallet and pulls out a $5 bill that he sets on the woman's makeshift table. The trunk looks old and heavy, making me wonder how this relatively frail-looking woman, she can't be more than 5'3" and 100 pounds, is going to get this thing out of the square when she's ready to leave. Hopefully she has some strapping kids or grandkids to help out. If not, Mick and I can probably carry it for her. I'm wearing sandals, but... All right, Cher. The woman tucks the $5 bill into the pocket of her long, multicolored caftan with one hand, as she plucks the deck of cards from the table with the other. While I shuffle, I want you two young ones to focus on a question. Something you want to know about your future together. Mick glances my way, seeming a little unsure, which I totally get. Our relationship is so new. It's intimidating to think too much about the future. What do you think? He asks. Something low-key? I'm tempted to agree with him, but my gut says low-key isn't us. Hell, the fact that I'm comfortable thinking about us as us after a few days is proof of that. I shake my head. Nah. Go big or go home, right? He smiles, seeming pleased with the answer. All right. Let's ask if we'll still be having this much fun together this time next year. Chapter 14. Faith. My eyes go wide. Wow. So Mick's already thinking ahead. Pretty far ahead. But as someone who was just thinking pretty seriously about the L word, I really have no room to talk. I nod. Yeah, sounds good. An excellent question. The woman sets the cards on the edge of the table. Let's have one of you cut the deck, and the other will pick the cards. I reach for the deck. I'll cut. Sounds like less responsibility. Mick laughs. Thanks a lot. Does that mean I get blamed if the cards are bad? There are no bad cards. The fortune teller smiles as she reclaims the deck and fans it into a horseshoe on top of the trunk. There are only cards we understand, and those we haven't figured out yet. I resist the urge to sigh. This is starting to sound a little new age. Something I confess I've had a distaste for since Mama's love spell phase, When she was positive burning the perfect candle or wearing the right pink crystal around her neck would ensure her latest loser stuck around. But I pushed the wave of irritation away. This is just for fun, after all. No reason to take it too seriously. Mick selects 3 cards, and the woman arranges them in a row. She turns the middle card over first. The knot of batons. She nods, smiling as if this was what she was expecting. The card symbolizes readiness for a journey. You are both young and strong and prepared to embark on the common exploration. You are filled with confidence and eager to discover the secrets adventures always hold. Mick and I exchange a look. He looks amused, but wary too. We were just talking about secrets, and there's no way the fortune teller could have heard us clear on the other side of the square. He grabs my hand again, holding tight as the woman turns over a second card. She leans in, her brows drawing together as she glances at the card and then up to us, her eyes shifting back and forth until she finally says, the 9 of Swords. This one, it can mean many things, but in a relationship reading, this card often represents steadiness in the face of adversity. One of you may experience hardship in the near future. During this struggle, the other partner will be the 9 of Swords, the person who empathizes, but doesn't get sucked under in the flood, who stands strong in the time of trial. I let out a breathy laugh. Well, that sounds fun. The fortune teller smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Life and love are not always fun, are they, Cher? But that's why we have card number 3, the card that gives hope for the future. She glances back down, turning over the last card with a satisfied sigh. Ah, the 7 of Swords, the knight in shining armor. She looks up again, and I fight the urge to roll my eyes. I don't want to be rude, but this lady has me pegged all wrong if she thinks that's what I'm looking for. I know better than to think a man is going to sweep in and solve my problems. Much better. One of you has a sleeping hero inside of them, she continues, earning my respect for introducing the possibility that I might be the knight. The emergence of this hero could be related to the adversity hinted at by the 9 of Swords. This may be the catalyst that spurs the inner hero to turn obstacles into cornerstones for the future. Mick nods, but his brow remains wrinkled. What's the verdict? Will we last the year? She holds up her hands, fingers splayed wide. This is the question, no? The cards give direction, but the decision is yours. She leans forward, gathering the cards into a stack before pulling a scrap of purple velvet from her pocket and beginning to wrap the cards inside it. Fate is not as cruel a mistress as some of these charlatans would have you believe, she continues, motioning around the square. Free will plays a part in your destiny. A big part. Don't forget that. Fate deals the hand, but you decide whether to stay or fold. She grins. Or make a house of cards. I frown, kind of wishing we hadn't done this. The reading feels so real, and not nearly as lighthearted as I expected. Well, thank you, Mick says, squeezing my hand before reaching into his wallet and placing another 5 on top of the trunk. Do you need help carrying this to your car? It looks heavy. I was thinking the same thing. I grin up at him before turning back to the woman who's now opening the trunk and tucking her cards inside. What sweet babes, she says with a husky laugh. But no, my husband is coming soon. He's as big as this boy, she motions to Mick, and still as strong as the day I married him 30 years ago. She winks at me. Don't let this one slip away, Cher. He's a good one. I can tell. I have a knack for it. I return her smile. Thanks. Maybe I won't. Mick lifts a hand to her and says, thanks again, and we drift away. He waits until we're a good distance across the paving stones before he nudges my shoulder with his. Maybe? What's this maybe stuff? I shrug, fighting a grin. Don't want you to get too confident. And it's early days, White House. True, and with all the talk about the times of trial. He sighs as he tilts his head back, peering up at the cathedral. To tell you the absolute truth, I'm tired of the knight in shining armor gig. My ex needed enough saving for 20 damsels in distress. Well, I'm not the type who needs saving, I assure him. Don't start polishing your armor on my account. Besides, she said the knight in shining armor could be either of us, so... But haven't you had enough of it too? He asks, still serious. Seems like you spend more than your fair share of time bailing your mom out of trouble. Of her own making, I agree, then shake my head. But no, I still like to help people. Love it, really. It's part of why I enjoy my job so much. But helping people out of burning buildings is a lot different than doing more than your fair share in a personal relationship. One is hero work, for sure. The other... He sighs again. I don't know. When you love someone, it can be hard to draw the line between enough and too much. And by the time you realize it's too much, it's become the default. It's just the way things are done, and it's hard to go back. I consider that for a moment. Well, first up, I'm low maintenance and can absolutely take care of myself. You don't have to worry about that. And like I said before, I would have been fine to make this trip to get my mom alone. You didn't have to come with me. He stops and turns to me. That's not what I meant, Faith. I've had a great time on this trip. I wouldn't have offered if... I know, I say, cutting him off with a smile. I just wanted to underline that in case you didn't get it the first time. I'm glad you're here too, and you made this so much easier and more fun. But I could have done it alone. I pull in a breath. And I guess that's how I think a good relationship should be. Both people can do things on their own. They're fully capable. But it's easier together instead of harder. Sweeter instead of more stressful. He nods thoughtfully. No one's a hero or a victim. You're just partners. Yeah, and friends. I glance to the left as I add beneath my breath, who like to kiss? A lot, he adds, wrapping his arms around me. Glad we figured that out now, before the trials and tribulations start. But it was just pretend, right? Or something like that? Something like that, he agrees. I think it was just good advice. You don't have to be able to see the future to know that life is hard sometimes. And that when it is, it's nice to have someone strong and solid who cares about you, sleeping next to you. Yeah, that does sound nice. I wouldn't know from personal experience, but... Me either. But maybe we will. Soon. He holds my gaze in a way that makes me feel a little shy, a little uncertain, and hopeful in a way I've never been before. And then he kisses me, and the shyness vanishes in a wave of heat and longing. His lips tell me more secrets, confessing he's hopeful too, and that he finds me every bit as irresistible as I find him. And for the first time, I don't think about pulling away or slowing down. I'm tired of fear calling the shots, especially fear that isn't even mine. Yes, my mother's relationships with men were and continue to be awful, but mine haven't been. I managed just fine with Eli, and didn't I always tell myself I was alone because I was holding out for the right guy? Well, now it looks a hell of a lot like the right guy is here, holding me close, kissing me like he can't get enough of my lips, my tongue, the way I feel pressed against him. I wouldn't just be a coward to shy away from this. I'd be a fool. Long, delicious moments later, he pulls back with a sigh. 2 days isn't enough. I wish I could kidnap you for the entire week. I tighten my arms around his waist, loving the way our bodies feel pressed together. Yeah, it makes me wish I hadn't already taken time off. But I'm out of vacation days, and I just paid for truck repairs that hit my bottom line pretty hard. So, I probably couldn't afford a longer trip anyway. Mick's jaw clenches, and he looks a little uncomfortable. I arch a brow. What? You were hoping for a girlfriend with a more dependable vehicle? He laughs, but still a little uncomfortably. Not at all. I love your truck. I have a confession to make. Okay, I say, silently praying I'm not about to have all my optimistic thoughts proven wrong. You know how I said I majored in computer programming? He asks, continuing when I nod. Well, I chose the major because I'd already been designing apps for years. Even sold a few of them during high school. Cool, I say, not really surprised. Mick was valedictorian of our senior class, and if I remember correctly, won the science fair every year in junior high with some sort of computer thing or another. But why is this making you weird? I already knew you were a nerd, if that's it. This time his laugh is the real thing. I am not a nerd. You are a nerd. I grin up at him. But a really hot one. And I like nerds. I always wished I was smart enough to be one, honestly. You're smart, he scoffs. Very smart. I shrug. Street smart. But school wasn't my thing. At least not high school. I did really well in my EMT courses, though. A spark lights in his eyes. Sweet. So you'll help me study if I decide to enroll? Of course. Though I'm sure you won't need my help, nerd. My stomach growls again, and I add, now spill whatever you're trying to spill so we can go eat. Let's just go eat, and I can tell you later. He starts to pull away, but I hug him close again and say, no, tell me now, or I'll stress about it. He shakes his head. No, it's nothing like that. No reason to stress. He exhales. I designed an app for Naomi's television show when I was 17. It worked so much better than what most of the companies were using at the time that, within a few months, I had gigs to design several more. He shrugs. Then, in college, my friend Andy and I designed a chat app that we sold for a solid chunk of cash, so... I frown. So you're telling me you're not as poor as I am? Is that it? Stop it. You're rich in every way that counts. Good friends, a job you love, an amazing guy who has a horrible crush on you. I roll my eyes, even as my cheeks heat. I can't remember the last time I blushed at all, let alone multiple times in one afternoon. You know what I mean. I do. And yeah, I have a decent stash squirreled away. Nothing like Naomi, but enough that I wouldn't have to work for a few years if I didn't want to. I blink. Wow. If I took off for a few weeks, I'd be strapped. But you do good work. Important work, he says. You save lives. All I did was give people a reason to be even more addicted to their cell phones. He bends, bringing his face closer to mine. The only reason I said anything is that I don't want you to stress about money. I have money to spare. And as soon as you get some vacation days built up, I'd love to take you somewhere fun. My treat. My gaze drops to the ground as I let out a long, slow breath. What's wrong? He asks. I don't know, I answer honestly. I mean, an offer like that would have been my mother's dream come true. But it makes me feel... I sigh again. I don't know. Off for some reason. Maybe because you don't want to be like her, he suggests. Not even a little bit? I huff. Is it that obvious? What's obvious is that you're nothing like your mom, and you never will be. You're strong and independent, and have your shit together. And letting me pay for things isn't going to change that. You'll still be the same strong person, just with more fancy dinners to look forward to. At the mention of dinner, my stomach growls again, a long, low, mournful wail that makes us both laugh. Why don't we head to the restaurant? Mick asks, see if they can take us a few minutes early. Sounds perfect, I say, taking his hand as we turn toward Royal Street, relieved for an excuse to put the awkward moment behind us. I'll think about why learning Mick is loaded makes all my nerves come rushing back later. Once I'm not distracted by impending starvation. On the way out of the square, I glance back at our tarot card reader. She's all packed up for the night and greeting a giant man wearing a security team t-shirt. He leans down to give her a sweet kiss before tucking her trunk beneath his thick arm and starting for the opposite side of the square. They're obviously still in love. So much so, the air around them seems to glow a little brighter. I have no experience with love like that. I've never been in love. And my mom was lucky to make one of her relationships last a year, let alone 30. But maybe... I glance up at Mick to find him smiling down at me. It isn't a 30-year smile, but it's kind, real, and honest. So maybe, just maybe, happily ever after isn't just for fairy tales after all.
Chapter 15. Mick. By the time we cruise into Bliss River on Sunday, Faith and I have been together for 3 days and nights straight. As an introvert, I should be craving some alone time, even when I was head over heels for Bridget and up for spending every waking moment together. I had to take regular breaks from the constant togetherness. I play a good extrovert at parties and networking events, but without solo time to recharge, I can start to feel a little frayed around the edges. But I don't feel frayed now. The only thing I feel as we pull up in front of the bakery Sunday evening, just as Melody flips the open sign to closed, is bummed. I'm not ready to say goodbye. I want Faith across the dinner table from me again tonight, beside me on the couch as I draw up sketches for the remodel I'm starting tomorrow, and in my arms when we head to bed. In the past few days, I've grown increasingly addicted to her smile, her laugh, and the feel of her snuggled against me as I drift off to sleep. The thought of waking without her drool on my shoulder tomorrow is enough to set off a depressive episode. A mild one, but still. "What's wrong?" Faith asks, laughter in her voice. "You look like someone kicked your cat." "I don't have a cat," I say glumly. "Well, I do, and I'd better go feed and pet him like I mean it before he gets pissed and shreds the couch." She hesitates a beat before adding, "But you could come with me if you want. We could hang out, order a pizza for dinner or something." I turn to her, feeling like a prison sentence has been lifted. Does this mean it's also cool if I stay the night? If so, I can be up to my apartment to grab my things and back down again in 10 minutes. "Make it 5, and you have a deal," she says, making it clear she isn't ready to say goodbye either. "Because I'm starving." "You're always starving," I tease, leaning over to give her a swift kiss. "Said the pot to the kettle," she murmurs against my lips. I laugh. "True. And yeah, I want an entire pizza. Be right back." I swing out of the truck, mentally ticking off the things I'll need to head straight to the job site tomorrow as I start for the front of the bakery. I reach for my keys, but the door swings open before I can pull them from my backpack. Naomi and Maddie stand on the other side, both of them looking fit to burst. "So how did it go? Did you take pictures?" Naomi asks breathlessly as she closes the door behind me, setting the overhead bells to tinkling. "Did you love the dinner? Did you have the crab cakes to start like I—" "What about the room?" Maddie cuts in. "Was it as gorgeous as it looked online? And did you do the ghost tour of the French Quarter I texted you about? And the Voodoo Museum?" Naomi adds. "And all the beignets." I smile and pull Naomi in for a hug. "Yes, we had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for everything. You're the very best," I say before stepping away and heading for the stairs leading up to the apartment. "That's it?" she calls after me. "That's all we get? What about the nitty-gritty?" "Yeah," Maddie agrees. "We need details, especially the romantic ones." "We'll talk later," I call over my shoulder as I fit the key in the lock. "I'm in a hurry. I need to grab some stuff and get going. Faith's waiting outside." "Is that right?" Naomi's words fade away. A second later, I hear the bell above the bakery door tinkle again and curse beneath my breath. I cross to the window overlooking the street in time to see Maddie and Naomi descending upon Faith, cozying up to the driver's side window like puppies begging for a treat. "Great," I mumble beneath my breath before spinning back into the apartment to snag a change of clothes, my laptop, and my sketch materials as quickly as possible. I love my sisters, and I'm grateful to Naomi for the wonderful weekend she helped make possible. But the sisters' scare-off factor isn't something to be taken lightly. And if they scare Faith off, I'm going to lose it. We need to have a serious discussion about them keeping their distance until Faith and I are 100% solid. I don't want to risk messing this up. What we started in New Orleans is special, really special. I've never felt this way about anyone before. Being with Faith makes coffee smell better, donuts taste sweeter, and an afternoon walk feel like an adventure I can't wait to take again. When I'm with her, the whole world seems brighter, even when we aren't kissing. And when we are, Jesus, I want more of her so much it's crazy. Kissing her, touching her, having her touch me is amazing. But I'm greedy when it comes to her body. I'm dying to be with her, to be her first, her best, and maybe... I'm trying not to think too far ahead just yet, but I'm thinking far enough to know I really, really don't want my nosy sisters to screw this up. I grab the last of my things and pound down the stairs, through the bakery, and out to the street, not breathing easier until I see Faith leaning out the driver's side window with a grin on her face, saying something that makes Maddie giggle. "What's so funny?" I ask with a mock scowl, secretly pleased that they're all getting along and that so far Faith seems immune to the sister scare-off factor. "Nothing." Maddie bites her lip, clearly fighting a smile. "You're just cute." "I am not. I'm manly and badass." I shift my glare to Faith, whose grin widens in response. "What stories have you been telling, woman?" "No stories," she says as I swing back into the truck and close the door. "Maddie just asked where I got my necklace." She rolls the silver charm, a firefighter's hat, between two fingers before letting it rest on her chest. "I told her you bought it for me yesterday as a remember our first vacation gift." I glance over to where my sisters are standing on the sidewalk, fighting to keep a straight face as Naomi gives me two enthusiastic thumbs up and Maddie jumps up and down and claps silently, grinning like a mad woman. Faith turns back to the driver's side window, nearly catching Naomi and Maddie, but not a second too soon they drop their hands nonchalantly to their sides and play it cool. I snort at them. Silly sisters, but also sweet. It's nice to know they so enthusiastically approve of my new girlfriend. "Good to see you guys, but we should get going," Faith says to them. "We haven't eaten anything since this morning." "Okay, you two have a great night," Naomi says, her eyes twinkling. "We'll catch up on all your news tomorrow." "Thanks again for everything, Naomi." Faith turns the key in the ignition, sending the truck rumbling back to life. "I appreciate it so much. I'll be bringing Jake a thank you for picking my crazy mama up at the airport gift to work tomorrow." Naomi waves a dismissive hand in the air as she backs away from the curb. "Don't worry about it. He didn't mind, even though your mom did talk his ear off on the way home." She cuts a look my way. "Seems she couldn't shut up about my wonderful little brother." I make a cut it out gesture behind Faith's back. Worried talk of her mom will put Faith back in one of her relationships are scary moods, but she only laughs. "Yeah, she's definitely a fan." She shifts the truck into drive. "See y'all tomorrow." Naomi and Maddie wave as Faith pulls out onto Main Street, after checking to make sure the road is clear, of course, in addition to being kind, funny, sexy as hell, and militantly opposed to emoticons, social media sites, and selfies. She's an excellent driver. Be still my heart. I lean back in my seat as she guides the truck the short distance to her apartment, watching her with a smile. "Glad my sisters don't freak you out." She huffs and shoots me a sideways glance. "Why would they freak me out? They're both so nice. And one of them is marrying a guy who might as well be my brother, so..." I shrug. "I don't know. Naomi and Maddie scare off a lot of girls." "Oh, I see," she says, laughing as she pushes my hand playfully from her thigh. "All those girls you were dating before me, right?" "I wasn't dating anyone," I say. "I went on 1 or 2 dates with a few different people, that's it. It wasn't like this." "Like this?" she asks in a softer voice. "Serious?" I say, without hesitation. She nods slowly. "Yeah, it is, isn't it?" "It is," I confirm. So can I put my hand back on your leg? I like to be touching you as much as possible at all times. She grins, but it fades as she pulls up in front of her apartment building. By the time she shuts off the truck and turns to face me, she looks worried. What's wrong? I ask, reconsidering having me over to spend the night. No, but she sighs. There is something that's been on my mind. Okay, shoot. I take her hand, the worry in my chest fading when she holds tight. My mom had me when she was 28, she says. I wasn't planned, and, well, I know she loves me, but there were times when I could tell she felt burdened by having a kid she wasn't prepared for, with a man who didn't stick around long enough to see me out of diapers. I nod, though I'm still not really sure where this is going. I'm just saying, I'm not ready to be a mom. Not even close, she says, a mixture of shyness and anxiety mixing in her big brown eyes. Not that anything is going to happen tonight, but I think it's going to happen soon. And when it does, I want us to be careful because the thought of being responsible for raising a kid right now is really scary. I would be so afraid I'd screw it up. I need more time to raise myself first. Yeah, totally. I get it. I squeeze her hand. Though honestly, that probably means you're more ready to be a mom than most people. I think it's supposed to be scary, you know? People who aren't scared by that kind of responsibility are idiots. She shakes her head. No, seriously, Mick, I'm not even thinking about wanting kids right now, not even a little bit. Right, yeah, I say with a laugh. Got it, loud and clear. Me either. We're absolutely on the same page. But what if... She trails off as she stares through the truck's cloudy rear window. I mean, what if there's an accident? I know condoms don't always work, and the women in my family are insanely fertile, and there's no way I could be a firefighter and a single mom, even if I could convince my mom to help out while I'm at work, which I'm not sure I could, she sighs. Or would even want to, since she's a hot mess, and I know from experience she isn't really... Hey, there, hold on a second, I say, frowning as I cut in. Who says you'd be a single mom? If there were an unexpected baby, which I really think we can take precautions to avoid, by the way, I'd be as responsible as you are. I'd be there to do my share, whether you and I were together or not. She glances back at me, a doubtful expression wrinkling her forehead. Really? Would you? I mean, have you thought about what it would be like to have a kid? How much your life would have to change? I shrug. No, I haven't, I say, hurrying on when her lips part again. But I know right from wrong, and I would do the right thing. When I have kids, I'm going to love them and help take care of them, no matter what. And I have some pretty strong feelings for you, I say, my heart beating faster as that spark of something so much more than lust leaps between us again. I would never hurt you, Faith, or leave you alone to deal with something we're both equally responsible for. Her lips quirk. Yeah? Yeah, I whisper. I care about you. A lot. I care about you, too. She rests her hand on my chest, making me want to pull her into my lap and kiss her until she knows I'm not going anywhere, even if things get complicated. And I want to be with you so much it's killing me, she continues. But there's this voice in my head that keeps saying it isn't smart to jump in too fast, that there can be real consequences and I'm not ready for them. I cover her hand with mine. Then we don't jump in too fast. We wait until you're totally ready. Are you sure? She asks. I mean, if I got swept up in the moment and said I wanted to, you wouldn't? I wince. Well, that might be hard. I won't lie. But if that's what we decide is best, I'll stand by it. Though I might have to get up in the middle of whatever's happening and leave to make good on that kind of promise. No, forget it. I know it's not a fair thing to ask, she says with a shy laugh. You do things to my self-control, things no other guy has ever done before. I trust you, and I trust myself when my clothes are on, but when they're off... I hear you, I say, and I do. I'm not sure I 100% trust myself when her clothes are off either. If we're naked and she asks for more, I might buckle under temptation. Maybe we should keep our clothes on for a while, in the interest of keeping promises? She cocks her head. And in the meantime, I call my doctor and figure out the birth control thing? Just so we have a second line of defense? I nod. Sounds good. You're not disappointed? She asks, her forehead wrinkling again. Or think I'm being neurotic and weird and overly cautious? No, I'm not disappointed, I say. And no on all that other stuff too. It's hot that you take serious stuff seriously. She huffs. You think everything's hot. No, I think everything about you is hot. There's a big difference. We'll see about that. She grins. You've never seen me eat Big Ike's pizza. I make a horrible mess. But Big Ike's is the best, and after experiencing the animal-style meat and veggie combo, I can't go back to lesser pizzas. Fuck, that sounds good. My stomach growls in agreement, and we both laugh. And just like that, we've worked through another issue without drama or stress, proving Faith is Bridget's complete opposite and the kind of person I should have been with all along. We head into her apartment and kick off our shoes. Faith coaxes Captain Snugglepants out from under a lounge chair and coos her apologies to him, while I order pizza and set out plates and napkins. We spend the rest of the night eating too much, vegging out watching mindless TV, with the cat purring between us, and holding each other in Faith's too small for two grown people full-sized bed, talking about the past and the future, and things we've never told anyone else. As I drift off, Faith already heavy with sleep against me, with her head on my chest. I'm so happy, and happy to wait as long as she wants. There's no doubt in my mind, she's worth waiting for.
Chapter 16. 5 weeks later. Maddie. I don't resent other people's happiness. I really don't. I'm not that person. I never have been. In junior high, after Imogen Kane beat me out for student council vice president, I baked cookies for her celebration party. In high school, when I learned my friend Meg was secretly dating my ex-boyfriend, just 3 weeks after we broke up, I wished them a long and happy future. And while studying pastry making in Paris, I wasn't upset when Aria earned better scores on her desserts, even though my soufflés always puffed more reliably than hers, and my croquembouche never failed to crunch just so. Heck, I'm so easygoing, I've even started exchanging emails with Serge, my ex-husband, and wished him and his boyfriend Craig all the luck in the world. Sure. Having my husband of 6 years leave me for another man isn't the highlight of my life thus far. But looking back, I can see the signs that Serge wasn't fulfilled in our marriage, no matter how much fun we had together or how much he loved me. And Serge did love me. He still loves me. In his last email, he went on and on about what a gorgeous, sweet, wonderful, talented person I am. There's no doubt in his mind that I'll soon find the partner I've always deserved. I, however, am not so sure. Not sure at all. And as I watch Mick and Faith amble down the stairs from Mick's apartment with their arms around each other and their heads close together, lost in their own little world, I can't help feeling a little resentful, and maybe a teensy bit bitter. They're practically babies, I think, as I unload chocolate croissants into the display case. And neither one of them was even looking for love, but it fell into their laps, easy as you please. Meanwhile, I'm gazing down the barrel of my 30th birthday without a single romantic prospect on the horizon. I've been on half a dozen dates since moving back to Bliss River, but none of the men I've met are relationship material. A fact that makes me sadder than I like to admit. I'm all for standing strong on my own 2 feet, but I'm a relationship girl. I don't like being single. The last time I went this long without a boyfriend, I was too young to date. I crave companionship and conversation. Life seems dimmer somehow without someone to share it with. And since Mick moved into the bakery apartment and Naomi has all but moved in with Jake, I'm often alone at my parents' house. I feel like a ghost, haunting the halls where I grew up, drifting along all by my lonesome, missing the love and laughter and good-natured bickering that once echoed through the house. I miss life as part of a large nuclear family. I started pestering Serge about starting a family only a few years after we were married, but he always found a reason to put off trying to get pregnant. First, we were too poor, which was true. Then he was concerned about getting quality maternity care on the Caribbean island where we worked. Then, only months before he confessed he was having an affair with a lifeguard at the resort, he said he wanted to wait until we were in our 30s, like his friends on the West Coast. Now, I'm facing 30 alone, adrift, and uncertain as to what my future will hold. My parents will return from Florida in a month or so, and I'll need to find an apartment. I adore Mom and Pop, but they have their own rhythm now that they're retired, and I don't want to cramp their style. But aside from that... Maddie, you want to come? Mick asks, jarring me from my thoughts. What? I startle back into motion, sliding chocolate croissants onto the tray on the top shelf of the case. I asked if you wanted to come to breakfast with us, he says, his arms around Faith, cuddling her like she's a treasure he can't let go of for a second for fear some treasure-hungry pirate will snatch her away. Isn't Naomi coming in at 8? I nod, ignoring the pang of envy that flashes through my chest at the sight of the two lovebirds. Serge used to hold me like that. He always made me feel adorable, though not always desirable. Still, for years it was enough to be adored, cuddled, safe. Deep down, I want more from marriage than meh sex once or twice a month and oodles of cuddles. But there are times when I long for my old life, for Serge's arms around me and his voice whispering he loves me in his lightly accented English as we watch the waves roll onto the shore outside our island home. Yes, Naomi's coming in. I push the sad thoughts away as I shut the display case, knowing no good comes from dwelling on a past that's dead and buried. But I'm going to stay and help out. With Valentine's Day so close, we're expecting a lot of special orders, and I want to get started on them right away. Are you sure you don't need a break? Faith asks. You got here even earlier than usual this morning, didn't you? I thought I heard cookie sheets banging at 3:30. I'm sorry, I dropped one, I say, setting the empty pan on the counter behind me. Did I wake you? I was trying to be quiet. She shakes her head. You were fine. I'm just a light sleeper. Comes with the job. I went back to sleep no problem. And I never woke up, Mick says. I'm getting great at sleeping through banging pans, cats jumping on my face in the middle of the night, people kicking me in the spine when they have soccer championship dreams. That happened once. Faith glares up at Mick, but there's a smile on her face and a look of such adoration in her eyes that I can't help but smile too. Ah, young love. It's a little gross and completely envy-inducing, but I'm happy for my brother. He's found something with Faith. Something that looks like it's going to last through the puppy love stage into something really special. You two are cute, I say with a sigh, laughing when both Faith and Mick duck their heads. Aw, and now you're blushing. This is the sweetest thing ever. Couldn't be any sweeter if I dusted you both in sugar. Now get out of here, I continue, untying my apron and hanging it on the hook beside the door to the kitchen. Enjoy your breakfast and your day off. I'll save some cookies for you for later. Thanks. Faith waves as they head for the front door. Oh, and tell Naomi I'll get that broken cabinet fixed before tomorrow morning. Mick tosses over his shoulder. He's not doing as much repair work anymore. He's actually studying to become an EMT, and even considering joining the fire department with his lady love so they can be heroic and fit and fabulous together. But he still takes care of any handyman thing we need ASAP. He is such a good man, and absolutely deserves all the love and happiness in the world. Don't worry about it, no rush. I flutter my fingers their way as I pull off my hairnet and drop it into the trash. Have fun. Faith and Mick step outside amidst a tinkle of bells, and then the bakery is quiet. With a sigh, I pour myself a cup of coffee and pluck a still-warm chocolate croissant from the case. My treat for getting everything ready 15 minutes before time to open. I'm settling down at a table for two, trying to enjoy how nice it is to have more room for my plate, when the bells tinkle again. Forget something? You two always... I trail off when I look up to find it isn't Mick and Faith coming back through the door. It's Jameson Hansen. And he doesn't look happy. Yummy, but not happy. With his broad shoulders, beefcake body, shaggy brown hair, and chiseled jaw, Jameson is easily the most stunning man I've ever seen. Jake, his older brother, and Naomi's fiancé, is also quite good-looking. But Jameson is over-the-top, melt-your-panties-with-a-look gorgeous. And he knows it, of course. He has enough swagger for 3 men, and a smolder he unleashes upon the hapless women of Bliss River with practiced ease. I've seen that smolder in action, though I've never been on the receiving end of it. Jameson's only a year and a half older than I am, but growing up he treated me like a baby sister. Someone to be teased, picked on, and protected on the rare occasions when someone aside from himself dared to torment me. But definitely not to be smoldered at. Which was just fine with me. Jameson's gorgeous, but he's also a bad boy through and through. I'm not interested in anything bad boys have to offer. I want home, family, and stability, not trouble. And Jameson? He's a trouble magnet. Big time. You're alone, right? He asks as he stalks over to the counter, casting a cautious glance at the kitchen door. Good morning to you, too. I bite into my croissant, deliberately ignoring the question. Jameson's been acting weird for months. First, it was some ancient thing about the night Naomi left town when they were kids. Then, well, who knows what's been making him weird since then. But he's definitely weird, and it's definitely annoying. Dumb and annoying. There's enough drama in the world already without stirring up more for no reason. No, seriously. He strides past me to glance up the stairs toward Mick's apartment. I saw Mick and Faith leave. And Naomi isn't here yet, right? Your sleuthing skills are impressive. I sip my coffee, not bothering to offer Jameson a cup. He seems wired enough as it is. What can I help you with? You can help me put a stop to the insanity, he says, snagging the chair across from mine and spinning it around before straddling it in one graceful movement that I have to admit is sexy. It's easy to see why women throw themselves at Jameson. He's an impressive physical specimen, charismatic, and smells so good. Sometimes it's hard not to lean in and take a big whiff of him. Even over the smell of my coffee and fresh pastry, his spicy, earthy, mouth-watering scent is interesting. It's a smell that's clean and dirty at the same time. It could easily turn a woman's thoughts in sexy directions, if she hadn't heard Jameson burp the ABCs or seen him run around with a pair of tidy-whitey briefs on his head when he was 8, pretending to be Evil Lord Underpants. But I heard the burps, and Evil Lord Underpants put a slug down the back of my dress at a town picnic. I am immune to Jameson's allure. So immune, I barely notice how nice his thickly muscled arms look crossed over the back of that chair. Every night Faith isn't at the station. She's over at Mick's place, or he's over at hers, he says. They've been joined at the hip for over a month, and he was at family meal every night this week. He's even talking about becoming a firefighter, for Christ's sake. I shrug. So? I would assume you'd find that an admirable vocation. It's not about that, he says, cursing beneath his breath. It's about this shit going way too fast with them. Faith's just a kid, and Mick's only her second serious boyfriend. He's taking advantage. Oh, please. He's only 6 months older than she is, I say, around a bite of croissant, determined not to let him ruin my breakfast. And they're both over 21. They're in love, Jameson. Leave them alone. They're in lust, he counters. Faith's too innocent to know the difference. But I see the way Mick looks at her. She's going to get hurt, and you know it. I know nothing of the sort. I roll my eyes. They're sweet together. I've never seen Mick so happy, and Faith is glowing. Fuck. Jameson's frown deepens. You don't think she's pregnant, do you? No! I laugh. No. I think you're a crazy person. She's happy. So quit meddling in her business and tend to your own love life. He exhales a ragged sigh. but he seems to relax a little. At least some of the vibration goes out of him. What love life? Every good-looking woman in this town is taken. He reaches for the uneaten half of my croissant, and I slap his fingers away. Ow! I'm hungry, Mad. Then ask for something, you mess. Don't just take whatever you want. But I like taking what I want, he says, in a voice that is somehow both petulant and a little sexy. I shake my head as I push the remains of my breakfast across the table with a sigh. You never change, do you? He glances up as he takes a bite, his hazel eyes looking green in the morning light through the window. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. You expect so much from everyone else, but when it comes to Jameson, what you want is all that matters. He grunts and continues to eat my treat. That's not true. It's completely true, and you know it, I say, not in the mood to let him off easy. When was the last time you thought about some poor girl's feelings before you lured her into your smolder web? He arches a dubious brow. My smolder web. Yes, your smolder web. I cross my arms, refusing to back down. You're like a big sexy spider, luring women in and then sucking all their life force out before you cast them aside. You think I'm sexy, huh? He smirks around his last bite. This conversation, obviously another big joke to him. See? That's exactly what I mean. I point at his big, dumb, smug head. When we're talking about Mick needing to behave himself, you were all business. But when it comes to you, it's just fun and games. But I can bet it's not fun for the women who fall for you and end up getting hurt. He reaches for my coffee, once again without bothering to ask, and takes a swig. Give me a break, Maddie. I'm a grown-up, and so are the women I date. They can take care of themselves. I'm only worried about Faith because she's inexperienced, and she's like a little sister to me. I'd be doing the same thing if you started shacking up with some guy right after you started dating. My brows shoot up with a laugh. You can't be serious. Of course I'm serious. I'm almost 30 years old, Jameson, I say. I expect my daddy to keep his nose out of my business, let alone a man a year older than I am. He lifts a hand. Calm down, Mad. I didn't mean... And for your information, I've shacked up with a lot of guys right after I started dating them. I rise to my feet, snatching my mug before he can get his hands on it again. Before Serge and I got engaged, I slept my way through half the pretty boys in Paris. I spent weeks shacking up in their lofts and moldy basement apartments and falling in and out of love, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Good for you, he says. I'm glad to hear you had the chance to sleep with a guy who wasn't gay, even if he was French. My jaw drops, though I don't really know why I'm surprised. He's never pulled any punches when it comes to teasing me, and he obviously doesn't intend to start now. Still, that hurt. It really did. Enough to make my voice shake as I say, leave. Kidding, Mad, he says. I was kidding. Go. I point a finger at the door. Now. He stands, regret creeping across his face. Seriously, Maddie, it was a joke. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Yeah, you never mean to, I say. But you do. I'm not a little girl anymore, Jameson. I'm a grown woman who's had a grown woman's shitty year, and I don't need you picking on me on top of it. He reaches out, gently prying the coffee cup from my fingers and setting it on the table before taking both of my hands in his. I know, and I'm sorry, he says, in a voice so low and gentle I almost believe him. I really am. I apologize for being a jerk. I sigh and nod, only a little begrudgingly. Apology accepted. He shoots me his puppy dog look, the one I'm sure he knows is nearly impossible to resist. I roll my eyes, my shoulders slumping. Fine. Thank you, he says, pulling me in for a hug, and thanks for calling me on my bullshit. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mumble, as I loop my arms around his waist, trying to ignore how nice it feels to be pressed against his chest. Jameson has hugged me lots of times. Dozens of friendly hugs throughout the years. But none of them have ever made me this aware of the fact that he's hard in all the places I'm soft. Aware of the fact that his arms feel so nice wrapped around me, or that his smell is even more intoxicating up close. He smells damned good. So good I can't help lifting my nose to the place where his shoulder meets his neck and breathing deep. I hold the breath for a moment, eyes closing as a shiver works its way through me from head to toe. My lids open a moment later to find Jameson staring down at me, his brows drawn together, and an unspoken question in his eyes. "What?" I ask, my pulse speeding, hoping my strange, effervescent feelings aren't showing on my face. "Were you sniffing me?" My mouth goes dry with embarrassment, but I don't pull away. "Maybe," I say defensively. "Maybe you smell good, okay?" "And maybe you look really pretty without makeup," he observes, in a lightly bewildered voice. "Huh," I say. "Yeah, right." "You do," he insists. "I like your freckles. They're cute." His arms tighten around me. "Don't mess with me, Jameson," I warn, not sure what to do with this tingling feeling he's inspired, or the way he's looking at me. "I'm not," he says, a husky note in his voice that makes me wonder if he's feeling this too. This crazy, unexpected, lustful vibe that makes me want to drag him into the kitchen and have my way with him on the food prep counter. And then he leans down, bringing his lips closer to mine, and wondering becomes a suspicion. The suspicion is seconds away from becoming a certainty, and our friendship dangerously close to being forever changed by a very unfriendly kiss, when a door slams outside, and Naomi's voice shouts hello to someone on the street. Jameson and I leap apart, staring at each other with twin, guiltily confused expressions, before I spin to grab my coffee, and Jameson backs toward the door. "Okay, well, see you later, Maddie," he says, clearing his throat. "Thanks for the, talk and stuff." "Yeah, you too." I gulp coffee, trying to pretend nothing out of the ordinary has transpired as he flees into the street. Naomi breezes into the bakery moments later. "What was that about?" she asks, frowning as she jabs a thumb over her shoulder. "Jameson looked like he was in here stealing cookies." I force a laugh. "No, he just wanted to talk about Faith and Mick. He thinks they're moving too fast. He's afraid Faith's going to get hurt." Naomi rolls her eyes. "He's crazy. They're great together. I know we were doubtful at first, but I think Mick's gone on her, don't you?" "Absolutely," I say. I told Jameson the same thing. I think he knows Mick's on the up and up now. And he knows that you think he smells great, and we're totally on board with that almost kiss that almost happened. Crap on a poppy seed cracker, you almost kissed Jameson. What is wrong with you? Good. Naomi unwinds her gauzy pink scarf from around her neck. He should leave them alone. They're happy. They're good to each other. And I say don't look for trouble where there isn't any. Exactly, I say, ready to change the subject and get my mind off love and lust in all its forms. Speaking of trouble, how many tall, dark, and delicious Valentine's cakes do we have on order already? I thought the form said 112, but that has to be a typo, right? No, it isn't. Naomi practically skips behind the counter in excitement. I sold 50 more yesterday afternoon. Wow. My eyes go wide. I mean, it's a great recipe, but that's insane. Naomi presses a hand to her chest and bats her eyes. Well, thank you. It's one of my best, if I do say so myself. But it's the samples that sold it. That was a great idea. As soon as the customer had a taste, they were hooked. I grin. Then I guess I'd better get my butt back in the kitchen. She snags her apron from its hook. Get to it, lady. I'll open up and then come spring you at 10 when Lucy gets here so you can go home and get some rest. I don't need rest, I say, grabbing the empty plate from the table and heading around the counter. I'll stay until closing. We'll get twice as many cakes done cooking together. She smiles. I know I should tell you to go home, but I like being in the kitchen with you. Me too. I return her grin, trying not to think about the fact that my curving lips very nearly touched Jameson's. Things have been weird enough with Jameson, and I don't want to make them any weirder, especially since anything like that between Jameson and me would be doomed from the start. I make a promise to myself as I step into the kitchen. What almost happened this morning between us is never going to almost happen again. Our lips will never meet, and our relationship will never change. We'll stay just good old friends, the way we've always been. It's the best choice. The only choice. But later, when the young woman we hired to work the counter, Lucy, arrives, and Naomi joins me in the kitchen, I can't deny that the memory of Jameson's lips moving closer to mine lingers. Far more tempting than any tall, dark, and delicious chocolate cake. Chapter 17. Faith. Valentine's Day is a ridiculous day to lose your virginity. Just ridiculous. I know this. And despite the fact that I'm crazy in love and have romantic plans, I still loathe V-Day more than push-up bras and hose testing combined. It's just so commercial and cheesy and pink. So grossly pink. But I can't stand the thought of waiting another day to be with Mick. Abstaining for the full month it took for my birth control prescription to become effective is seriously one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. If someone had told me a few months ago I'd be so desperate to pounce a man's bones I'd be marking off the days until we can sleep together on my fridge calendar with obnoxious little doodle hearts, I would have laughed my face off. But that was BMW. Before Mick Whitehouse. Mick, with his kisses that drive me wild, his hands that know my body better than I do, and his heart that makes me feel like the most beautiful, interesting, fabulous woman in the world. Despite my rough childhood, or maybe because of it, I've always had a solid sense of self-worth. But lately I've felt invincible. With Mick beside me, I can conquer any obstacle, overcome any hardship, scale high mountains in foreign countries with names I can barely pronounce, armed only with a backpack, walking stick, and several thermoses of water. Yeah. We're planning a trip to Tanzania to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, something we've both secretly wanted to do since we were teens, early next year. If all goes as planned, next January 1st, we'll be on our way to Africa to celebrate our 1-year anniversary atop the continent's highest mountain. It's going to be an amazing adventure, but nothing compared to the adventure I've had already. In 6 weeks, I've gone from lonely and pretty sure Captain Snugglepants was destined to be my only long-term steady date, to being in a relationship that makes the world seem wonderful in ways it never has before. I'm just so happy. So happy, not even spending Friday afternoon listening to Mama insist I need to sweet talk Mick into proposing before the bloom is off my rose can sour my spirits. I simply take a deep breath and shrug off my mama's crazy at the bakery's front door. Then I weave my way through the crowd, waiting to pick up Valentine's Day treats with a grin on my face. I hurry up the stairs, slip the key Mick gave me into the lock, and ease inside, immediately feeling at home, because this is where the man I love lives and breathes. I spy him across the room, bent over his desk, studying for his first big EMT exam. His curls standing up in a dozen directions because he runs his hands through his hair when he's thinking, and my chest fills with a delicious, full sensation. And then he turns and smiles my way, clearly thrilled I'm back, even though we've only been apart a few hours. And the feeling of fullness gets so intense, I'm worried it might do internal damage. God, I love this man. I love him like nothing else, and I can't wait to be with him tonight. My fears and nerves are long gone, leaving only a warm assurance that making love to Mick is something I'm never going to regret. Hey, sexy. He rises from his chair, crossing the room to pull me into his arms. I missed you. Missed you too. He arches a brow. Did your mom drive you crazy? No more than usual. I tip my head back to welcome his kiss. A long, slow kiss that has us both breathing faster by the time he pulls away. Damn, he mutters, his voice thick. If I wasn't worried that half the town and my sisters would overhear, there's no way I could wait until tonight. We could go back to my place. I lean into him, body humming with awareness. No customers or sisters there. That's a fucking brilliant idea. I wink. Literally. Laughing, his hand slipped down to cup my bottom, urging me closer, summoning a hungry sigh from my throat. Are you sure you're ready? Dude, I am so ready. Past ready, I promise. I'm so ready, I've been thinking filthy things about you all day long. His eyes darken, and his fingers dig a little deeper into my ass, making things low in my body clench. Oh yeah? Like what? Like... I push up on tiptoe to whisper one of my naughtier fantasies into his ear. I've gotten to the part where we're naked on a bearskin rug in front of a roaring fire, and he's pulling my panties off with his teeth when he groans. Stop. He swallows hard. I can't take any more, or I won't be able to wait until we get to your house. I bite my lip, secretly loving that a few whispered words can affect him like this. I love my man's good heart, but I also really enjoy making him horny. Then grab your things, and let's get going, I say, before adding in a softer voice. The anticipation is killing me. He cups my face in his hands. Me too. You have no idea. He takes a deep breath, his eyes scanning my face in a way that leaves no doubt that he thinks I'm beautiful, inside and out. Do you have any idea how much I love you? A disturbing amount, I say, my heart soaring, even as the ache inside twists tighter, but not as disturbing as how much I want you. How much do you want me? Well, my panties are already wet, I whisper, my heart skipping a beat as his jaw clenches in response, if that gives you a clue. He makes that growling sound low in his throat again. I'm beginning to think you want the whole town listening in. And I'm beginning to think you're all talk and no action, I challenge, grinning as I back out of his arms, crooking my finger as I go. Come on, White House. This virginity isn't going to take care of itself. He blows out a long breath and rolls his eyes upward, as if praying for strength. I'll be down in 2 minutes, he says, pinning me with a heated look that makes my entire body hum. Get the truck ready to roll. Yes, sir. I give him a naughty salute before turning and practically skipping across the room to the door, my heart light and easy. This is so different than I thought it would be. Before Mick, I assumed that sleeping with someone for the first time would be a serious, sober, and maybe even a somewhat scary undertaking. But nothing could be further from the way I feel right now. I'm excited, giddy, and so certain I'm making the right decision that nothing can shake my confidence. Mick already feels like a part of me, and this is only going to bring us closer. God, I can't wait to be that close. As I step off the last stair leading down to the bakery, I'm so high on life and love and anticipation. I don't realize Maddie is standing next to the landing until she reaches out and grabs my arm. Oh my God, you scared me, I say, laughing as I turn to face her. But then I get an eyeful of Maddie's stricken expression, and my laughter vanishes. What's wrong? I ask, scanning her up and down, my EMT training kicking in as I instantly start looking for an injury. Are you okay? She shakes her head. No, I'm not. I think you need to get Mick. He's on his way down any second, I say, my brows pinching together. What happened? Is Naomi okay? Did something... Naomi and I are fine. She casts an anxious glance toward the table in the corner, where a petite young woman with silky brown hair, big blue eyes, and a sizable baby bump sits in one of the wrought iron chairs. She stares our way with a determined, slightly too intense expression. I have to talk to Mick, Maddie continues softly, as her eyes drift back to mine. I nod, suddenly having a bad feeling about that woman in the chair. A very bad feeling. Chapter 18. Faith. There's something familiar about this girl, even though I'm positive we've never met. I would remember if we'd been introduced, or even passed on the street. She's so tiny and delicate, she makes me feel like an Amazonian in comparison. And so perfectly put together, she looks like a doll. From the crisp navy ribbon in her hair, to her adorable white maternity sweater with the sailor collar, and that navy pleated skirt, she's almost too pretty to be real. If it weren't for that look on her face, the one that's more resolute than reposed, she'd be the perfect picture of blissful, expectant motherhood. What's the problem? I ask, dragging my gaze from the woman's with effort. But she's still staring, a fact that has the hair at the back of my neck standing on end. Who is that? I add, beneath my breath. Maddie's lips part, but before she can speak, Mick slams out of the apartment and thunders down the stairs. Hey, hot stuff, you ready to go? His arms come around me from behind, hugging me close as he presses a kiss to the back of my head. I'm about to warn him that Maddie has something important to discuss with him when the pretty pregnant girl stands, her eyes lighting up in her impossibly lovely face. Mick, there you are. She smiles, showcasing perfect rows of tiny teeth. I've been looking all over for you. I feel Mick go rigid and turn in his arms to see a haunted expression on his face, unlike any I've seen there before. In that instant, I know exactly who this girl is and why she looks so familiar. It's Bridget, Mick's ex. The girl I briefly glimpsed in Mick's college yearbook a few weeks ago while I was killing time, waiting for him to finish a quiz. In the picture, she and Mick were mugging for the camera at a homecoming game, their school letters painted on their cheeks in bright blue and gold. I thought she was pretty in the picture, but she's even more stunning in real life. Stunning, and very petite, and very girly, and very, very pregnant. Holy shit. My stomach hardens into a tight knot at the center of my body as Mick steps in front of me, putting himself between me and his ex. What are you doing here? He asks, in a soft, rough voice. What the hell is going on? I think it's pretty obvious what's going on, Mick. Maddie puts a hand on his shoulder, casting an anxious glance at the crowd of customers who are doing their best not to look like they're listening. But they are. They all totally are. Who could resist when such a juicy gossip nugget has practically fallen right in their laps? But I think we should go discuss this upstairs, Maddie adds beneath her breath. No. Mick shrugs off Maddie's hand. I'm not going anywhere with her. I have no idea what kind of stunt you're pulling, Bridget, but I don't want any part of... Stunt? Bridget's big eyes fill with tears that somehow make her look even lovelier. This isn't a stunt. This is our baby. And I can't do this alone anymore. I need you. At the word baby, my head goes light and empty. It's like someone opened my skull and scooped my brains out, leaving nothing but raw nerves behind. Instantly, I'm dizzy, confused, almost outside myself as I watch Maddie take Bridget by the hand and lead her toward the stairs, motioning for Mick and me to follow. I turn numbly, stumbling over my own feet as I head back up to the apartment. I'm so sorry, Mick whispers, as he plods up the stairs beside me, sounding as dazed as I feel. I can't believe this is happening. I seriously can't believe this. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me either. A few minutes ago, I was on cloud 9, looking forward to the rest of the night, and so many more nights to come, with the man I love. Now I'm meeting Mick's crazy ex-girlfriend. At first glance, Bridget may look like she has it all together, but I have no reason to doubt Mick's account of the way things ended between them. And a woman who threatens suicide in order to maintain control of her partner is not only dangerously manipulative, she's unstable. Whatever happens next is going to be bad, not a doubt in my mind. The thought is enough to make me want to take Mick by the hand and run back down the stairs as fast as we can. To run and keep running until we find a place where we'll both be safe. But he might never be safe. And he might never be free of Bridget. She's pregnant with his baby. Mick's going to be a father, and I'm still a dumb virgin who thought love could be easy. Or at least not wildly, miserably complicated. As we step back into his apartment, where only moments ago we were making out without a care in the world, I'm struck by the horrible, crushing certainty that my happily ever after has just become a trashy soap opera. But of course it has. Messed up people like me attract messed up shit like this, like a bug light attracts mosquitoes. And I don't know if I can handle it. I'm not ready to become a stepmom, or a step-girlfriend, or whatever. God only knows what stunt Bridget will pull next, or how she might use this innocent child to try to get what she wants from Mick. Whatever that is. You know what she wants. She wants him back, and he might end up going. He said he'd always be there for his child, and he has to know Bridget isn't capable of taking care of a baby alone. I bite the inside of my lip and fist my hands at my sides, doing my best to ignore the panicked inner voice as Maddie wipes Bridget's tears with the hem of her apron. Over the top of the bright pink fabric, Bridget's eyes linger on Mick for only a moment before sliding over to fix on my face. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" she asks in a chilly voice. "She's my girlfriend," Mick says, before I can convince my mouth to move, and she stays. "Anything you need to say to me, you can say to her." He reaches back to take my hand, but my fingers aren't working so well. I want to give his palm a comforting squeeze, but my hands are cold and stiff, like rigor mortis is setting in. Which is appropriate, I guess. Despite Mick's words, it feels like something is dying in this room. Something beautiful I hadn't realized how desperately I needed until Bridget showed up to take it away. I mean, I knew I loved Mick, but I hadn't realized losing him would feel like something vital is being ripped out of my insides. I can't bear to think about my life without him. A fact that scares me nearly as much as the thought of trying to help raise an unstable woman's baby. "This is private, Mickey," Bridget says, her full bottom lip beginning to tremble. "I don't want to discuss our baby's future with a stranger in the room." "She isn't a stranger," Mick says, his grip tightening on my hand. "She is to me." She sucks in a wobbly breath. "And I think I've already been through enough without having to talk about the night the condom broke in front of the woman you've been sleeping with while I've been trying to figure out how to raise a child all by myself." She dissolves into sobs again and sags against Maddie, her pale cheek resting on the taller woman's chest while Maddie strokes her shiny hair. "Okay, let's try to calm down." Maddie casts Mick a wide-eyed look over Bridget's head that silently begs him to take control of the situation. Getting upset isn't good for anyone, especially the baby. "I'll go downstairs." I pull my hand from Mick's. "You don't have to," he says, his voice dropping as he turns to face me. "Seriously, Faith, I don't have any secrets from you." "But you have a baby on the way," I say, my throat so tight I can barely get the words out. "That changes everything, Mick. You know it does." He shakes his head, the panicked look in his eyes, making me suspect he can feel our dreams dying too. All our sparkles, extinguished by the tears of a woman he's going to be bound to for the rest of his life. Bound. Like a shackle around his ankle that he'll drag behind him forever, ensuring we never have the same easy, uncomplicated relationship again. The thought makes my chest ache, and my eyes sting as I bolt for the door, fleeing down the stairs and out into the cold day alone.
Chapter 19. Mick. I watch Faith go with a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach, struggling to ignore the voice in my head that insists she's never coming back. That this is it. Bridget has ruined my relationship with Faith the same way she ruined my senior year of college, and there's no way to reclaim what's been lost. But losing Faith is so much worse than losing a carefree final year of school. A future without Faith in it is unthinkable, intolerable, so terrifying and rage-inducing that when I turn back to face Bridget, it takes all my self-control to keep from shouting for her to cut the waterworks and tell me what it's going to take to get her out of my apartment. I get that Bridget's tears are convincing to people who don't know her well. Maddie's obviously worried for the girl sobbing on her chest, but I've seen Bridget turn tears on and off like a faucet more times than I can count.
They're simply another weapon in her arsenal, a tool she uses to manipulate people. I'm honestly not sure Bridget's capable of feeling sadness the way other people feel it. Our final months together made it clear she has very little empathy, only a driving desire to get what she wants, no matter the cost. Even if the cost is another person's will to live. By the end of our relationship, there were days when the thought of checking out was preferable to living another day under her reign of emotional terror. But I never seriously considered that final permanent escape. Deep down, I knew I'd find a way to be free of her, that one day I'd leave her in my rear view and never look back. But now she's here. And she's having my baby, and I hate myself for having continued to sleep with her, even if it was the one area where we weren't completely dysfunctional by the end. I hate that condom for breaking, and I hate fate for its lousy fucking timing. Now I'll never escape her, and soon she'll have another person to terrorize. A tiny, innocent person who deserves so much better than a mother like Bridget, or a father who wishes he or she had never been born. The thought makes my throat close up with shame and guilt, but it's true. I don't want this baby. I don't want my ex to have an excuse to sink her claws into me again, or face a future worried for the safety of a child who will never have a stable home life so long as Bridget's in the picture. All right, let's take a deep breath. Maddie rubs Bridget's back as she wipes the tears from her cheeks with trembling hands. The trembling is probably an act too, I think. My contempt for her so intense, there's no room in my heart for compassion. There hasn't been for a long time. Why don't I go make you something to drink? Maddie casts a pointed glance my way as she steps over to the dining table and pulls out a chair. You two sit down and talk this out, and I'll be right back with warm milk. It will help you calm down. Thank you so much, Maddie, Bridget says, sniffing as she beams up at my sister. You're as sweet as Mick always said you were. I appreciate your support so much. Of course, Maddie says as she helps Bridget get settled at the table. Mick, do you want something, tea or coffee? No, thank you. My jaw clenches with reluctance, but I force myself to circle the table and sit down across from Bridget, meeting her watery gaze as Maddie crosses the room to the kitchenette to fetch the milk and a pan to warm it in. As soon as she's out of earshot, I say softly, I don't know what you want from me, but if it's anything more than child support and my half of the childcare duties, you're going to be disappointed. Her bottom lip starts to tremble again, but I cut her off before she can get started. Save your energy, I say. Tears won't work on me anymore. Almost instantly, her eyes clear and her features shift. I would say she drops her mask, but there's nothing real at the heart of Bridget to conceal. I ought to know. I stupidly hunted for it long enough. But there is no authentic person to uncover, only a series of masks she employs with such proficiency, most people never realize there's only emptiness underneath. I'm not the bad guy, Mickey, she says, using the nickname I always hated. Even at the beginning when I was so smitten with my beautiful new girlfriend, I was willing to forgive a multitude of sins. You're the one who left without saying goodbye, without even a note to explain why you ended a 2-year relationship out of the blue. It wasn't out of the blue, and you know why, I say. And you know it wouldn't have been a 2-year relationship if you hadn't blackmailed me into staying. She frowns, seeming genuinely confused. What are you talking about? I'm talking about threatening to kill yourself if I broke up with you. Her eyebrows shoot up her forehead. What? I never said that, Mick. I might have said it felt like I would die without you because I loved you so much, but I would never. Don't. Just don't, I say, rage that she's playing dumb on purpose, warring with the ugly suspicion that she doesn't remember things the way I do. She has a habit of rewriting history. I assumed she did it consciously to make herself feel better about the class she failed or why she didn't make the varsity cheer squad. But maybe that isn't the case. Maybe Bridget is even more out of touch with reality than I've assumed, which means she's probably even more of a danger to our unborn baby. Thoughts of lawyers and custody battles and other assorted ugliness I don't want to think about whoosh through my head, making my heart beat in my ears. I don't want to be a dad right now, certainly not a single dad.
But I might very well end up fighting for the privilege in order to protect my son or daughter. Mick, please, she says, her fingers twining together on top of the table. I know this isn't the way either one of us planned to start a family, but this baby needs you. I need you, and I know we can all be happy together if you'll give us a chance. I shake my head. We will never be together again, Bridget. I'm with Faith. But even if I weren't, you and I are over for good. Her forehead wrinkles, but the determination in her gaze doesn't waver. You can't mean that. We're meant to be, Mick. Deep down, you know that. No, I don't, I insist. You do, she counters. You feel the connection between us, I know you do. And our child is more important than a crush on some girl you barely know. You're a good man, Mick, and in the end, I know you'll do what's right and come back to me. I rake a frustrated hand through my hair, wondering what it's going to take to convince Bridget that what she wants is never going to happen. I guess I could try the truth again, explain that it wouldn't be right for me to be with her when I'm in love with someone else, and that seeing his or her father trapped in a loveless marriage wouldn't be doing our baby any favors. But before I can sort out how to frame my thoughts in a way that will hopefully penetrate her delusions, Maddie appears with the cup of warm milk. I put a little cinnamon and sugar in it, she says as she places the steaming cup in front of Bridget. Careful, it's hot. Thank you so much. She beams up at Maddie, looking so innocent and lovely, I can't blame my sister for being drawn in. Bridget brings out the protective instincts in almost everyone, until they get to know her better and learn there's a will of iron inside that petite frame, and the only thing she needs protecting from is her own stubbornness. Even her parents admit she's a handful. The one time I went home with her for a long weekend, the sympathetic glances Mr. and Mrs. Betty shot me across the dinner table as Bridget told me exactly what we'd be doing for the rest of the weekend were chilling. Going to sleep on the Betty's living room couch that night with pictures of Bridget throughout the years staring down at me from the fireplace mantel, condemning me to a life lived jerking to attention every time she tugged my strings. I felt more like a captive than a boyfriend. But I'm not a captive or a puppet, and it's past time to make that abundantly clear. I intend to do the right thing by you, Bridget, I say, but that doesn't include us getting back together. I'll be there to do whatever I can to help with the baby, but assuming, of course, that it's yours. Maddie cuts in, shocking me. Shocking Bridget, too, judging from the startled, offended sound that bursts from her chest. What are you saying? She demands, her tone harder than it's been up to this point. Of course this is Mick's baby. And if the paternity test proves that, then I know my brother will be there with financial and parenting support. Maddie calmly replies. And Naomi and I will be the best aunts any kid could hope for. We don't need a paternity test, Bridget says, anger flashing in her eyes. I'm due any day, exactly 9 months from the night Mick and I last slept together. I haven't been with anyone else, and he knows I'm telling the truth about the broken condom. Maddie smiles, but she doesn't shift her attention from my ex's face. I'm sure he does. And he's such a good person he probably never stopped to think you might have done something to make it break. Bridget pales. Not much, but enough to make my stomach go sour. But I'm not that nice, Maddie continues. And I know how miserable you made my brother last year, and if you think for 1 second I'm going to stand by and let you wreck his life, you are sadly mistaken. There will be a paternity test, or there will be no assistance of any kind from anyone in this family. Is that clear? I can't believe this, Mick, Bridget says, her voice breaking. I came here hoping for a little support and compassion, and Enough, I say, holding up both hands as Maddie turns to me, a pleading look in her eyes. I know she wants to help, but this isn't the way. Thank you, but I can handle this from here. Are you sure? Maddie asks, her brow still furrowed. Because I can get Naomi. You know she's even tougher than I am. I'm a grown man, Mad, I say gently. I can stand on my own 2 feet. And I can, I realize.
I'm not going to let Bridget or anyone else control me again. Now that I know what it feels like to be loved, really loved, by a woman who accepts me for who I am, I realize I was never doing Bridget any favors. She's never going to grow up and change her ways if people keep indulging her. And the kind of relationship she forced on me wasn't love. It wasn't anything remotely close. All right, Maddie squeezes my shoulder on the way to the door. But call me if you need me. Thanks, will do. I hold Bridget's gaze as Maddie starts down the stairs. Bridget swallows hard, her thin neck visibly working. Is this what you want, Mick? To make the mother of your baby feel like a slut? I pull in a ragged breath. I don't think Bridget would lie about something like this, and she never even glanced sideways at another guy while we were together. But God, what if Maddie's right? What if Bridget made this happen? What if she deliberately tampered with a condom? I wouldn't put it past her. She wouldn't have thought about the moral implications of using a baby as a pawn, or all the far-reaching consequences of her actions. She would have only thought that having my baby would bind me to her in a way I wouldn't be able to escape. Please, Mick, she continues. You know me. There has never been anyone for me but you. Seriously, I don't know what you want from— I want some time to think. I cut in, rubbing my temple, which started throbbing the second I spotted her downstairs. And I want to know why you didn't tell me sooner. Why keep it a secret until it's so close to time for the baby to be born? She glances down at the warm milk in her hands. I was afraid. Afraid of what? The more I think about it, the stranger it seems that she waited so long to contact me. Sure, I changed cell phones, but she knows where my family lives. Obviously. It isn't like her to let months of holding something over my head slip through her fingers. There has to be some other reason she waited. I need an answer, I press when she continues to stare down at the mug in silence. Well, I spotted a lot at first, she says, her voice soft. There was blood almost every day. I worried I was going to lose the baby, and then my mom and dad were being difficult, and I had a hard time finding a way to reach you. I frown. How were your mom and dad being difficult? What do they think about all this? They don't understand me, she says, reaching up to adjust the ribbon in her hair, though it's perfectly tied, as usual. They never have. That's why I have to stay here, with you. She shifts her gaze, meeting mine with a pleading look. Please, Mick, let me stay here with you. I don't have anywhere else to go, and I'm scared of doing this alone. If she were anyone else, I would have reached out, taken her hand, and offered what comfort I could. But she's Bridget, and I don't want to give her any reason to think I'm reconsidering my position. I feel sorry for her, and worried about the baby, and afraid for the future. But no matter what happens, I'm not going to take her in and take care of her. It's time for her to stand on her own 2 feet if she can manage it, or to find professional help if she can't. You aren't alone, I say, my voice firm but gentle. I meant what I said. I'm here to help with money, and I'm happy to split custody 50-50. I can even take the baby more at first if you need time to work things out with your parents. Or log some quality time with a shrink, I add silently. We'll work this out, I continue. You don't have to be afraid. I'll make sure the baby never wants for anything. She sniffs. But I don't want to split custody. I want to be a family. I hold her gaze, willing her to look into my eyes and see the truth. No, Bridget, we will never be a family. I will never live with you. I will never love you, and I will never touch you again. Not ever. Her bottom lip starts to tremble again. You don't mean that. I do, I say. I'm sorry if that hurts you, but it's the truth, and nothing is going to change that. You'll change your mind. Silent tears stream down her face, even as she smiles. I know you will. I'll make you understand. I sigh. This conversation is futile. I might as well be trying to reason with a rock. No, a rock would probably be more receptive to logic. All right, I push back from the table. Leave a number where I can reach you on my desk before you go. I'll call you tomorrow and we can talk more about what to do over the phone. Where are you going? She asks, her eyes going wide as I stand.
I'm going to find Faith and apologize for ruining her Valentine's Day. What about me? Her hands tighten around her cup until her fingertips go white. What about ruining my life? I shake my head. You're in charge of your life, not me. If it isn't going the way you like, I suggest you take a look in the mirror and make a few changes in the way you handle yourself. Her nostrils flare. So, this is all my fault? I got pregnant all on my own, is that it? I guess you are going to ask for a paternity test and add insult to the rest of your abuse. As long as the baby's born in the right time frame, I don't need a test. I know you were too busy making my life miserable to sleep with anyone else while we were together. I turned toward the door, ignoring Bridget's outraged huff. She was the abusive party in our relationship, but she'll never admit it. She's determined to play the victim and keep right on blaming everyone else for her problems. Come back here, Mick, she calls. The words followed by a loud thump I assume is her fist hitting the table, but I don't turn back to check. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Feel free to let yourself out. I step onto the landing and start down the stairs, ignoring Bridget's cry for me to wait. I'm done waiting, and I'm not about to let Bridget or anyone else keep me from making things right with Faith.
Chapter 20. Faith. I haven't cried in public in years. Not since I was 15 and rolled a four-wheeler on my uncle's property, breaking my arm in 2 places when I smashed into a fallen tree. And even then, I only cried for a few minutes, determined to pull myself together before my cousins came back with help, to prove I was tougher than the other girls and could absolutely hang with the guys for the rest of the summer. The fact that there are tears in my eyes as I hurry across the street to the firehouse is enough to send a tsunami of shame sweeping through my insides. Pull yourself together, Miller. Get a grip. But I can't seem to pull myself together. The harder I try, the faster the tears fall. By the time I reach my truck, I'm a soppy, snotty mess, and shaking so hard, I drop my keys on the concrete, not once, but twice, before I finally manage to shove the key in the door. I'm so miserable. I don't hear anyone calling my name, or even realize someone's close, until a big, warm hand settles on my back. What the fuck? I exhale in a rush as I spin around, knocking the hand away and instinctively preparing to defend myself. Easy, killer. Just saying hello. Jameson backs away with his hands raised, his laughter fading as he gets a better look at my face. What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine. I swipe the sleeve of my sweater across my face, mopping up some of the mess, wishing I'd made my escape before anyone saw what a wreck I am. Is it White House? Did he do something? Jameson's scowl deepens, because if he did, I'm prepared to go teach him some manners. I tried to warn Maddie that the two of you were moving too fast, but she wouldn't. Mick didn't do anything, I cut in, propping my hands on my hips. And if he had, I would take care of him myself. I know I've needed help with Mama sometimes, but that's an extreme situation, Jameson. When it comes to my own love life, I'm a grown-up. I can take care of myself, by myself. And I'm sick of you acting like I'm a child without the brains God gave a billy goat. His eyebrows lift. Sorry, he says, obviously a little surprised by the force of my reaction. I'm shocked, too. And maybe full of shit. Sure, I can take care of myself, all by myself. But I don't want to anymore. I don't want to face the future standing on my own 2 feet without anyone to lean on. I like the way Mick looks out for me, the way he checks the refrigerator before we run out of half and half for our coffee, and insists I take an occasional break from my brutal workout routine to let my body recover and my muscles heal. I appreciate the way he rubs my shoulders after my 3rd night sleeping on the lumpy cot at the station, and how intently he listens. He listens with every part of him, body and soul, making me feel safe telling him things I've never told anyone else. And it isn't just him being there for me that I love. I love being there for him. I love the way he rests his head in my lap after dinner, wanting me to run my fingers through his hair while he studies for his EMT courses, because he says my touch helps him think. I like cooking him breakfast and grabbing his dirty clothes so we can do laundry together at my place. I like taking care of him and being taken care of. The thought of going back to a life without these sweet intimacies I've started to take for granted the past few weeks is flat out devastating. So devastating. Tears are already welling in my eyes again, even with Jameson standing right in front of me. "Hey now," he says, giving my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Then what's the matter? What happened to make your pretty face all red?" I press my lips together, fighting another wave of tears. Jameson lives to tease me. He's only conventionally nice when I'm really down, and I can't remember him ever calling me pretty. I must be a truly pathetic-looking specimen indeed. "You can talk to me, about anything at all." He leans down, catching my eye with an expression so kind, it threatens to break my heart all over again. "I won't tell a soul if you don't want me to. I just want to help." I sniff, the unfamiliar urge to spill my guts, warring with my usual, saying nothing is best when feelings are concerned, policy. "Is it your mom?" he asks. "Did something happen?" I shake my head. "No. It's Mick's horrible ex-girlfriend, I confess. The dam breaking. She's here. And she's pregnant." Jameson's eyes widen ever so slightly before he nods, as if this isn't the most awful news ever. "I see." "It's his," I emphasize. "They're going to have a baby together." His eyes narrow. "Well, they made a baby together, and they're each going to have to do their part to raise it. But that doesn't mean they'll be doing any of it together." "What are you saying?" I ask, frowning. "Of course it does. She'll be in his life forever. That's it. Everything we planned is over." He lifts one shoulder in a gesture so casual, it makes me want to choke him a little. "She'll be in his life. And if she's as bad as you say, I can't imagine that will be fun for you or Mick. But it's nothing other couples haven't dealt with. It doesn't have to be over, unless you and Mick decide for it to be over." I wince. "You don't understand. I can't be a stepmom, Jameson. I'm not cut out for it. I have no frame of reference for how to give a kid a normal life. And I know this woman is going to do everything she can to make things difficult. It will be drama and more drama, just like with my mom. I'll be stuck in my shitty childhood all over again." "So, you want to break up with Mick?" he supplies, making me blink in surprise. "No, I don't," I say in a wounded voice. "That's the last thing I want." "You really love him?" he asks, with enough empathy that I feel safe nodding yes. "Well then." He gives my arm a soft punch. "I suggest you woman up, Buttercup, and prove you're as tough as you say you are." I cross my arms at my chest and glare at him. But before I can respond, he pushes on. "Put yourself in his place. Mick just found out he's going to be a dad. He's got to be scared to death. But instead of offering your support, you're out here crying." He pauses, meeting my glare with a smile. "I'm not trying to be a jerk, Faith, but this isn't like you. You save lives. You put yourself in danger for other people all the time without a second thought. You're a hero. You're not the girl who goes running off to cry in her hanky when things get tough." Hero. The word sparks something in my memory. The fortune teller in New Orleans. She mentioned adversity and a card that symbolized someone being called upon to stand strong in a time of trial. Someone who would need to be a hero. "But I'm scared," I whisper, knowing I'm in a dark place if I'm willing to admit that to Jameson. He steps closer, brushing his thumb across my damp cheek. "That's okay. We all get scared when the stakes are high, and there are no higher stakes than knowing you might lose the person you love." He takes a deep breath and lets it out with a sigh more melancholy than anything I've heard out of him in all the years I've known him. "But if you run away without a fight, you'll regret it. Take it from someone who knows from experience." I glance up at him, surprised. As far as I know, he hasn't been in a serious relationship with anyone, or anything, aside from his Mustang, in years. Who was she? He shrugs, and his focus drops to the concrete. Someone it would have been really hard to be with. There were a lot of things standing between us. She got scared and walked away, and I let her. I let her go when I should have done everything I could to convince her we were worth fighting for. Missed her every day since. I'm sorry, I say. A wry smile curves one side of his mouth. Yeah, well, don't be sorry. Be smart and learn from my mistakes. I open my mouth to promise I'll try. But before I can speak, a voice calls my name from across the street. Even before I turn, I know it's Mick, coming to convince me we're worth fighting for. But Jameson's spared him the trouble. On impulse, I throw my arms around his neck, giving him a fierce hug. He laughs. You're welcome. Now get in there and fight. I will, I promise, as I pull away, turning to watch Mick jogging across the street. As soon as his eyes meet mine, I know fighting is the right call. All I want to do is take him home and show him how much I love him. To prove to him that I'm prepared to be his port in the storm, his hero when the chips are down, and the person who stands by him no matter how hard things get. Or how scared I am. Scared is okay. As long as I don't let fear convince me to run away from my most important person. Chapter 21. Faith. I jog across the parking lot, meeting Mick near the picnic table where we shared lunch yesterday, every step making me feel lighter. Don't go, he says, coming to a stop in the gently greening grass. I'm so sorry. No, I'm sorry. I step closer, not missing the flash of relief in his blue eyes. I should have stayed, or waited outside the door. Next time, I promise I will. I promise I'll be there when you need me, no matter what. He swallows, his eyes searching mine for a long moment before he wraps me up in his arms, hugging me so tight I can barely breathe. But I don't miss oxygen. Who needs air when you have the arms of the person you love holding you so close you know he's never going to let you go? Never. No matter what. Thank you, he says, his voice rough with emotion as he pulls back to look down at me. I love you so much. And I love you. I run a gentle hand through his hair, which is even wilder than it was a few minutes ago, cluing me in that the rest of the meeting probably didn't go well. Even though my dumb mistake is going to change everything, he asks, uncertainty creeping into his expression. I know this isn't what you signed up for. Shared custody of a baby is going to be hard, and I can promise you, Bridget will do everything she can to make it even harder. And it will be a lot of work, I add, and scary, and I'm sure we'll both make mistakes. And I can't promise I won't freak out every now and then. But I lean into him, loving the feel of his warm, strong body pressed against mine. But I love you. You having a baby with someone else complicates things, and I can't pretend I'm happy about it. But it doesn't change the way I feel. He shakes his head, obviously still not completely convinced. Are you sure? I won't be as free as I am now. There won't be time for Kilimanjaro or a lot of the other things we planned. I don't need Kilimanjaro. I rest my hand on his slightly scruffy cheek. All I need is you. He blinks, a pained expression flitting across his face that I understand completely. After years of being so certain, so sure, so convinced that love was never going to find its way to my lonely corner of the world, sometimes the happiness I feel when I'm with Mick is almost painful. It's like medicine applied to a wound, hurting as it heals, but a blessing. No doubt about it. You feel like a miracle right now, he says, running his hand through my hair, letting his fingers play through the strands. You feel like a man I want to be naked with within the next 20 minutes, I whisper, smiling at the surprise that lights his eyes. I'm not going to let your ex ruin a single night of our life together, I continue, threading my fingers together behind his neck. And that starts tonight. His lips curve at the edges. I keep thinking I can't love you more. And then he sighs. What did I do to deserve you? You survived, I say, nodding toward his apartment, and didn't let her turn your heart into a nasty little lump of coal. I reached down, taking his hand in mine. Now let's get out of here. I can't think of anything. I'd like more, he says, squeezing my fingers as we turn toward my truck. 5 minutes later, we're parked in front of my apartment. 3 minutes after that, we're through the front door, shedding clothes as we kiss our way back to my bedroom, pausing just long enough to gather Captain Snugglepants from where he's napping at the foot of the bed, set the cat out in the hall, and close the door behind him before we come together again. We fall onto the bed in a tangle of arms and legs, mouths meeting with a hunger that leaves no doubt in my mind that Mick is every bit as desperate for this as I am. My bra vanishes, and Mick's undershirt follows, and then his mouth is on my bare skin, his tongue teasing my nipples until I writhe beneath him, and every cell in my body is electrified with hunger. I reach down, cupping his jaw in my hands. No more. I can't take it. You're making me crazy. I pull him up for another kiss, my tongue swirling against his with a frenzied desire that's unlike anything I felt before, even with him. But it feels right. To let go. To trust this. To trust us. I want you so much, I whisper between kisses. I can't wait to be inside you. His teeth rake gently over the delicate skin at my neck as his fingers find the top button on my jeans. He thumbs it open, and my pulse accelerates with a whoosh that makes stars flicker at the edges of my vision, leaving me speechless, breathless, as Mick tugs my jeans down my legs. Then his lips are on my stomach, feathering kisses between my hips, before he catches the top of my white lace panties in his teeth. I lift my hips, moaning in approval as I realize he's playing out part of my fantasy. His breath is hot against my skin as he tugs the fabric down, bearing me, inch by inch, until my panties slip off one ankle and there's no longer any barrier in place between Mick and where I'm so wet for him. So beautiful, he murmurs, hooking his fingers behind my thighs, spreading me wide. I clutch handfuls of the bedspread, fighting the urge to press my knees together. He's done this before, and I've had an out-of-body, blissed-out experience every time. But the lights were always off. Now, the lamps are on, and I can study him as he studies me, his eyes devouring every inch of the skin between my legs. It makes me feel a little shy, and I wonder if he really means it, that he thinks I'm beautiful there. The shyness lasts until he presses a kiss to my clit, and then his tongue is flicking, circling, rubbing with the perfect, insistent pressure, and I can't feel anything but electric, alive. Shockwaves of desire course through my entire body, and I gasp and arch closer to his mouth, his teeth, his tongue that flicks back and forth until I'm dizzy with need and so close to coming, I can feel it building inside of me like a giant wave. It's so big, so intense. It might crush me on the way in, but I can already tell it's going to blow my mind with pleasure first. Yes, God, Faith, come for me. I want to feel you, taste you. Mick gathers my breasts in his hands, rolling my nipples between his fingers and thumbs as his tongue works faster between my legs. And I'm going. I cry out as my body clutches tight and pleasure scalds through my veins, drowning out everything but bliss and hunger. I still want him, still want more. I've never been so wet, so ready, so desperate to feel him inside me. I want it so much that not even a blinding orgasm can completely take the edge off. I need Mick as close as he can get. I need to show him with my body how much I love him, and want to keep loving and wanting him for a long, long time. Now, please, I say, tugging at his arms, hands shaking as I help him dispose of his jeans and boxers, and free the beautiful, long length of him. He is beautiful. I love feeling him hot in the palm of my hand. Love how thick and hard I make him. Love the way he moans when I kiss him there. But I know I'm going to love feeling him inside me even more. Tell me if it hurts, he whispers. His fingers thread into my hair as he cups my face, holding my gaze as the blunt head of his cock nudges against my entrance, and he begins to push inside. My breath rushes out, pleasure and a slight stinging sensation warring inside me. For a second, I'm nervous again, but then he pushes deeper, deeper, and his eyes are locked on mine, and I can see how much this means to him, how much he loves me, wants me, and the pain just vanishes. I let it go, sending it on its way, and soon the only thing I'm holding on to is him. I wrap my arms and legs around him and trust my instincts, holding his gaze as we learn how to move together, to make each other feel good, to make love. And for once that phrase doesn't seem the slightest bit cheesy. Making love is exactly what this is. And it's so right. So very right. His rhythm gets faster, and I match him, rolling my hips forward to meet his, muscles straining and breath coming faster, faster, as I start to spiral out again. But this time, I'm not alone. This time, Mick's there with me, calling my name as we come. I kiss him, tasting his pleasure mingling with mine, feeling so close to him, so free. It's like all the windows and doors are being thrown open inside me, and Mick's love is rushing in, banishing the last of the darkness and doubt. I'm not afraid anymore. Why should I be? There's nothing to be afraid of. No matter what hardships we face, Mick and I will get through them. Together. I'm sure of that. I'm so sure that, hours later, after a shower, dinner from the freezer, and a second time that puts even our beautiful first time to shame, I drift off to sleep without a moment spared for stressing about what tomorrow might hold. I sleep like a stone until 3 a.m, when the phone rings and our cozy shelter from the world comes crashing down around us.
Chapter 22. Mick. There's a wreck on the highway. A drunk driver flipped his Camaro and shut down traffic for almost half an hour. By the time Faith and I arrive at the hospital, Naomi and Jake are already in the beige and yellow labor and delivery waiting room, and my baby, a little girl, has been born. She's in the NICU, Naomi says, pulling me into a hug, and she's doing fine. NICU, I repeat, my heart pounding as I step back and reclaim Faith's hand. She was a rock the entire way here, talking me back from the edge when I was tempted to get out and start running toward the hospital. That's where they take the babies who have problems, right? I ask, fighting to swallow past the lump forming in my throat. It is, Naomi says, before adding in a reassuring tone. But the baby is going to be fine. She's about 8 weeks premature and having some trouble breathing on her own, but the nurse I talked to was very encouraging. I drag a clawed hand through my hair. She's going to be okay. As far as we know. Jake rests a calming hand on my back for a moment. The doctors were worried at first because the labor was trauma-induced, but the baby seems to be fine, and Bridget's going to come out on the other side with nothing but a few bumps and bruises. I heave a sigh, relief and anger coursing through me, leaving me feeling at odds with my own body. I can't believe Bridget fell down the stairs at her hotel, let alone at 2:30 in the morning. What the hell was she doing walking around in the dark at that hour? She should have been asleep, taking care of herself. She has an innocent life depending on her, for God's sake. But she's not up for visitors, even extended family. Naomi casts a glance around the empty waiting room before adding in a whisper, I told them we were relatives so the nurse would give me all the dirt. Apparently, they had to sedate Bridget. A few minutes ago, we could hear her melting down all the way out here. I wince. She's in a lot of pain? She's in a lot of distress, Jake says diplomatically. She's out of her damned mind is what she is, Naomi adds, obviously not in the mood for diplomacy at the moment. Any woman who would throw herself down a flight of stairs to induce labor isn't playing with a full deck. She needs professional— What? Wait a second. Faith cuts in, her grip tightening on my hand. They think she did this on purpose? Naomi's eyes go wide. She said she did it on purpose. After the baby went into distress, she started crying, saying she didn't mean to hurt anyone. She was just trying to make sure the baby came in the right time frame. I frown. But you said, I trail off as the importance of my sister's earlier words hit full force. I was too upset for them to register immediately, but now, 8 weeks early. The baby is at least 8 weeks early, which means I'm not the father, I say, wondering why I'm not more relieved. No, Jake puts an arm around Naomi. But Bridget wanted you to believe you were. That's why she did what she did. But it's obvious the baby is premature, Naomi says, her eyes welling with tears. The poor thing is so tiny. We saw her as the nurses wheeled her down the hall, so little, but with a full head of hair and the most beautiful little hands. Jake hugs Naomi to his chest, silently offering her comfort. This has to be hell for her. Her own daughter was born premature, but too premature for Grace to have a hope of survival. Naomi's rebounded from her grief, but her expression makes it clear this night is hitting her hard. I'm so sorry, I say, feeling like shit. I'm sorry to drag all of you into this, and out of your beds in the middle of the night. Oh, stop it, Naomi says, sniffing as she blinks her tears away. We're happy to be here, and I'm glad this is off your plate, but I have to admit I'm worried about the baby. That woman isn't ready to be a mother. I shudder to think what's going to happen to that sweet little girl. I sigh. Yeah, I'm not nearly as relieved as I thought I'd be. It's scary, Faith agrees. I mean, I'm guessing the real father wants nothing to do with the baby, or Bridget wouldn't have come looking for you, so... Silence falls, during which we all stand staring helplessly at each other. This is a terrible situation, but there's nothing any of us can do. Bridget is the birth mother. Now that it's obvious I'm not the father, I have no legal rights. Guess we'll just have to say a rosary, Naomi says, tilting her head back to look up at Jake. But I want to stay for a while if that's okay. I'd like to get another update from the nurse and know the baby's still doing well before we leave. I'll sleep better. Of course. Jake kisses Naomi's forehead with such obvious affection, it makes my chest a little tight. And then I turn to see Faith looking up at me with the same loving, unguarded expression, and it squeezes even tighter. I'm so fucking lucky, and so grateful. I hate that Bridget's baby is going to have a rough start, but I'm so relieved that from here on out it's just Faith and me. And maybe someday, if I'm lucky, I'll get the chance to be a dad with a woman I love. Maybe even this woman, because I sure as hell can't imagine loving anyone more. You want to stay too? Faith asks, proving she's 1 in a million. I don't mind. Yeah, I'd like to know that the baby is out of the woods, I say. And Bridget, too. I should call her parents and let them know what happened. They live in D.C., but they can probably get here by tomorrow evening. That's a good idea. Naomi pulls her cell from her purse. I'll step outside and call Maddie. Maddie's here. Maddie rushes breathless into the room. I'm sorry. I was stuck in traffic from hell. What's going on? Is everything okay? By the time Naomi fills Maddie in on all the news, the nurses returned to the waiting room. How is she? Naomi asks, her fingers twined together. Is the baby still okay? She's doing fine. The nurse, an older woman with tightly curled gray hair and kind blue eyes, says. She's stable and sleeping. She'll need to stay in the NICU for at least a few weeks, but that's probably for the best. It'll give the mother time to decide on an adoptive family. I frown. Bridget's putting the baby up for adoption? The nurse's gaze flicks uncertainly from me to Naomi and then back again. Oh, no, I assumed you knew. No, we didn't, Naomi says. But that's great news. We're glad the baby's going to have a stable family. That's probably best for everyone involved. The nurse nods, but her expression makes it clear she's worried she's said too much.
It's fine,
I say softly. We won't mention this to anyone. It's Bridget's private business. Thanks. The nurse backs away with a tired smile. All right then. Bridget should be able to receive visitors this afternoon. If you want to go home and get some rest, you can come back then. Thank you. We will. Naomi waits until the nurse leaves the room before turning back to the rest of the family. Well, that's amazing news. You think her parents are going to be okay with Bridget putting the baby up for adoption, Mick?
I nod. I'd imagine so. They're both older. They had Bridget when they were in their 40s, so I'm pretty sure they're not up for raising an infant at this point in their lives.
But they might want to try anyway.
Naomi nibbles her thumb as she paces back and forth across the room.
I mean, she's their grandchild. But if they knew the adoptive family was going to be really great, financially stable and committed, and so excited to raise a child.
Jake's posture shifts, going from relaxed to alert as he turns to me. The moment our eyes connect, I get what Jake's already guessed. Naomi and Jake are on the waiting list with an adoption agency, but Naomi clearly sees this as an opportunity to cut her waiting time and have the baby she's been dreaming about in her arms within weeks instead of months. You want to adopt my ex-girlfriend's baby, I say, not exactly sure how I feel about that. On one hand, I know that little girl couldn't ask for a better mother than Naomi, but on the other hand, Bridget's baby would be my niece. It's an uncomfortable thought.
I didn't say that.
Naomi turns, her gaze flitting between me and Jake. You might as well, babe, Jake says. We all knew where that train was headed.
It's a nice idea, Maddie says gently. But what if Bridget wants an open adoption and wants to be a part of the baby's life? It isn't fair to do that to Mick. The sooner he gets that girl out of his hair for good, the better.
Right. Naomi nods, but I can see the disappointment she's trying to hide.
I wasn't even thinking about that. And I'm sure there are tons of other ways it could get awkward. Forget I started plotting. I'm sure Bridget will find a great adoptive couple on her own.
But not a couple who was there the night the baby was born, I think. Not a couple who obviously forged an instant connection to this little girl as she was wheeled by on her way to the NICU. I can't deny it feels like there's an element of fate at work here, and I don't want to be the reason a family that's meant to be together doesn't find their way home. I glance at Faith, not surprised when she makes a, "Why not?" face.
I mean, I was prepared to be a stepmom, she whispers. I think I can handle being an aunt, even if Bridget is planning to stick around.
Are you sure? I ask. Look how much trouble she caused in less than 12 hours. She shrugs.
I'm not scared of a little trouble. Are you?
I squeeze her hand, so grateful this fearless, big-hearted woman picked me. Nah, not with you around to back me up.
Always.
She smiles, that smile that brings the sun into a room, even at 4 o'clock in the morning on a cold February night. I turn back to Naomi. You should go for it. Her eyes immediately light up.
Really? Are you sure?
She asks, waiting for my nod before she turns to Jake with a hopeful look.
What do you think, babe?
You already know what I think. He smiles. Let's go home and get some rest, and we can come talk to Bridget this afternoon. Naomi's breath comes out in a rush.
This is really happening, isn't it? Don't get your hopes up too high, Maddie warns. She might want to pick someone else.
Right, of course, she says, but I can tell she's already started decorating the nursery. A fact Faith clearly gets, too.
You think she's going to be disappointed?
She asks a few minutes later as we cross the parking lot to her truck. I shake my head. No. Weirdly, I think it's going to work out. I have a feeling about it, you know? She sighs.
I have a feeling I'm going to be too beat to go into work at noon today. You want to drive, and I'll call Ben to see if he can cover my shift until 5 so I can get some rest before I go in?
I take the keys, but don't move to open her door right away. Instead, I pull her into my arms, feeling even more connected to her after tonight. Every part of it, from being together for the first time to the ride to the hospital and everything since. I have something important to ask you first, I say, my palms skimming up and down her back. What? She asks, leaning into me. I've noticed that we don't like to spend time apart. You think? She asks dryly. What tipped you off? I pretend to think on it. Well, the fact that we've spent almost every night together since we got back from New Orleans was a pretty major clue. Good detective work? Right? I'm thinking of opening an agency if the becoming an EMT and firefighter thing doesn't work out. I'm also thinking you should move in with me. Are you crazy? She asks, surprising me. But then she adds, You're moving in with me, where there are no pans banging at 4 a.m, or sisters eavesdropping downstairs, not to mention more room for Captain Snugglepants to roam around and get his cat on while we're gone. I grin. That probably makes more sense. The captain does enjoy his space. And I enjoy you, she says. If I didn't have to be rested for work, I would take you home and ravage you all over again right now. Oh, yeah? I pull her closer. Well, if Ben can cover for you until 5, you'll probably be good to go as long as you get to sleep by 8 or 9. Her tongue slips out to dampen her lips. And it's just a little after 4 now, so that does give us almost 4 hours. I bite my bottom lip before asking in a faux scandalized voice, Do you have any idea how many times I could make you come in 4 hours? She shivers. I'm imagining it right now. Let's hit the road. I'll call Ben. If he can't do it, I'll call Brandon and twist his arm. He owes me a favor after all the times I've bought him burritos. I snatch her up, hugging her so tight her feet leave the pavement. She laughs, her arms twining around my shoulders. What's this for? I just love you a lot. I set her back down, gazing into her upturned face as I add, A ridiculous amount, really. She smiles. Same. She wiggles her brows. I'm also ridiculously hot for your body. One of the things I love best about you. I tip my lips closer to hers. Can I move my things into your place while you're at work? I would be pissed if you didn't, she says with a content-sounding sigh. I like coming home to you. And I like that you called yourself an aunt back there, I murmur. She makes a soft, surprised sound. I did, didn't I? You did, which is perfect, because I'd really like to marry the shit out of you as soon as possible. She laughs. Very romantic, right? But that had better not be your proposal, she warns. I want a sappy one. Lots of talk about your feelings and how excited you are to be together forever and stuff. Down on one knee, the whole thing. I'll get on that. Good, she says, a little shy and a little sexy and just so her. My girl, my best friend, my faith. But maybe get on me first? Whenever you want me, for as long as you want me, I promise. Forever's a good start, she whispers. It is, I agree. And then I kiss her, and it's like catching fire, the way it always is, the way I have a feeling it always will be, as long as I'm with her.
We hope you enjoyed Catching Fire. Keep listening for a free sneak peek of Playing with Fire, Maddie and Jameson's story. Maddie. Crap on a cracker. Those are my first words as I step out of my friend Piper's van at the Southern Singles Seaside Camping Retreat. But what I really want to say is, fuck me. Or better yet, fuck me. With lots of extra U for how very undesirable and uncool it is to see Jameson Hansen emerging from the pickup in front of us. Jameson Hansen. The last person I want hanging around, rolling his eyes at me while I'm trying to remember how to flirt. But there he is, looking ridiculously handsome, with the late afternoon sunlight glinting off his sun-streaked brown hair. His muscled shoulders strain the fabric of his olive green t-shirt, and his corded forearms exude pure manliness. Meanwhile, his sculpted backside practically compels me to drop to my knees and thank God for whoever invented blue jeans. Ugh, this is bad. So very bad. I've been looking forward to this retreat for weeks. I was so excited when I piled into the van with Piper, Shelley, and Dawn this morning. I could barely contain myself. I talked their ears off all the way down to Myrtle Beach, promising to out-hike, out-swim, and out-drink all three of them, so long as they swear to lock me in the van if I let the whiskey get the better of me. Most of the time, I'm a level-headed person, but get a little whiskey in me and I can become daring to the point of personal endangerment. But we've all been best friends since we met at Girl Scout camp in junior high. They won't let me do anything life-threateningly stupid. They actually encouraged me to let my hair down and to start my month of Maddie, my annual month-long celebration of my May birthday, off with a bang. They know the past year has been an absolute shit show, and agreed I'm overdue for a little footloose and fancy-free. Just over a year ago, my 6-year marriage ended in disaster when my husband, Serge, left me for another man. I spent a good 8 months grieving the loss of a friend and partner who loved me well, if not always with as much passion as I might have hoped for, and have only recently emerged from my despair pit. I finally feel ready to enjoy being single, to flirt and banter and maybe kiss a sexy stranger on the beach after the bonfire burns low. This singles camping trip was going to be the start of a new me, one who isn't afraid to reach out and touch someone, even if that someone isn't going to end up being long-term relationship material. I'm turning 30 in 3 weeks, for goodness sakes. I can't afford to let any more time slip through my fingers. It's time to start enjoying myself and put my dreams of home and hearth on hold until I meet the right guy. I was ready to kiss lips and take names. But now, everything is ruined. Jameson Hansen, childhood friend, womanizer, drop-dead delicious firefighter, and a man who smells so good he shouldn't be allowed within 50 feet of the ocean for fear his yummy man scent might attract sharks, is here. 3 months ago, that would have been bad news. Jameson's always treated me like a little sister, someone he's in charge of pestering to my wits' end, while keeping me safe from danger in all forms. In the old days, he would have cramped my style. Now, he's going to ensure I suffer 3 days of misery while being forced to watch him flirt the panties off of at least one, if not more, of the single women on this trip. Knowing my luck, it will be one of my friends, and I'll have to endure a play-by-play description of Jameson's legendary lovemaking the entire drive back to Georgia. Because Jameson will be getting action this weekend. There's no doubt in my mind about that. The man is the Casanova of Bliss River, Georgia, a professional smolder wielder who's bedded half the women in our hometown, leaving a string of broken hearts in his wake. He's also the man who almost kissed me a few months ago, when an unexpected eruption of mutual attraction nearly led to a friendly hug becoming something more, which would have been disastrous. His brother is marrying my sister. We're going to be in each other's lives for the long haul. The last thing we need is an awkward kiss, or something worse, lingering between us. And even if it wasn't weird kissing an old friend I've known since we were infants, Jameson isn't my type. I'm looking for someone less smoldery, and with a heck of a lot more interest in long-term commitment. Since our near kiss, I've done my best to avoid him. But the fire station is right across the street from my bakery. I can't help running into him at least once or twice a week, often enough for his full lips, strong hands, and delicious man scent to remain in my thoughts and continue to pop up in fantasies so naughty they make me blush just thinking about them. It's awful. I was never attracted to Jameson before, and I certainly don't want to be attracted to him now. Even if he weren't the wrong kind of guy for me, he's an unacceptable option. I don't want a guy I used to bang and broke up with showing up at family Thanksgiving every year. So, he's off limits. That's it. Nothing is ever going to happen between us. Ever. My head knows that. But my libido does not. A point proven, when Jameson turns, our eyes meet, and a shiver of awareness sweeps over my skin, raising goosebumps on my arms and legs, despite the 85-degree heat. For his part, Jameson doesn't look much happier to find his weekend of fun crashed by a childhood friend than I am. But his look of displeasure only lasts a moment before he smiles and hops down from the truck bed with the agility of a jungle cat and prowls across the pine needle-covered ground toward me. What are the chances, huh? I ask, determined to have my first and last words with Jameson over as quickly as possible. Guess we'll just have to stay out of each other's hair, pretend we don't know each other, avert our eyes if we see anything we shouldn't, or just anything at all. He crosses his arms, and his lips hook up on one side in a smirk. Is that your subtle way of telling me not to interfere while you're trying to hook up? No, I roll my eyes. That's my blunt way of saying, I'm not here to cramp your style, and I'd be pleased if you'd extend me the same courtesy. He inclines his head, before casting a glance behind me to where my friends are unloading the van. I guess that means those three are off limits, he asks in a low voice. If you want to go home with all your man parts intact, yes, I whisper back, flinching when he laughs. Even his laugh is sexy, a sensual expression of mirth that showcases even white teeth. And that delicious neck I know smells better than fresh bread, lavender-scented candles, and a pan of recently fried bacon combined. Though, probably better to keep those smells separate. Got it. He winks at me, before lifting a hand to the women behind me and backing away with a husky, "Good day, ladies." That triggers a sigh from one of the weaker members of our company. I spin back around to find out which of my friends has become tangled in Jameson's smolder web, to find Shelley and Dawn leaning against the van with slightly dazed expressions, and Piper wiping drool from her chin. Are you drooling? I ask, glaring at the athletic brunette I'm sure Jameson would have made a play for, if I hadn't made it clear that my friends are off limits. Tell me you aren't drooling, Piper Youngman. Who was that? She asks with a grin, not even bothering to deny the accusation. Me like. Me too, Shelley adds with a sigh that stirs the fuzzy blonde curls falling into her face. But you can have dibs, Piper, since you drooled and all. No, she cannot have dibs. I prop my hands on my hips. Jameson is off limits. Dawn's pierced eyebrow lifts. Oh, it's like that, is it? Back off, ladies. Studley's already spoken for by the birthday queen. No, it's not like that, I say. I just... And what the birthday queen wants, the birthday queen gets, Piper interrupts, lifting her hands into the air. I withdraw my claws. Pounce away, sister. I huff. I am not going to be pouncing anyone, especially Jameson Hansen. But that's the whole reason we're here. Shelley's full lips push into a pout. This weekend is for pouncing. It's like Virginia is for lovers, except it's a weekend instead of an entire state. Jameson is my sister's fiancé's brother, I explain, since none of my besties live in Bliss River. It would be like incest. No, that's when you marry a cousin or something, Shelley says. I know because my stepsister married her first cousin. She lives in Arkansas, but they went to Tennessee to get married because it's legal to marry your first cousin there. That's it, Dawn says, frowning as she pulls her shiny blue-black hair into a low ponytail, showcasing the mermaid tattoo on her upper arm. I'm officially divorcing Tennessee as my birth state. I mean, what is the world coming to when something is illegal in Arkansas but not in the volunteer state? Tennessee is simply volunteering to perform a cousin marrying service other states won't, Piper says, as she grabs her pack from the van and swings it onto her back. I think you should be proud of them. Love is love, after all. As long as you don't have inbred children, Dawn adds. I shake my head, wondering how this conversation wandered so far into the cousin-loving woods. But I think you should go for him, Maddie, Dawn continues. He's yummy, and he was looking at you like he already had you half naked in his mind. I scoff, ignoring the way the thought of being undressed by Jameson, mentally or otherwise, makes my skin prickle. You're crazy. I am not crazy, Dawn says. I'm 32 years old, unreasonably excited to be away from my precious children, and dangerously horny. But not crazy. Dawn and Piper both have kids. Piper has 2 boys she has full custody of after her ex took a job overseas. And Dawn has a 9-year-old son and 7-year-old daughter she's been raising mostly solo since her husband ran off with his secretary 4 years ago. Both of them need this retreat every bit as much as I do. But they insisted on the drive down that I reign as queen of the weekend. They're sweet friends. So sweet, I vow right then and there not to do anything to ruin their good time. I'm not going to let Jameson's presence spoil any of my fun, or anyone else's. I resolve to ignore him completely, a feat that proves fairly easy at first. Having birthed 2 10-pound babies, Dawn can't go an entire night without getting up to pee, so our group sets up camp near the bathrooms, while Jameson and his buddies pitch their tents closer to the beach. We join the group headed down to the shore to gather driftwood for a bonfire, while the guys are on dinner duty for the first night, in charge of grilling hamburgers and hot dogs for the 35 singles on the trip. At dinner, our crew and Jameson's eat on opposite ends of the long line of picnic tables. And by the time supper is over and the beer's been flowing for a while, I can barely hear the rumble of Jameson's voice over the laughter and flirtation at my table. Shelley and a man with brown eyes and glasses who resembles a graying Harry Potter are getting along like gangbusters. And Piper has 2 gorgeous coworkers from an Atlanta law firm hanging on her every word. The other 2 men at our table seem more interested in texting than talking, but Dawn is deep in conversation with a pretty red-haired woman named Helen, whose kids attend the same art camp as Dawn's son, and seems to be having a great time. I'm the only one who hasn't found a conversation mate, but I don't mind. It makes me feel free to toss my compostable paper plate, grab a fresh beer from the cooler, and head down the path to the beach. I arrive as the sun is setting and kick off my sandals, letting the cool sand slither between my toes as I walk toward the ocean. The sound of the waves shushing in and out against the shore is one of my favorite sounds in the world. But it also makes me a little melancholy. Serge and I spent most of our marriage on an island, in a condo right on the beach. We ate almost every meal on our patio, and sometimes even slept outside in his and her hammocks, letting the surf lull us to sleep. Some of my most beautiful memories of my marriage are set to the music of the sea. And for a moment, I can't help missing the days when I assumed I was in a relationship that would last. I sit down behind the pile of driftwood we gathered earlier in the day and stare out at the water, watching the twilight air take on a bluish hue. Gradually, the early summer air grows chilly, and my toes begin to go numb. I'm about to head back to the campground to ask the organizers if it's okay for me to get the bonfire started, when a woman's bubbly laugh drifts my way on the breeze. No, you go in first. The woman's voice comes from the other side of the woodpile. I bet the water's still freezing. That's all right. Jameson's drawl makes the hair on my neck stand on end, even before he adds, if you get cold, I'll warm you back up. Is that right? The woman giggles again. "Yes, ma'am," he says, followed by the unmistakable smacking sounds of two people sucking face. Ew. I cringe. Grossed outedness that Jameson's already hooking up with a complete stranger mere hours after arrival, warring with the embarrassment pulsing through my veins. I'll die if I'm discovered eavesdropping on his makeout session, but I can't very well make a run for it now. I hunch lower in the sand, praying Jameson and his friend will finish their smooching and make a dash for the ocean without noticing me. No sooner has the thought shimmied through my head than the couple stumbles across the sand 3 feet away. Despite the fact that his lips are trailing down the blonde's neck and his hands wandering all over her bikini-clad body, Jameson spots me immediately. Fuck me.